How about now? Can you hear me now? There we go. Yeah, I can hear me. So yeah, all good. Sweet as. Get them off. How the hell is everybody? Everyone good? All good in the hood. How you doing, Just Right? How you doing, Lucifer? Hello, Orwell. Richard, hee-haw. Yeah, not so bad, thank you. Hee-haw, bugger all. How you doing, Debbie? Gold Eagle, I'm glad you're on. I did send you an email, Gold Eagle. Can you check it, please? Hello, Psycho's missus. Gary, I have heard, but yeah, I've not really looked into it so much at the moment because I've been a little bit busy. How you doing, Sober Moggy? Hello, Mike. How you doing, Callum? In Belfast. Bearded Veteran, yeah, I think I did. If that was the one about basically saying that they're going to strike if they don't get their COVID vaccination or something in it. Build back better. Fucking hell. We need some kind of basis to build back on, and at the moment things are getting worse and worse. So how you doing, Stacey? Just right. Well, hopefully Frank will be on here. Hopefully Frank will be on here. Frank, if you are on here, can you give us a shout in the comments there, mate, please? Thank you, Gold Eagle. Much appreciated. Ba-ding. Who's that? Oh, sorry. I'll have to respond to that later. Yeah, to be honest, Bearded Veteran, I don't mind either way. I don't mind if they get jabbed first, and I don't mind if they stop enforcing the COVID regulations. Bearing in mind that if they stop enforcing the COVID regulations, then I'm not sure what it is over there. But here, if they were to do that here, oh no, you're in Wales, aren't you? So it'd be the same. So if they excuse me, if they stop enforcing the COVID regulations for their own benefit, okay, that's a breach of Section 26 of the Criminal Justice and Courts Act 2015. Failing to do something for their own benefit. So, you know, not that anybody ever gets done under Section 26 of the Criminal Justice and Courts Act 2015. Sorry to hear that, Spacey Tracy. I hope it was a good send-off, or as good as it could have been. How you doing, Debbie? Honey Badger? Double D? John Barry, how are you? I'll tell you what I did. I actually made a bit of a boo-boo today, because normally what I do is I upload another video, and that video is where I ask you to go and comment on, but I've not uploaded another video yet. However, Don't go anywhere because there will be one. In fact, I'll upload it now. I do have a video which I can use, so I'm going to chuck that up now. So let me get that up on there first. There it is. Andy Royds, how you doing, Ray? Well, Roger, you see, it is nice to see 9 piggies get fined if 9 piggies got fined. Let's put it that way. You'll understand what I mean tomorrow in the video that's going out on it tomorrow. No, I'm not going to shout you out. I'm not going to give you any attention. Civil disobedience is in the house. Show some love. How you doing, Stevie Mac? James Metzger? Petrolhead? Lynn Harrison? Sean Wolfenden? Morio Kitsune or Kitsune. I'm not sure if that's pronounced properly. If it's not, I apologise, but welcome. Thank you, Psycho's Missus, much appreciated. Welshie, how you doing, brother? How you doing, the daddy? Thank you. Evening, Brummy. I've been in a bit of a rush today. I had to do some washing and whatnot, so unfortunately, yeah, I have to make do with this one tonight. Horace is in the room. How you doing, Gary? Stephen? Evening, AMC. Zoot Zoot. I'm sure Crinkle is sitting there with his finger on speed dial. Right, is that's all right. Don't need monetization on it. Next, don't need an end screen, don't need cards. Visibility, we'll make that unlisted. And I shall chuck the link in to the comments when it is ready to go. So how are we doing at the moment? Right, 204 viewers at the moment. I want to give it a little bit longer for some more people to come on, but remember folks, tonight we will be giving away the camcorder. Okay, digital camcorder, 24 megapixel, 3-inch TFT LCD touchscreen, 16 times digital zoom, HDMI, what else we got, face detection, handy little thing. And it's small as well. So just to give you an idea before I put it back down again. Hello, Kaz. I'm all right, thank you. So the camera itself comes in this little bag, and this is how big it is. This will fit in a coat pocket. So if you're out and about, okay, and you can carry this in your man bag, in your handbag, in your coat pocket. It might be a bit big to put in your jeans pocket. Do you know what I mean? Might make you look like some of you might want to look like you've got a bulge. But this is a great little thing. Nice and small, nice and compact. Look at that. I can hold it, literally hold it in my entire hands there. Right. flip out screen that turns all the way round, so you can you can film yourself. Do you know what I'm saying? And yeah, comes with all the bits you need. So that is really, really handy, especially if you're out and about and you get some jumps up twat at Audis going, "You cannot come in here without a mask on." And you can go, "Really, mate? Let's get you fucking famous." So that is what is up for grabs, my friends. And we'll be doing that shortly. I'm not going to leave it too late to do it, because I know these live streams go on for, a fair while. So we'll get that done within the first hour and a half. Will it fit in a shopping bag? Looking up. Asking for a friend. Listen, if your friend's a copper, right, it sounds like one, asking those kinds of questions, then no, it won't. But if it's anybody else, then yes, it will. So, yeah, British Patriot, I will be going through that shortly, on how to get your hands on that. Quite literally, it's all it's gonna take is a comment on a video, and that's it. Okay, but I'll tell you what video shortly. Because there are some rules to it, but I'll go through that shortly anyway. What I might do is I might open the lines for maybe a couple of calls first, and then give that camera away. Thank you, Deb, much appreciated. How you doing, Fluke? Right. Frank, I did ask earlier, I don't know whether you've commented or not and I've missed it, but are you in the rooms at the moment, Frank? I think a Fluke Dog versus Crinkle stream is a great idea, Paul. Can you strap it on the hounds? You can. You can indeed. Yes, Gary will be live. Not Gary will be live, but Gary, I will be live with Jamie tomorrow night over on Jamie's channel. I will be putting a community post up on my page tomorrow, just to remind people. Right, 228 people watching, 103 likes. I'm pretty sure we haven't got 125 coppers in here. So get on that like button, folks, but if you don't mind. Thank you, Mike. Yes, I've heard that. However, Mike Clarkson, I'm a bit dubious about that whole report. And I have a reason why, which will be explained in tomorrow's video about that very subject. Keith, it's not a body cam that we're giving away tonight. Tonight's one is actually a camcorder. God, my eyes look sunken. I look like a dead fish tonight. I've not been sleeping well. Yeah, tonight's camera is a nice little handheld. Get that in. Look at that. I mean, that's about as thick, maybe not as long as my other camera, I mean. So let's not have any rude comments, Double D. Yeah, so you got your little LCD screen on there and that, and it's all good. It's all good. So that's what we're giving away tonight. Right, let's put that away for now. This camera, by the way, will be sent out first class either tomorrow or Tuesday. So whoever wins this will just have to email me their address, and that camera will be sent off either tomorrow or Tuesday first class. So you'll have it by midweek, maybe Thursday. Well, Paul, it's small enough to hide on the bookshelf between, just tip a couple of books over like that and pop it in the middle there. Do you know what I'm saying? The body cam I use, when I do go out, is a Boblov WN9, I think it is. A few people have used these. The quality is cracking. It's HD, and it's a proper decent little camera. Although saying that, if you know Marty Blagborough, or if you've heard of Marty Blagborough's channel, he's been using my old body cam, little square one, and he's been coming out with some great quality video using that body cam when he goes out on his little missions. So and that was only that's like a £35 body cam as well, action cam. You can get them off eBay. Comes with all the bits and pieces you need, and for £35, 4K, supposedly. But it's, even if it's not, it's a cracking picture. Have I been working out? Or does my right arm look bigger? Yes, it should. Yes, it does. Yeah, I'm sure it does. I'm gonna maybe have to take it out again now. I'm sure it's got a mic input. It's got its own mic on there. However, let's have a look in the back here. There is a 5mm port in the back here. I can't see what it's for though. I'm presuming it's for a an external microphone. However, if you want to know anything else, you're gonna have to win it. Sorry, 3.5 is what I meant. I think. Oh, I don't know. I'm like a woman when it comes to measurements. What do you mean? What do you mean that's not 9 inches? Of course it fucking is. It's just that most women can't handle it that wide. You, shush, get out. AMC, I'm going to go through that shortly. I'm going to go through that shortly on how to win it. But as they say, you've got to be in it to win it, guys. Got to be in it to win it. So if you stick around for about another half hour, 45 minutes, we're going to take some calls first. And then we shall be giving away the camcorder, at which point I expect the viewers to bottom out.
Right.
Well, Gary, I kind of leave it up to the callers to decide what they want to talk about. I do get that it gets a little bit annoying when it comes to COVID, the old corony. So hopefully we will have a range of things to talk about this evening. Bearing in mind that anybody that does phone can phone up and share a story. It would be nice to have some whistleblowers. It'd be nice to hear the police's view on things. If there's any out there that have got the bollocks to phone up and talk to us, or even any NHS staff that want to phone up and have a discussion. We'd be willing to talk to any of you. You can just phone up and talk crap. So if you just feel bored, if you feel lonely, if you want to just have somebody to talk to and feel like you're interacting with somebody in real life for a change, then you can do that. And also you can phone up and, you can call me names if you want. I don't mind, because I've got thick skin, and thick skin is just a byproduct of being a fat bastard. So is this like Babe Station? No, you'll find that kind of thing over on Civil Disobedience's channel, I'm afraid. Right, so we'll leave that there. Let's close that. Let's find the Skype. Well, Richard, I'm hoping that that Frank will let us know that he's here, because I have something from from a subscriber that was sent to me that I'd like to share with him. So I'm hoping that, Frank, if you're out there, you let us know that you're watching tonight. Obviously, a lot of people asking to make sure that you're okay. And as I say, I would very much like to share something with you this evening, Frank, if you're there. Something from a subscriber, which I'm hoping will cheer you up. Right. Shall we get this show on the road, guys? Shall we get a few calls out of the way? Oh, I don't know, Lynn. I didn't see that one. Let's get a couple of calls out of the way first of all, folks. So we've got the first one coming through. If you want a phone number, will be on the screen now. Oh, no, not now. Now. Hello? Hello, unknown person. Can you hear me?
Person, yeah.
Oh, now I can hear you. My apologies. I had the wrong button unticked.
Right, How are you?
I'm okay. Let me just double check. Can everybody hear who is on the phone?
Hey.
Oh, Dafter. Yeah, Barry can hear you as well. Yeah, lovely job. Brilliant. Okay, how you doing, Double D?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm okay, thank you. I'm better than I was the other night, but I'm okay today, thank you.
That's good. And no rashes, I see. I noticed you've not got any,
No, not this
carpet
week.
burns on the nose.
Not this week. No, no,
Fucking rash arse. Aye. Okay.
no. To be honest, Dee Dee, I realised late yesterday that I'd not taken my tablets for 2 days. You see, so that's why I was in a bit of a mess yesterday, and I took my tablet last night, and I woke up feeling better today. So as much as
Set an
people
alarm.
as much as people don't like medication and things like that, unfortunately for me, it's one thing that I have to take, otherwise I can't function. And yes, maybe I'm dependent on it at the moment, I don't know. However, if I don't take it, I can't do what I do. So there we go.
Good evening, room. No, I mean, I'm the same way. People are like, oh no, you shouldn't take them. I'd rather be dependent and be able to function than be the mess that I am when I'm not medicated.
Yeah. Petrolhead, you talking about my voice or Double D's?
Oh, no, your voice is soothing in other ways. But you didn't answer my question earlier. I noticed that you saw it, but you completely blanked it.
Which question was that?
Well, you were talking about how people might like the lump in their trouser pocket or something like that, and I asked if you were still rolling up socks to put down your trousers.
Oh no, not anymore. Not anymore. I bought some weights. I could just hang off the end of it now, and it stretches it a bit.
Ah, like that. It's a Chinese thing that they do that, isn't it? They put the weights on it and see how they swing it and stuff to see if they can get it any longer.
Well, the other thing as well is the old thumb cuffs. You know the Chinese thumb cuffs. Put that on the end.
The more you pull, you kind of get it.
Exactly. But let's not turn this into
Oh, please.
Into one of your perverted dreams.
Yeah, as if. I did ask, though, you said that you had to do some washing earlier. I certainly hope you washed your truncheon.
My truncheon's always clean. I have to clean the evidence off it.
Yeah.
So,
how are my girls doing?
Yeah, they're all right, apart from Alice whinging a little bit.
Oh.
She was in there a minute ago, whinging.
I know, I gave you a row for... Don't tell her to get out.
Well, she's interrupting. This is our time, not her time. She's had her time.
They're the stars, right?
I know, that's the only reason people stick around till the end of these live streams.
You leave them at the end for a reason, because if you showed them at the start, you'd be sitting here on your own.
Yes, that's very true. That's very true.
Can I say a big shout out to Jamie? Hi, Jamie. Just because he wanted a shout out and you wouldn't give him one.
I gave him a shout out. Wasn't a very good one, but I gave him a shout out.
Yeah. See, there you go. There's somebody asking if you gave your helmet a good wiping out as well.
I put my helmet's behind my pig meat. So
Mike,
hiding over there.
You see that part where it says "talk crap"? That means it's my dime and I can talk about what I want. So, for fuck's sake, get on with it. Oh, he doesn't realise that I've got a spanner, does he?
Well, the reason we gave you a spanner, Double D, is because of the amount of nuts you tighten in the chat.
Exactly.
We'll leave that there.
Exactly. Well, I will let you get on with it. I might have to look up Mike Clarkson when I get off of here. But I hope you have a nice night.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say hi.
Okie dokie. Well, I'll see you in the I'll see you in the comments, no doubt.
Okie dokie. Right, you have a nice night, hon.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Hello, good evening and welcome.
Hello, Dan.
Hello, who's this?
It's Deb.
Hello, Deb, how are you?
You know, with the web fingers and the web toes. Now it
How are
says
you?
there on the bottom that I can call you names.
You can, yeah, if you want to call me names, it's
But
absolutely
have you
fine.
the latest, the one that's been banned?
What one's that?
I'm going to call you now. You might be demonetised and took off Facebook and whatever, and YouTube, you name it. Right, you ready? Gird
Go
your
on.
loins.
Go on.
You cheeky monkey.
That is incredibly non-racist at all.
I was scrolling through Facebook, as I did, and I noticed this post on a dog training group, and I thought, what's this? It looks interesting. People who said cheeky monkey, calling the dogs a cheeky monkey. We call them all kinds of things, but, that's one of the least things. It's been took off. It's been deleted by Facebook.
Unbelievable.
The post has been deleted and the comments as well. Now, the other day I was watching bloody RT News or whatever, and on the scrolling banner at the bottom it said that Kent University have taken the logo of the Three Wise Monkeys down because of the connotations.
Dafter69's just said that in the comments there as well.
Yeah.
That is ridiculous. That is ridiculous. You see what I've got over here? See these things here? Probably just about see them. Let me zoom in, see if it'll zoom in on them.
Oh, yeah. You racist bastard. You cheeky monkey, you.
That's see no, speak no, hear no.
Yeah.
Although they're skulls and not monkeys or anything like that.
Yeah.
Let's get a zoom out there as well. Alice, get out.
You leave Alice alone.
Do you think I'll get banned for having that there?
Oh, you never know. But I don't mind. On the bloody emojis on Facebook, there's the Three Wise Monkeys.
Oh, it's madness. Absolute madness.
Red rags to a boat on one the day after, because I rode right there at night time. The day after, do you remember the monkeys? Hey, with the monkeys.
Yes, I do. Yeah.
That went up on my page. I found some peanut butter on Amazon called Cheeky Monkey. That went up on my page. I found a teething ring for kids called Cheeky Monkey. That went on my page. I thought, come on, ban me, at least say something. But no, there was nothing, so I just deactivated my account for the time being.
I mean, as Barry Proudman's just said in the comments there, it's the Three Wise Monkeys, isn't it? Hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil, COVID cough. So, I mean, that is, you're saying they're wise monkeys. Yeah. Now, if somebody wants to try and twist that into some kind of racial connotation, then surely it's not they're talking about being wise, okay? And the monkey thing is not... When
somebody says to me monkey, the first thing that pops into my head is bloody them monkeys at Chester Zoo or Dorset in Monkey World. Will Monkey World have to change the name? Right,
yeah. It's I mean, we all know things are getting worse. It starts with one thing, and then this what should we call it? Cancer starts spreading to all these other things and all these other places and all these other areas of our society, whether it's something that is said or whether it's a drawing or piece of art or whatever it might be. And excuse me. Oh God! And no, that really isn't a COVID cough.
It's a smoker's cough. Stop
smoking far too much.
Hang on while I just have a vape.
But yeah, I can't. I actually run out of things to call it. I really do, because it just gets so much more ridiculous as time goes on. And the thing is, the reason it's getting worse is because they're getting the platform and because they're giving the time. If people just ignored, the ridiculousness of it all and just went, you what? Shut up, mate. Do you know what I mean? And just completely ignored them. They wouldn't be able to push it as far as they do. It's only because everybody starts talking about it. No offence to you for bringing it up, by the way. But the more people talk about something, the more it becomes known and it gathers more traction. And as they say, bad publicity is good publicity. And so even when you're talking about something ridiculous, even though we might be saying how stupid it is, it builds up momentum because of that. But it's man, it does just give me a complete and utter headache. The whole thing.
So are the feminists of the world going to get upset because I'm going to say that you've got two bitches in your house with you there?
Oh, I've got two bitches here. Sometimes I have
Are
three.
the feminists going to get upset about that? And are the lard asses of the world going to get so upset when I call my dog a cheeky swine?
Well, man, I call Alice a fat bitch.
Yeah, there you go.
Which she is. That's probably going to lose me some subscribers, but there we go.
Well, I call mine a knobhead, and she answers to it.
Yeah, well, these women
Oh,
don't mind. Well, they don't mind being called women, do they? When it's got the word men in the word.
Yeah.
But as I say, it's all utter the word you used, snowflakery.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think somebody needs to get a torch out and melt all these bell ends and just get rid of them.
I wouldn't mind the group that I saw it in. It's like a dog training group, and the bloke who runs it, he's ex-military, and he calls a spade, and he swears like buggery in there. And we all do. We all call our dogs what they are. When I first joined the group, I introduced. I said, "Thanks for the ad. This is my knobhead," and a picture of her. That was it. We call them not fit burn, and but the bloody cheeky monkey. That's just pissing ridiculous now.
Indeed. Sorry, just Tom Warner. Try refreshing your browser, mate. Simple. I'm watching the live stream on a second screen here, and so far I've not seen it buffering yet. And I'm not saying it's not. It might just be your connection. But if you try giving your browser a refresh, it might help out a little bit. Sorry, Debs.
Okay. You cheeky monkey.
Wait. Behave. I'll have a petition up to have you cancelled.
Oh, dear. Oh, it's top of 1984 now, isn't it?
Oh, you can't. You've literally got to. It's almost like you've got to run what you want to say past the censor first of all. Is this okay to say? Am I going to upset somebody with this? But see.
They won't stop me down. I might go stand up roof and shout, "You cheeky bastard monkeys! Yes, it's up!"
We don't give a shit on this channel.
Well, I don't give a shit anyway. In real life.
I mean, I'll never say anything that's directly racist to somebody simply because I don't believe in all of that kind of stuff. If I want to call somebody a wanker for being a wanker, I'll call them a wanker no matter what colour they are. But I wouldn't.
Well, like I said, the first thing that enters your mind when you say monkey, it's not a black person. It's a bloody monkey.
Yeah.
A chimp.
No, How long is it going to be before Google start blocking searches of the word monkey and all that kind of stuff?
Well, I don't use Google, so I'm okay. I use DuckDuckGo.
So crazy world. There's a song called Crazy World, isn't there? I think.
But I'm okay. I don't give a shite.
It's the best way to be. That is best way to be. As long as you're not. See, the way I see it, and I've said this before, and I'll say it again, and I'll continue to say this, and that is, be respectful to people, and they should be respectful to you. If somebody outright, says, calls you something that you don't like, okay, you've got the choice whether to let that upset you or to just think, and what? I mean, when I first started this channel, the abuse that I was getting, and I used to have people start on my kids. You know what I mean? I used to have people comment stuff about my kids on this channel, and it nearly got me to close the channel down initially. I thought to myself, I was that upset, I didn't want to do it. And then I sort of realised that that's my problem. Letting them upset me is my problem. And why the hell would I let them make me delete my channel? Why would I let them dictate how I feel? That my brain is who decides how I feel at any given time, and I can choose to feel upset by something or not upset by something. In most cases, sometimes you can't help it if it's a physical thing.
Don't engage with it now. If I'm seeing shite anyway, I just don't engage with it. I used going full blast, but now I'm just no. I'm over it. And if I'm like talking to somebody and I don't agree with what they're saying, I just like, okay, then walk away, with dog.
Yeah.
But I used to get a load of abuse when my dog was a Patterdale in the bad old days. I used to be in lots of Patterdale groups, and you get a lot of terrier men in there, and they're like knuckle dragging Neanderthals. I can't even bloody say it, but yeah, they're idiots.
Yeah.
And I used to get a load of abuse off them, and it was upsetting at the time. One actually said, "I hope your dog's heart bursts." I thought, you cunts. Sorry for the language there, but
that's
it was
right.
that kind of nasty stuff,
Well,
and at the time it was upsetting. But now that I know she's not a Patterdale, I don't give a shite what they say. I'm not in any of them groups.
I got told that somebody wished my kids caught cancer. I was told that that my dogs need to be put down and or fucking run over and stuff like that. Now my dogs are everything to me, all right, because it's just me and the dogs. So when people said things like that initially, that that upset me. But again, I kind of realised after a while that I'm simply falling into their trap, and it's the same now with a lot of these other people who either number one just want a bit, just want their 5 minutes of fame. Okay, I want to be social media famous for 5 minutes, so I'm going to start saying that this is wrong and that's wrong and people are wrong for saying this or people are wrong for saying that, when really nobody gives a shit, or the vast majority of people don't give a shit.
But I was once asked on one of the groups, why do you take your dog to so many classes? Because we used to do agility and this, that and the other.
Yeah.
I said, have you got any kids, you? And they said, yeah. I said, well, have they got school? Well, yeah. Well, same thing, isn't it? Anyway,
Madness.
you cheeky monkey. Give my love to Frank.
Yeah, I will do. I'm hoping he's going to. I'm hoping he's going to come on or phone in. I've got something lined up ready on here to show him, and it'd be nice for everyone else to see it as well, I think. But I can't do it without Frank coming on, so we'll have to wait and see.
Right, love you and leave you.
All right then, Deb, you look after yourself.
You cheeky monkey.
Speak to
Stop
you
monkeying
later.
about.
Yeah.
Right, must have to do some monkey business now.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll speak to you again soon.
Will you? You sure?
Okay.
I might be arrested.
Well, that's if you haven't got my channel shut down by then. Anyway.
They'll put me behind the monkey bars, won't they?
All right.
Right.
Now,
bye.
Oh, speak to you later.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Dear, oh dear. We get some nutcases on here. Hello? 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 Sorry, caller, I couldn't hear you then. Hello, good evening and welcome. Hello. 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 Oh, okay then. Hello.
Oh, Dan. Good evening.
It is. Who's that?
God bless the UK. How you doing?
Oh, I'm not so bad, thank you. How are you?
Sober. No, I'm not lying. I swear to God.
I believe you.
No, first time. I'll tell you what. It's the first time. Honestly says in about 20 years. It's the longest I've not had a drink, and that's been a week now.
Oh, fair enough. Fair play to you.
Yeah, I just want to get back into the swing of things. So I'll tell you what. You're talking about tonight. It's got its drawbacks. I decided that sitting out here in my office, spending my life on YouTube a lot, and then you end up plucking smoke out here. Then you have a drink, blah blah blah. So that's why I'll start staying indoors a bit more in the evenings to let the kids know who their dad was. Anyway,
Right.
the TV station commercial adverts. What the hell? I watched telly for quite a long time. And the only thing I could think they're trying to do is not, listen, I'm 74, you know, right? And back in my day, we used to go out clubbing and that. I could go, walk back from the club 3-4 o'clock in the morning because I spunked my money trying to get some bird piss to get in their knickers. And you wouldn't worry about getting, we wouldn't worry about getting robbed or beaten or anything like that. You could just walk back in the middle of the night all over the place. I'm in Swindon, by the way. But I lived in South London as well and stuff like that. Anyway, and we never had any problems, right? You go to raves and that, you meet other black geezers and that. I mean, to be fair, I have experienced getting racism myself where people from white people, because I was hanging around quite a few black guys back in the day, just go clubbing and that. So that's another story. And I think all these TV commercials now, I mean, I'm getting quite obsessed with it. I shouldn't do, and I shouldn't let it affect me. But I do watch it, and I think, I mean, I got like a server, so I can watch all international TV, like India and all those other things and that. And you don't see lots of white people in every advert or anything like that.
Yeah.
And I think it's just about divide. It's just all it is. It's like the Brexit. Then we had the, things like this Black Lives Matter. It's all about dividing us. It's a different agenda. It's hard to work it out who's doing it and what's the point. A lot of people say Soros and all these other things and everything, but wow, it's just it's all about divide. Now, if I was a black person, I'd feel quite angry that I was given a job not because I worked hard for it and I did the exams and I did everything to improve myself. I just got it because of my skin colour.
Yeah.
I'd be angry at that.
I agree. I mean, I've heard stories of even the police entrance exams being easier. Now, this is what I've heard and what I've read, so I can't say 100% that this is true. I can only give you what I've heard. But I've heard of the police's recruitment processes, recruitment exams, etc., being easier for minority groups than they are for white guys, or white women rather. So when I say guys, when you're a YouTube creator, you just call everyone guys, whether they're girls or blokes. But
unisex term.
But
of all every gender.
Yeah, I'd be here all night if I had to mention them all.
I identify as a toothbrush.
but I do agree. I think that there is a lot of this is used to divide. We see how. I mean, I've been saying for ages. I don't know how long you've been watching the channel, but I've been saying for a long time that the society has been broken down into smaller and smaller groups. Okay, and it's not stopped there. We're being broken down further into more smaller groups, and we're all at each other's throats. And when I say all, I don't mean everybody. I just mean a majority of people seem to be at each other's throats because they're in this particular group and they don't like another particular group. Okay, and it just what it does is it takes our attention off of what's really going on.
Smoke and mirrors. Yeah.
So we're all too busy dealing with each other than to look at the bigger picture and turn around and deal with the actual problem, which is not us. It's them that are trying to control us.
Yeah.
So it's ridiculous. Again, it brings me back to this whole cheeky monkeys thing that Deb was talking about. It's ridiculous. But the problem is, so many people will still give it airtime, so to speak.
Yeah, Peter Pan, Dumbo, even the Wombles now have been classed as being racist kind of thing. They've had to do a diversity thing on the Wombles of Wimbledon.
Oh, I've not heard of that. I've not heard that one.
Yeah,
I mean, I've heard of the Wombles, obviously, but I've not heard that there was an issue going on with them.
Yeah, and Peter Pan.
Huh.
Most of the Disney stuff now, you've got this streaming service in Disney, and the majority, anything past 20 years ago, before the wokeism come in with the Labour Party and that, they've got like a parental warning on now. Parental warning on Dumbo, because the crows represent the cotton-picking southern slaves.
Right, okay. Got ya.
Now, do you know what? Until I read that this morning in the papers and that as a kid, and my kids have watched it. They're putting things into our mind. It's like the Labour Party when they got into power with Blair. They brought all these things in, opening the borders up, making everything illegal, or racist, like carrying an England flag, and stuff like that. It beggars belief. And all it's doing is positive discrimination. And it's probably working. They're causing a divide between people. People are getting resentful now. It's tribal as well. Look, come on, it's tribal. Everybody, I wouldn't say racist, but everyone's got that. It's related to racism, tribalism. Like, we all, birds of a feather, we hang around with that type of person. And so what's happening now is in England, this diversity thing that is pushed for is not working because you've got so many fractions. Like, you've got the Romanians hate the Pakistanis, and the Pakistanis hate the Romanians, and the Polish don't like these, and so on. Now, diversity worked back in the day because it wasn't so saturated, where now, where certain groups build up in numbers and ghettoise or whatever a certain area of a town or city, it becomes no grey areas, and it's all down to things like that. And we never had these issues before. Go to Hungary and all these other places like that. They haven't got these issues, where there's border controls, like, certain parts of Greece and stuff like that. So I'm not saying diversity is a bad thing. Everyone loves a bit of variety in their life. You can't have baked beans on toast every day of your life. But then it's going into schools now, so the children aren't allowed to do the nativity plays because it might offend and all these things. And it just bleeds on and bleeds on and bleeds on, the religious education and stuff like that. My son, about 4 years ago, his local, a really good school actually, came home and said to me that, Dad, I don't want to do religious education anymore. So what you've got to learn about all the different religions in the world so you can understand other people's beliefs and respects and stuff like that. And he said, the Muslim kiddies in the class don't. I said, what do you mean? He goes, well, when it came to talking about Christianity, three of them stood up in the class. I'm talking about 9-year-olds, stood up in the class and said it's a false prophet, and they were excused from the classroom.
Right. Yeah. I've heard of this, but I'm with you on the fact that I think that people need to understand, people need to learn. This is why when this whole BLM thing was going on and statues were being defaced and pulled down, I turned around at the time and I said, you can't do that. All you're trying to do is hide history. Okay, we don't need to put these people up on a pedestal, if they've been involved in something that is, immoral, however, we still need to know about them. We still need to understand what they've done so that we don't make those mistakes again in the future. Do you know what I mean?
What about our culture? What about our culture?
Well, this is what I mean. We need to, we need to understand, the slave owners, etc. Do you know what I mean? We need to understand that they were a thing. We need to understand who they were, and some of them did give positive things to society. Okay, but to hide it doesn't change anything. All it does, it makes it worse, because in the future, these things will be forgotten about. Everyone will forget how it was, and then people will make similar mistakes in the future, in my opinion.
We hit what happened in the Second World War, the Nazis. You know what I mean? It's just the same kind of thing. There's nothing, why should... Yeah, but although, obviously, I think English history isn't like the Germans, what the Germans did during the Second World War. Obviously not. But it's just... it's like the Welsh people. I'm English, right? But I've got Welsh friends, and I like the Welsh because they're very patriotic, and I wouldn't want them to lose their identity. Yeah. Same with Polish people. I like the Polish people. They're very patriotic as well, and there's nothing wrong with that. But when it comes to being English, we seem to be the most hated country in the world, most racist country in the world. Yeah, everyone keeps coming here all the time.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's my penny's worth on that. Just fed up with it all, and as I said, so much trying to give up drink, and I go in to watch a bit of telly. I haven't watched telly for ages. I haven't watched telly for ages. But I'll tell you what, though, I just received a letter from the TV licensing. I moved address, and I forgot to change my 2-year exemption thing. I'm going to ring them up, and I'll record the conversation. I just want to see how they lay with me watching live porn. And then I'll ask them, I said, what? I'm not allowed to watch live telly. And they say, no, you're not. I say, but I love watching porn. What do I do without my porn? Don't you ever watch porn? It's fantastic. I'm going to see how they get on with that conversation, and I might send it over to you.
Well, just say look, I've got to watch it live because I've got to phone them up and get her to talk dirty to me at the time.
Yeah, get her to see the certain
Do you know
things
what
I want to touch herself, yeah.
Oh.
That might be good. Listen, I'll get off and let someone else on. Have a good evening, Dan. And,
you too, my friend.
Hello to your mods and everyone else that I know on here. Take it easy. See you later.
Take it easy. Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye.
What's going on? There it is. So I couldn't find the button for a moment there. Hello.
Hello, Dan. It's Frank.
Frank. How are you?
Yeah, I've just been watching you and I heard you saying you hope the phone. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm still here. I'm still going, unfortunately. Interesting things happened. I told you about the tablets that I was keeping in the fridge.
You did?
For the morphine and stuff.
Yeah.
Well, I got a phone call on Saturday saying, we told you wrong. I said, what do you mean? This some nurse. She said, we told you to put the stuff in the fridge. It shouldn't be in the fridge. It's now no good. Somebody's coming round on Monday to take it away, and we're going to send you some new stuff.
Okay.
So my son went to the chemist on Friday and picked up the new stuff to be told in the chemist, please make sure he puts this stuff in the fridge. So he's brought the stuff here, and basically now I've got 4 packets sat on my shelf. I've got 4 packets in the fridge, so they can take the pick. They can take the pick. The right hand doesn't know what the left hand's doing. The National Health Service is open for business? Yeah, I'm sure it is and all. They haven't a clue what they're doing, these people. Anyway,
Jesus.
other than that, I'm fine. I'm just watching you on the telly. I've turned the volume down, obviously. I've watched the football and then I put you on, which I normally do.
Right. Well, I don't know if you're looking at the comments.
It's getting distinctly worse.
I don't know if you're looking at the comments there, Frank.
To be honest with you, but as long as I'm still breathing and I still open my eyes every morning, I'll keep going.
Listen,
What else
mate,
can I do?
Well, this is it. Every time you open your eyes, you've got to crack on, haven't you? Do you know what I mean? You've got to get on with your day.
Exactly right. That's exactly what you have to do.
Have you? Can you see the comments, Frank?
No, I put you on about 20 to 9. So
Right.
I missed quite a lot. I don't know what time you started. I thought it was 9 o'clock actually.
Oh, we went live at 8 today. But I'm just everybody's commenting.
You see, I've got it on my television on YouTube.
Yeah,
I don't have a laptop. I don't do computers, as I told you, so I can't.
that's right.
All I can get is YouTube. Whatever's on YouTube, that's all I get. I can't press buttons and make things happen that maybe I should be able to do. I don't know. I don't know how this telly works.
Right, no
I'm
worries.
not in technology. I've told you that. I have no idea.
Mate, no, it's absolutely fine. I'm just
And it
because
works. And
there's
as
a
I
lot.
say, I don't do www anything. I can't do it. I have no interest in it at all. But I'm sat here happily with you, watching you on the telly, and I've got my Guinness in my hand, I've got my phone in my hand, I'm happy as Larry.
Well, everybody's asking how you are in the comments, Frank. So, there's a lot of love in the room for you this evening, Frank. I can assure you of that. Now, can you, if you turned your television up, can you hear you can hear what I'm saying from the telly, can't you?
Yeah, of course I can, yeah.
Right, okay.
Not now, because I'm talking to you, obviously.
Excuse me.
Turn it up.
What I want to do, Frank, is I want to play something.
Yeah.
Somebody sent me a link to a video that they'd made.
Yeah.
And they told me that it was for you.
Yeah.
And I've asked them if they'd mind if I play it on this live stream tonight, if you came on. And they've said, no, that's absolutely fine. So would you mind if I play something for you?
Yeah, I need to turn the volume up on my television, yeah?
Yeah, if I won't be able to talk to you while it's playing.
Yeah, obviously,
Okay,
yeah,
just because of the way that this is set up.
Yeah.
But I'll play it out. I'd like you to watch it.
Yeah.
And I hope that it cheers you up a little bit.
Okay, Dan, I look forward to that, and I've got it on now, so it's entirely up to you. I'll talk to you after it's over, obviously.
Yeah. I'll stay on the line. It's not costing you
Yeah.
anything. So
Yeah, I will do, mate.
stay on the line. But I won't be able to speak to you while this is playing. So we'll wait for it to finish and then we'll come back to you. Okay.
Yeah, no problem.
Right. Brilliant. Okay. Let me just find it. Pause. Okay. Right, here we go. Do us a favour, folks, in the comments. Can you let me know if you can hear this when it starts playing? You should be able to, but just give me a thumbs up or a yes in the comments if you can hear it when it starts playing.
Another day has gone, and I'm still all alone. How could this be that you're not here with me? You never say goodbye. Someone tell me why. Did you have to go and leave my world so cold? And every day I sit and ask myself, how did love slip away? Something whispers in my ear and says, you are not alone. I am here with you, and though you're far away, I am here to stay. But you are not alone. I am here with you, and though we're far apart, you're always in my heart. But you are not alone. Alone, why alone? Just the other night, I thought I heard you cry, asking me to come and hold you in my arms. I can hear your prayers, your burdens I will bear. But first I need you here, then forever can begin. Every day I sit and ask myself, how did love slip away? Then someone whispers in my ear and says, you are not alone. I am here with you, and though you're far away, I am here to stay. You are not alone. I know what? A lot of people love you. Hold on.
Right. That
Dan, it's brought tears to the eyes, that mate.
I
I didn't realise so many people cared.
listen. I told you last time we spoke that you are not alone, right? We've got a community here that cares. There's a core community here that cares about each other, and I told you before that I'll be here to speak to you if you need to, as I'm sure there's other people. And I do have some emails that people have sent me with some contact information that have asked me to pass on to you, which I will do. Oh,
Yeah, I would appreciate it. I appreciate it very much. Unfortunately, I don't do laptops or computers, so the only way you can really contact me is on my mobile by, what are they called? Emails. What are they called? What you send?
I've got their numbers. They've sent me phone numbers to send over to you.
I don't have a problem. I do. I have considered. I don't know how it works. All this. What's it called? What's it called? Donations. What's it called? Subscribing.
Yeah.
I want to subscribe to your channel, but I don't know how to go about it because I don't do laptops. I don't do computers. I don't do nothing.
Listen, Frank. All I'm interested in is you looking after yourself.
Yeah,
Okay? I appreciate. I'd appreciate it. I just want you to know that there was never any obligation. And I know people say they understand this, but there's never an obligation. And I'd rather you concentrate on yourself, Frank.
Yeah, well, I'm fine at the moment, and I'm still going strong, and I'm absolutely amazed at that video. It brought tears to my eyes. The number of people that care about it.
No, we do. Honestly, we feel for you. Truthfully, we do. I just want to say as well. I just want to say to some people in the comments who were commenting during that. If I go back through the comments and find those ones that were taking the piss or that were being horrible about that video, I'll ban you from the channel. Simple as that. Okay, because there ain't no need.
You can't please everybody all the time, unfortunately.
No, that's true. But somebody's gone out of their way to make that video for you, which I think is amazing. And for people to disrespect that whilst it's playing, those kind of people I do not want on the channel, and I don't care. I don't care if I lost 10,000 subscribers over that. I don't want those kind of people.
The cough's getting worse by the day now, and I'm still taking all the medication, and nothing seems to be helping at all. Nothing. All the tablets I'm taking, and filling myself with tablets. I'm taking inhaler after inhaler after inhaler, and nothing's doing any good whatsoever. It's all just a waste of time, making money for the National Health Service or whatever it is for somebody. So I'll keep going because that's what they tell me. That's what I have to do. That's what they tell me to do.
And you've got to keep going to prove a point, Frank.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to go down.
Right, Frank.
I'll let other callers come on, mate.
No worries. Listen, Frank, I will give you another ring this week. Okay.
Yeah. By all means.
And we'll have another chat, and I'll pass over some of them numbers for you, and you can give them a ring.
Yeah, it's all good, mate. I'm still here. I'm still going, and everything's good. As good as it can be, should I say?
Well, look after yourself as best you can, and I will speak to you.
And all the people that are sending good words for me to your channel, that I wish them all the best, and I hope I'm still here next year. That's all I can do. I'm just taking it a day at a time, and I thank them for all the good thoughts and everything.
Well, Frank, you've got my number. If you get to the point where you can't wait for me to call you, ring me.
Yes, it's in my book. No problem. I shall do that.
Right. All right then, Frank.
Okay, Dan. I'll speak to you later.
Take care.
Okay, and you. Bye now.
Bye. Bye. Let me just mute that for a moment. Whoever's trying to call through, phone number ending in 693, I will come back to you in just a moment. I saw some I saw some comments going past quite quickly in the comments there, and there was some. To be quite honest, there was some fucking wanky comments going through there. And when I go through this live stream afterwards and I find out who that was, you'll be getting booted from the channel. Simple as that. I'm not having people make other people feel unwelcome on this channel. So you can either remove yourself now and go and find something else to watch and someone else to fucking take the piss out of, or you can wait for me to find your comment and remove you. Simple as that. What was I looking at? Yeah, Mr. and Mrs. Gold Eagle, thank you for sending that through to me. I genuinely appreciate you taking the time to do that as well, and for allowing me to play that on here. Hello, good evening. Hello. 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 Jeremy. Hello. Hello, good evening and welcome.
Hello, good evening and welcome.
Hello.
Hello, Dan.
You need to turn your sound down, please.
Pardon?
You need to turn the sound down in the background.
Pardon? It's all right, Dan.
How
Is
you
it all right
doing?
now?
Yeah, who's this?
It's Gerard, it is.
Hello, Gerard. How you doing?
Oh, well, I tell you what, I enjoy a lot about your content,
Okay, thank you.
and you seem to be advising people. Well, poor old Frank, you never know how long he go, and people who slag him off, what's the matter with them?
I don't know. Some people have nothing better to do, unfortunately. Unfortunately, we have to wait until they say something before we can do something about it. And for some people, waiting until they say something is too late to deal with it. Do you know what I'm saying? But we'll get rid of them. I'll go through the live stream later, and I'll everybody that said something that was nasty will be gone.
Yeah, well, we're talking about mental health, aren't we? Right, we're talking about mental health, right?
Yeah.
Why do people we have a go at people with mental health conditions?
What? Sorry.
Why do people have a go at people with mental health conditions?
I think because some of them don't understand. Some people may not have had a mental health moment, shall we say, and so they don't understand how other people feel. I never used to understand it when I was younger, and I used to see people as I've got older, and I suffer from mental health issues myself, and obviously I'm a lot more sympathetic to people that have got mental health issues because I understand what they go through. But yeah, I genuinely think that people will have a go at people about mental health issues because they don't understand it. They're ignorant to it.
Is it really ignorance, or is it they not educated?
Yeah. Well, it's ignorant, isn't it? So I mean, it's not difficult to understand mental health. In all fairness, and yes, that unfortunately there are a lot of people that do put it on, but I think it's clear that the people who genuinely have issues, shall we say, from the ones that make it up and the ones that don't have issues. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe these people just enjoy upsetting other people. I don't really know, but
Well, when you think about it, when you see people with anxiety, I suffer from anxiety myself, okay?
Yeah.
And sometimes I don't want to walk through my door.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I mean? And there's no one else can tell me that I got to walk through that door because I either do it or I don't. And I got to sometimes force myself.
Yeah, I totally agree. Totally agree. Sometimes I can be in my flat for 2 weeks without leaving. You know, I put on. Don't get me wrong. I come on. I do my videos, my daily videos. I mean, I've had a week off having to do some bits and pieces for myself. But when I do a video, they're pre-recorded, which means that I can stop at any point while I'm recording it if I get a head wobble.
You can.
And then I can come back. So people don't necessarily
You
see
can do
me.
it in your own time.
Yeah, well, people don't see me at my worst. Do you know what I mean? You know,
Well,
yeah.
exactly. Well, we did see you at your worst because, right, I've seen a video, oh God, a couple of months back where you couldn't get your medication. And I've seen that. And
Yeah.
I've seen you really at your worst, right? And I thought, my God, is this right?
It's that was a bad point. You know, I put my hands up. I was in a bad place then. But I mean, what I mean is, I think that people have seen that. They've seen me come on live streams and be a little bit down. But that was the worst people have seen me, and they've only seen it once. If I'd put up every time that I have a moment like I did that weekend, people would people would understand a lot more. But I don't do that because, number one, this channel's not about that.
Yeah.
Although I do want to help people with mental health if I can, as well as the other things. So people look at me and they think, oh, there's nothing wrong with him. Oh, he had a bad day, that's all. And, you know, there's nothing wrong with him because I hide the rest of it when I'm editing my videos, you see. And it's the same, I think, with many people. They don't see somebody suffering all the time, which most of us do when you've got mental health problems, and so they just imagine that, oh, there's nothing really wrong with him, look, he's okay today. But that doesn't mean to say that later on that day they're not going to be in a mess, you know. So people just don't seem to understand.
You're going to be in a bag of even. Yeah, I know. But the thing about it is what face you put on, see, Dan, and everybody puts a front on, look, to say they're okay.
Yeah, right? Of course they do. Of course.
Really, when they're not. Really, when they're not.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I seen you, and I thought, oh my God, that guy's in big. He's in a big dilemma, right? And when I seen that, I got utmost respect for you for doing what you do, because right, when you're good, you're good, and when you're bad, you're bad, right? And you know, that when you feel it. When you feel like, right, you can you can edit what videos you want in your own time, which is good for you.
Yeah.
If you understand what I mean, because if you don't want to do it, you don't have to do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because sometimes you just don't want to do nothing. Sometimes when your mental health is playing you up, you know, you really don't. But I spoke to Jamie a couple of days ago, and I have a you two teaming up. It's great.
Yeah, it went really well. The double. Sorry, go on, carry on.
You've got a good rapport. You've got a really good rapport, right? Jamie's Jamie. That's about it, isn't it?
Well, we've been.
I think last night, didn't you phone him last night?
I did phone him last night. Yeah. I think we've been.
You wouldn't have phoned in like.
We've been compared to good cop, bad cop. Jamie being bad cop and me being good cop, apparently. But yeah, that's what people have been comparing us to.
Well, I don't know about that. I think you both the same, to be quite honest.
Well, I think I just try and hold back on my use of language a little bit more than Jamie does.
You'll never do it. You'll never do it. You haven't got no chance. You were sort of the gentleman of the batch, like. You know, I mean,
Excuse me.
But you're doing well. You're doing well. You've got good content. You've got everything going for you. It's the only trouble is I can't stand Gringo. I can't stand Gringo. I waited for 20 minutes to get hold of on the phone to Jamie, and Gringo, come on, get off.
Oh no, he's funny. I'll say that much. He's funny.
Don't get me wrong. I think the guy truly believes in his beliefs.
Yeah.
But sometimes he's like ramming it down your throat, like, and he like, I think, is he from Krypton or? So how are you doing? How are you doing in your life anyway, Dan?
Well, I'm plodding along, as they say. I've literally had to take a week off because what I tend to do is I do these videos, and I put off my other stuff, my own personal things. So every now and again, it sort of backlogs, and it's stuff that I have to then deal with, and I can't leave it any longer. So, but other than that, I enjoy doing what I do.
Do us a favour.
What's that?
Lay your dogs in, because they tell you what, they love you.
Well, they always come in there. That's like the end of the show, getting the dogs in. So we always get them in.
Honestly,
at the end
they
anyway.
do. They are funny. They are dead funny.
If I get them in now, then everyone will bugger off afterwards, and there'll be no one left to watch me.
Anyway, I'll let someone else get a phone in, right? And you and Jamie are on tomorrow, now?
Yes, tomorrow night, 8:00 on Jamie's channel.
Great, and I'll look forward to it. If I can get a call in, I'll get a call in. All right?
Lovely. No worries.
Hey, take care of yourself, but
You too.
I got to be quite honest. They shouldn't have said that. There should be no terrible comments about Frank. That's awful.
Yeah. I'll, as I say, I'm gonna go through the comments later, and anybody that was being nasty.
You don't
to
even
Frank
know
can
if he's
go.
got family or anything. You don't know whether he's on his own.
No.
You don't know his situation. You don't know nothing. No one knows it, right?
No.
And it ain't awful,
Yeah. Well, if I said what I think about people like that were saying them things, I'd probably get my channel taken down. But yeah, it's
it doesn't matter. That's you were right in that respect, right? Take care. Have a good one, right? Look after yourself. Have a good evening now, right?
You too.
Right. I'll try and get hold of you when you're with Jamie.
No worries. Well, look forward to seeing
Thank
you
you very
tomorrow.
much.
Take care.
All right. Pleasure.
Bye bye. Hello, good evening and welcome. Hello.
Hello, Dan.
Hello, who's this?
It's Adi from Scunthorpe.
Hello, AD from Scunthorpe. How you doing?
I've just muted my TV, so I heard you on my phone. I thought you didn't even say no. Right. Yeah, a few things I was going to about.
Go on.
You was on about like racism and things like that.
Yes.
When I was a kid, my mum taught me, treat people how you want to be treated.
Yeah.
And one of the sayings was, bullies at school, sticks and stones will break my bones, but words will never hurt me.
Absolutely.
And all these people online, like, oh, you said this, oh, it's hurt my feelings. Well, I was brought up to basically, well, it's a word. It's how you take it. It sort of makes me laugh.
Yeah.
Really, how people have reacted. I mean, I'm 44-year-old, and 20 years ago, none of this bullshit online, was there?
No, of course there wasn't. Absolutely not. Absolutely. But again, this is the problem. It's because people are, what's the word they use? Enablers. Okay,
yeah,
people are enablers now, and they're letting people make a fuss out of something, a mountain out of a molehill, when really they should be saying, "Shut up! What's the matter with you?"
Yeah, I mean, I'm under the belief you do what you want to do, and I'll do what I want to do. If you call me a name, I'll just ignore it.
Yeah,
it's not going to physically hurt me. It's a name.
Exactly.
It irates me that people get into all these arguments online about little things. It's like, surely you've got more important things to worry about in your life
Of course.
than someone calling you a name. Or it's like, it just winds me up. And well, back to your last call, it was on about Crinkle.
Yeah.
I think it's funny, but you and Jamie are never going to convince him that he's wrong.
No,
Never in a
that's
million
true.
years. And it's like, he comes on there, I mean, I watched Jamie the other night, and he was on about 5 times. And you're never going to convince him, because what my sister said to me once, you can Google anything you want, and you will find whatever answer you want to find if you go through enough websites and enough web pages.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think it was, I mean, Jamie was on about, I mean, because I watched it. I mean, I know Jamie's not on tonight. He's on tomorrow. But he was on about wearing a face mask, and people say it makes them anxious. My sister gets anxiety. She wears a face mask to go into a shop because she gets more anxious if she doesn't wear one because people are staring at her.
Yeah.
And that's what people like. So my sister wears a mask because she gets less anxious wearing a mask than she does at people staring at her in the shop for not wearing a mask. And it's little things like that you shouldn't be doing things like that. It's like you should be able to go about your business. You do what you want to do, and I'll do what I want to do.
Oh, of course, yeah, absolutely. I mean, one of the good things is that somebody in December, there was an incident that somebody has now received a £7,000 compensation for discrimination. Now, I'm not saying it's about the money. Don't get me wrong. I'm not suggesting that it should be about that. It's about people realising and understanding the laws, the actual laws, not guidance, but actual laws, the ones that are there to protect us. And when all these shops and shoppers who are going round and attacking people for not wearing a face mask, these Kester disability rights, that's it. Thank you, sad but mad lad. People need to know that they can go about their daily tasks, daily routines, daily chores, whatever you want to call it, without being set upon by people, members of the public and store workers, especially when store workers are supposed to be taught the Disability Act. They're supposed to be taught and understand the Disability Act because it is such an important thing, but yet they seem to completely overlook it in favour of some scruffy-haired muppet in Parliament's advice.
Well, I mean, from what I've sort of researched, I mean, I watch a lot of YouTube videos, you know what I mean? But mainstream media, it's from what I've seen of it, it's all been a pack of lies to sort of over-exaggerate all what's going on.
Yeah.
And then they're sort of trying to shut down channels on YouTube for actually bringing out the facts. I mean, the BBC, I think, have been proved about 3 or 4 times that the numbers they've been posting have been not made up, but not recent. Oh, this happened last week, but in reality, the figure of the show was from a couple of months ago. So you're making the whole UK population believe a certain narrative, and then YouTube and Google, or whatever you want to call it, is, oh, well, you're spreading false information. No, we're spreading the truth. If you go onto all these websites, the government website, that you don't have to wear a mask if you're exempt. Then you've got shops, oh, you have to wear a mask. Well, no, I don't. The government guidelines, if you're exempt, you don't have to wear a mask, or show a lanyard, or prove you're exempt.
That's right.
But then shops took it on themselves to say, no, we're doing this. I mean, it's company policy. I mean, where I work, the job that you have to wear a mask on company site is company policy.
Yeah.
But no one's refused to wear a mask, because if you do, you're probably out of a job, because you refuse to do what you're told by your employer.
Yeah.
Like Tesco, Asda's, Morrison, Sainsbury's, all the big 5, all their staff have been told by somebody to do their job.
Yeah.
You can't say, I'm not doing that job because you'll be out the fucking door. It's a company.
Yeah, the problem is with that is that is obviously a breach of the Equalities Act as well in and of itself. I think the problem is that people are, especially now, they're actually just more afraid of losing their job and losing their income than they are of losing that particular right.
Yeah,
do you know what I mean?
I totally agree. I mean,
go on.
I mean, I've been quite lucky because I've worked all the way through the pandemic, so I haven't got the worries of not having any money every month. But it's to me as a person, it's getting me down, not being able to go out and do what I normally do, like go to my mate's house, go to the pub and see my mates in the pub. It's basically I go to work, leave work, come home and sit in my house. That's what I'm doing, and I've got money in the bank. I can go off and do stuff. So then people who have lost their jobs have got worries about paying mortgages, paying the bills. I mean, people, if you smoke or drink or even buying food, that's going to stress you out more than I am. And I'm stressed myself, not being able to go back to like my normal life.
Yeah.
So I feel for the people who can't do that. And like, I mean, I've watched it for quite a while, like the mental health issues. I mean, I haven't got mental health issues, but I'm getting wound up. So I don't know what it's like for these people who actually have got these issues. I'm not a doctor. I mean, I don't know much about mental health, but I can see how it's going to impact them a hell of a lot more than it does me, and it's impacted me.
Yeah.
As a normal, I'd say sane person, but you understand what I'm getting at. I've got no health issues, no like mental health issues, and I'm not like a normal person, I'd say. But I can see how it's going to impact the people who have got these issues, can't afford to pay the rent, can't afford to pay the mortgage, can't afford to buy food. I mean, a lot of people's vices is what? Having a drink of the week, you go to work, week at work, weekend comes, have go to a pub, couple of pints with your mates, and you chill out with your mates, or you smoke. And taking that away from people it's hard. And I don't know, it's just the world's gone to shit, I think. It's never going to change. I mean, I was watching Jamie's live stream was it last night?
Yeah.
And he was on, what was he on about? I think now, I lost it. About the lockdowns. They're going to last forever. Because every time we come out of lockdown, the R rate goes up, back in lockdown. Up, out of lockdown, in lockdown, out of lockdown, in lockdown.
Well, it's like getting a hose, isn't it, and putting a kink in a hose. Okay, it might slow the rate that's coming out at the end, but as soon as you let go, that build up of pressure is just gonna burst through. So and it just that's common sense. It's not science. It's common fucking sense.
I mean, what people, like Crinkle don't really understand is we're in the flu season anyway, and the flu, it takes lives. That's what it does. I mean, COVID, from what I've understood of it, is a form of the flu, but a higher strain of the flu, more infection rates, and it's worse for you. But it's still the same to me as a flu.
Yeah. And
your body has to fight that flu off. And one about this, the vaccine, it's going to be, it don't work on the COVID, because every year you get a flu vaccine, and it changes every year, and they modify the vaccine every single year.
Well,
it's always.
The normal flu vaccine. The normal flu vaccine has somewhere between 5 and 8 strains of coronavirus in it. Okay. Yeah. Because, as you say quite rightly, the strain changes every year, and you'll probably have slightly different ones in different places. So they have to have a selection that goes into that jab, and as quite rightly, if things are mutating now on COVID-19, if they're mutating now and they're giving everybody a vaccine now, in 6 months' time, there's going to be 2 or 3 more variants. In a year's time, there could be 7 or 8 more variants. So a vaccine is never going to cure people and return things back to normal. It can't.
But it's not a cure anyway. I mean, from what I've understood of it, it's to make the symptoms less. So if you do get it, you won't feel it as much.
Yeah.
But a normal person, like let's say the flu, because that's what I'm going to go on. Last 10 years, people get the flu at Christmas time and in the summer, because that's when they happen. You feel crap for a few days, 3 or 4 days, and then you're better. I mean, the last thing you want to do is go out your house when you've got the flu.
Yeah.
So them saying if you've got COVID, stay at home. You would anyway with the normal flu. If you're feeling unwell, you'll stay in your house. You won't go around Tesco, Morrison's, Asda's shopping because you feel like crap. So you'd stay in your house and recover.
Yeah.
Drink loads of water. I mean, I drink loads of water and probably sleep if I get ill. A couple of days later, you're feeling fine. You go back to work. You ring up work. I'm not going in today. Why? Oh, I've got a cough. What do you get? You fucking girl, get to work. Yeah. Now you can't go to work because you might kill people. So it's sort of weird how it's changed over the years. Like, even employees, oh, no, you get to work, you lazy sod, you're lying. You've already got a cough. Now you've got a cough and you could kill all your workmates. It doesn't sort of make sense to me.
Yeah.
Anyway, nice speaking, Danny. I'll let you another caller come on because I think I've plugged the reds.
No, well, I'm actually, so the caller who's trying to get through now, I'm actually going to turn off the Skype for a moment while we do the giveaway. So we've got this camcorder to give away, and then we'll come back to the phone lines afterwards. But thank you for calling in. Much appreciated. And
I've been watching channel for quite a while. I mean, I like the way you sort of make, how can I put it? You bring the police to light, should I say, in the nicest possible way. Anyway, all the best, mate. Anyway,
all I try and do is collect all of the stories that I can from around the country. In places where some of these stories wouldn't get out to most people that watch this channel normally. So I get them, I put them all in one place. And I just try and make it easier for people to realise just how bad some of these people are.
Well, it's the double standards. That's what I like about it. I mean, you sort of show the double standards. If any normal person did what half the coppers did, they'd be banged up. Coppers get away with it. I'm not saying all coppers are bad, but certain ones are. I mean, one bad apple. I mean, it's like in society, you might get one person who's a complete fucking idiot, and the rest of them are all right. It's like coppers, one's a complete fucking idiot, the rest of them are all right. Anyway, thank you very much, Sam, for your time.
No worries.
Probably speak to you again.
No problem. I'll speak to you again soon.
All right, mate. Bye.
All right. Bye now. Right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get back onto this one. Caller who's trying to call through, please bear with me because we've got a camera to give away. So this is what we're going to do. So let me explain the rules first of all, guys. Now, the rules are, I'm going to post a link in the comments. Now that link is going to go to a video, and that video is going to be the video that we've just played for Frank. Okay. So what you need to do is, once I put the link in the comments, I'll give you 2 or 3 minutes. All you need to do is go over to that video. So you click on the link, you go to the other video. In the comments, you don't need to watch the whole video or listen to the video or anything like that. Just go to the page, and in the comments, you type your username. So whatever your username is on YouTube, so whether it's Sad But Mad Lad, then you type Sad But Mad Lad. If it's Miss Angela, you type Miss Angela. If it's Stacey Lou or Petrol Head, you type Stacey Lou or Petrol Head. Don't put anything else in the comments. Don't say, hi, it's me, or I hope I win. Don't put any of that. Just simply type whatever your username is here on YouTube. Then once you've done, only do it once as well, please, guys, okay? Because I want to make this fair. If I see that the person who's won has put in more than one comment, then I'll come back and we'll pick somebody else. So only one comment per person, okay, which is to make it fair. I'll give you 2 or 3 minutes to go over and do that. I'll post the link in just 1 second. You go over to the video, type your username in the comments, and then come back. Only type it once, and don't put anything else in the comment. I will, as I say, I'll give it about 2 or 3 minutes. Once that time is up, I will then use a website which picks comments randomly from the comments on a particular video, and I will show you that on camera as well, so you will see me pick live the winner, and whoever that winner is going to get this camera, and it's that simple. So is everybody ready? Top of Truthio, it's fine. You'll have a few minutes to do it. So is everybody ready? Give me a yes or a thumbs up. Either will do. Right, I've got to try and find the program I used to use. There it is. Right, let me get the link for you guys. Okay, honestly, whoever it is that's trying to call through, I'm not taking calls at the moment, so please just bear with me. Right, shareable link. Okay, guys, ready? I'm going to keep posting the comment in. I'm going to keep posting the link for the 2 or 3 minutes. Just going to bring up a timer so I can time it as well. Right, caller, whoever's trying to call, honestly, I can't take any calls at the moment. Right, ready? There you go. There is the link. Head on over to that video. Type your username only and only once. You don't have to listen to the video. You don't have to watch the video. It's simply being used for this only, for this competition giveaway only. Bloody hell, 73 comments already. That's more than 1 comment per second. Keep going, guys. What doesn't work, Richard? Yes, there are some fast fingers in here, Stacey, yeah. Yes, that's the one, Silent Tavern. There's the link again. Tony Gibbons, all you need to do is click that link I've just posted, go over to that video. In the comments of that video, type your username. So your username is Tony Gibbings, so you would type Tony Gibbings, nothing more, nothing less, nothing in between. You type it, submit the comment, then come back here, and that is all you need to do. Any chocolate being sent with the camera? I'm afraid not. Any chocolate comes into my grasp won't leave my grasp. How are we doing for comments? 113 comments. Okay, guys, 40 seconds left. How you doing, Plains Stevie? So, yet again, there's the link. Say hello, Slave Wendy. Slave Wendy, hello. So that was the link, and we'll stick it again. We've got 20 seconds remaining, guys. Click that link, get on over to that video. In the comments, simply write your username. So whatever your username is, you write that. Nothing more, nothing less. And then come back here once you've submitted that comment. 5 seconds remaining. I gave you a few extra seconds. Right, okay, so Get shareable link. Oh, hang on, let's get that first. Copy. No, that's not right. That's the button I want. Paste and go. Desktop. Okay. And now we need the link from the video, which is there. Get shareable link. Got. Okay, folks. Now I'm gonna do this all live. So you can see everything that's going on. Okay, can you hear me, folks? Can you still hear me? Yeah, lovely job. Right, okay, so I've taken the link to the Frank video. And that's it pasted in. Okay. Get YouTube comments. 130 comments. Now we start raffle and pick a random winner. Now, as I've said, guys, if the winner has more than one comment on that video, and I will double check, if the winner has more than one comment on that video, or the comment is more than just their username, then that person unfortunately will forfeit and it will go to somebody else. We'll have to pick somebody else. Okay, so are you ready? Here we go. Gary Martin. Gary Martin, are you here? Gary Martin, there you are. Congratulations, Gary. You've just won yourself digital camcorder. Well done. Gary, what I need you to do is I need you to email me at policeabusingpowers@gmail.com. If you can you, well, not if you can, I'm going to need you to do it because I need to kind of prove that it was you. I need you to go into, let me do this myself. I need you to go into your YouTube dashboard. Okay, so what you would do is up in the top right hand corner there's a little picture, or there's a little symbol with your initials in. You click on that and you go to channel dashboard, and once you're in your channel dashboard, just take a screenshot so I can see the top of your page shows that it's you who's logged in here. Okay, so if you can do that and send me a picture of that to policeabusingpowers@gmail.com, and also send me your address. Right, Gary, up in the let me see if I can do it this way. Hang on, hold on 1 second. Oh, what's the right button? There we go. And let's make that bigger. Oh, goodness me. Right, what you do, Gary, is up in the top right hand corner of your YouTube a page. So once you log into YouTube up here, and it will say GM. Okay, click on that. Oh, let me go over it. You click on that, and in here it will say YouTube Studio. Click on that. And then once the page has loaded, in the top left, it will show you logged in here, okay, with your name. And that's what I need from you. I need an image of that to show that it's your account. And then you just email that picture to me, and with your address, and that camcorder will be sent off to you tomorrow or Tuesday. If you're having a problem, if you're still not sure what I mean, then email me anyway and let me know if you have any issues getting that image over to me. So there we go. Right, guys, I've got to go and take a tablet because I'm getting a bit of a headache. So let me just go and grab a tablet quickly, paracetamol, and I'll be back in just a couple of shakes of a dog's tail. So don't go anywhere, and I'll be right back. back. What's going on here? Well, there's a lot of people having their comments censored, and when I say censored, I don't mean in a bad way. I've said before, if you don't like somebody in the chat and you don't like what somebody's saying, ignore it. The more you retaliate, the more they're gonna retaliate, and then eventually it's going to be classed as targeted against each other, and people are going to get booted. So please, if you don't like what somebody has to say, just ignore it and speak to somebody else. Stacey, I think Dee Dee has dealt with those. But my apologies that you're having to put up with people mocking mental health. It's one thing that I don't agree with that kind of shit, and I won't have it. So let's just not go down that route, guys. Right, okay. Ellen Ripley. I mean, let's be fair. If you think that I don't know that you're crinkle, then you must have a really low opinion of me. Crinkle's here. Crinkle's in the comments. Ellen Ripley was the name Crinkle was using on Civil Disobedience's channel the other day. So, at least change your name to something else, for God's sake. I'm not that fucking soft in the head. Right. Brummy, if you want to try and call through, then by all means. I do. Well, we've got some calls coming through now that I need to get to. So.
I can make up a J like the Ryan's belt in that, but I can. Fucking over there,
That's real soft. Yeah.
the Ryan's belt, those fucking cluster
Really?
underneath
The
it.
two down,
Then
and
that
then
what?
yeah.
Yeah. It's like a fucked up J, but it's a J.
Yeah, a forward J. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Who's that?
Hello. It's Ken Knaff.
It's who?
Ken.
Ken. How you doing, Ken?
All right, Ken. I was just wondering, Dan, do you believe in aliens?
I'm here. Don't worry. I don't know. I don't believe that we're the only things that could exist in space. I don't believe that we're the only things that could exist in space. So I suppose that there must be some other life somewhere.
And do you believe God is a dog?
God is a dog. I don't believe in God.
Right. Do you get this white moss on your foreskin? Because I've been getting a lot of like this white stuff under my foreskin.
Well, what you want to do is you want to have a word with your missus and tell her to stop letting other people shag her. Hello, good evening and welcome.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello, who's this?
Oh, this is your sorry, I'm just moving away from from the TV. This is your long lost admirer.
My long lost admirer. I wasn't.
Yeah.
I wasn't aware I'd lost any admirers.
Oh, I've been trying to get through to you for weeks.
Have you?
Yeah, I love you, Dan.
Well, I apologise that you've not been able to get through. It does get a little bit busy sometimes.
I'm sorry. It's all the DDs, and much that I love DD, don't get me wrong, but everybody seems to beat me to it. It's Psycho's Mrs. Darling.
Hello there. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Jolly good.
It's all right. Roger's listening on the.
He recognises your voice. He's just said it's my missus.
He knows who it is.
Well, Psycho's missus, I can mute this so they can't hear it, you know.
I just wanted to phone in and say I love everything you do.
Thank you.
I know the fact that you care for everybody and you put them first above yourself a lot of times, and it is difficult dealing with mental health issues. And yeah, just a big congratulations on the numbers.
It's good. I'm glad. I'm glad we've got to where we've got. Somebody else is even happier because they've just won a camcorder. But yeah, I'm really pleased that the channel is growing. I know people say not to concentrate on the numbers, and I don't necessarily concentrate on the numbers, but it's nice to reach milestones, I think, and it gives you a little boost to keep going. So I'm pleased. I'm pleased.
No, we both love what you do. Seriously, I was going to phone up and say it's your 0898 number returning your missed call.
I don't mind. I'd let people take the piss out of me. It's fine.
No. I love what you do and everything. And I just wanted to say a big hi to the community. You know, we love your lives, your the information you put out, everything. It's absolutely fabulous, and long may you continue.
I hope so. Hopefully. I mean, I've got a busy week this week. But with the problem with taking time off is that things build up. You know, it's like when I'm doing the videos, all of my personal stuff builds up, and then I've got to stop and do all of that. But then whilst I'm doing that, all of this builds up, and I've actually got 28 stories that I need to catch up on now, and I can't do 28 in a day. So tomorrow I'm going to try and get 10 or 12 out, and I'm just going to be playing catch up on myself all week because I don't like missing things. You know, I don't like leaving things out. So I probably do too much, but you know.
You put too much on yourself.
Needs must.
You do. You put too much on yourself. We don't expect anything from you. If you don't put anything out, then that's because you've got other things going on in your life. And we all appreciate that you have a life. And you need to appreciate that as well sometimes. Stop apologising to us all for not living up to your high standards. We don't expect it, darling. We really don't.
So I genuinely, I feel like people are, maybe, I don't know if it's being a bit big-headed or whatever, but I genuinely sometimes feel that there's people expecting a video to go out on a certain time, or if I miss a day, and I know that people are thinking, oh, there's going to be some videos from Dan tonight, and I feel bad when I don't put any out. Does that make sense?
It does. It does entirely. But I tell you what, most people are fearing, if nothing comes out from you, is that you're having a bad day. That's right. The only thing we fear, because we all care for you. But stop setting your expectations on yourself so high. It's not necessary. You're doing a great job. and you're there for other people like Frank. I missed his story the other night. I'd gone to bed. But you're there for everyone. And we love that. We love you for that.
Well, I've said before, growing up, I was an absolute arsehole. Genuinely, I was a horrible, horrible person. I had a chip on my shoulder, that was like that big. And I'd done some horrible things, and I said horrible things, and I acted in bad ways. And as I've grown older, and especially as like this, the mental health has got worse over the years. It's made me realise a lot about myself, and it's made me realise how bad I've potentially made other people feel, for example. And I'm not trying. Do you know what I mean? I'm not trying to redeem myself, for what I've done in the past and what I've been like in the past. But I think that because I can now understand, I just feel like I can put some of that to good use now, if that makes sense. When it comes to like the mental health side of things, and being an ear for somebody to bend and whatnot. And to be fair, that wasn't going to be anything to do with the channel. Channel was not meant to have anything to do with that kind of thing going on. But when I realised how the police abusing their powers and this whole COVID thing is affecting people's mental health as well, it's just made me think to myself, well, there's people that genuinely need somebody to talk to, even if it's just to let off steam.
But you've let the channel progress. It's become what it's become because you've let it progress.
Yeah.
It's dealt with the current situation. It's helped those that have needed somebody to talk to. And you have been there for them. And like I say, Dan, we all love you, and I just wanted to let you know.
That's much appreciated. And was it an email I got from you the other day? I think it was an email.
Don't take it anything in there the wrong way.
No. To be honest, I've sort of skim read loads of emails, and I'm trying to catch up on them all now by going through them all properly. So I just want you to know that I have seen there's an email there, and I will get to it and reply to it as soon as I can.
No, don't worry, darling, don't worry. It was just something I thought that may help you. But it's not a story I want to particularly share with everyone.
Yeah.
That it's my story. Why I want to reveal my life to you, I do not know.
Not do I. But you're not the only one. I don't know what it. I think it's because people know I'm not going to say anything to other people. I've had some conversations with people, some private and personal conversations with people. And I mean, I'd never, I wouldn't even say who those conversations were with. Never mind what the content was. But I think people know that through what I do with regards to outing people that do bad things. I think they know that I wouldn't do bad to them, if that makes sense, or at least I certainly wouldn't do it intentionally.
We are all the same in that if something's told us in confidence, we tend to try and keep it to ourselves. I've dealt with my own problems. I've dealt with my daughter's problems and other people around me.
Yeah.
I have always been there if anybody needed someone to talk to, someone to listen. So I know how special your role is to everybody in the community that just needs someone to listen to them.
Yeah.
The likes of Frank tonight, everybody else. You're doing a grand job, and I'll let somebody phone in. And if it's Crinkle, I've got an iron. Because he needs to learn.
Old Crinkle Sack. I don't even know why I started calling him that, to be honest. I think it's because sacks just look crinkled, don't they?
Dan, I'll let somebody else call in now.
No
I'm going to
worries.
go back and see what the comments are saying about me.
Oh, you don't? No, don't. I'm only joking. Don't worry.
I don't care.
Roger's
I don't
keeping
care.
an eye on things.
I've been told I should do an 0898 number. So next, you've got my number now. If you want to know what I'm wearing, just give me a call.
Shh, don't. It'll be asking me for your number.
You take care, my love.
You too.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye. Hello, good evening and welcome.
Oh, all right, Dan, bear with me. Let me just turn that down. It's Brummy, mate.
Hello there, how are you?
All right, bud. One thing really first before we start on, obviously, the ambulance service, what I can sort of tell you
Yeah.
that I'm allowed to say.
Okay.
But the other thing was earlier on when you were speaking to the first caller, I think it was, about this monkey and all this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Well, I've had my nephew with me the weekend because one of his classmates had been tested positive, or one of his family, so they had to isolate. Well, he isolated with me, and I was asking him questions like normal questions, like I don't know who Winston Churchill was, for argument's sake, and he didn't know, but he knew who the young girl that got shot. He knew all about her.
Right.
He knew all about Hitler, and it's like, where is, the English history being taught to our children? I literally sat there for a whole day and teached him about, Winston Churchill, about the monarchy of England, because he didn't know. He's only in primary school, fair enough, but when I was in primary school, we did the English history, It's all about, the not being racist, but it's all about the Islam, and it's all about it's all about that sort of, like, with that young girl who got shot. It was sad to hear about it. It was horrible to hear about it. As a young child has been shot. But they also need to teach our children about English history, because it's not being taught.
Well, of course, it's what's moulded society. It's what's moulded the culture of this country, isn't it? And to dismiss it is absolutely wrong. I mean, it's like, for example, okay, there are some differences, but it's like, for example, I don't know, let's just use, because you've said it, it's like Germany not teaching people about Hitler.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay.
But our English children are being taught about Hitler.
Yeah, and obviously, people, everything in history has led to where we are now. Okay, and by ignoring it or hiding it is, as I've said before, as I said earlier, it doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything to help, because when people forget about something, they tend to go and make those same mistakes again. I think, and this has been seen throughout, through history, before when things have I say been forgotten about, when things aren't spoken about and it's put to the back of your mind, and that it's not thought about, and people end up making mistakes that have been made in the past, when if you understand what the history behind certain topics actually is. For example, the statue that got pulled down in Birmingham. Now I can't remember the name of the guy, but apparently, from what I read, the guy contributed to hospitals and schools in the area, and actually had some built. So okay, he was apparently.
But no one knows that. They just see a statue and think, we'll attack it, because
this
that's
is what
going
I
to
mean.
make the biggest impact, isn't it? It's going to.
Yeah.
If they pull a statue down, it's all over the news. They've got all the bulletins that they want. For what? There's.
Yeah, I mean, imagine, I've done some bad things in my past. I always put my hands up to it, and I'm pretty sure that if anybody was still alive now that had slaves 100 years ago or whatever, I'm sure if they were still around today, they'd put their hands up and say, do you know what? I can't believe I've done that. I don't believe any of them would turn around and go, shut up, I want more. They're going to go, why did I do that? It was, it's ridiculous. But people are attacking people based on the past, rather than rather than what, based on the bad things of their past rather than the good things that they've actually contributed to. And we should understand and learn about all of it. As you say, you're absolutely right. But had people, rather than just being told that guy was, just built some hospitals and some schools, if people were actually told the full story and said, well, this guy was a slave owner, which is wrong, obviously, clearly.
Yeah.
He did, however, towards the end of his life, go on and put any of his, all of his money or whatever it was into building schools for everybody. It wasn't just for white people, his schools that he built, it was for everybody. And so it was almost as though he tried to make amends for what he'd done earlier on in life, if that makes sense.
That's it, ain't it?
But they don't bring that up. It's just the bad things about it.
And that's, like I say, that gives them what's it called to be able to say, yeah, it was right to do it because, he drove the slave labour and he drove that. But like you say, you don't mention him building the schools, the hospitals, helping to get the medical centres up and running.
Yeah.
It's all about he had slaves and that was it. It's like, like I'm not racist and I'm far from it. But it shouldn't be Black Lives Matter. It should be all lives matter. I'll probably get some stick in the comments.
Well,
but
I'll get some stick as well because I agree with that. I totally agree.
It doesn't matter whether you're black, white, blue, pink, green, orange, purple, black. We all, excuse the French now, but we all piss, we all shit, and we all bleed the same.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who you are, what you are, where you're from, if you're from a rich background or a poor background, doesn't matter because material is just material. Like I say, we all piss, shit, and bleed. Exactly the same. So, but no, I just thought I'd bring that up, and then obviously, if you want me to, I can quickly talk to you briefly about obviously what training I had through the COVID pandemic from the ambulance service and also from my charity work, because I think you'll be quite shocked at the actual training between both of them.
I'd definitely be interested. To be fair, I'd definitely be interested to hear from your point of view from somebody who was who was working for the ambulance service or involved with the ambulance service, and what and what your perspective is. Again, I don't, and I don't know what you're going to say, obviously, but regardless to what it is, I fully understand that everybody's views are different, and if you came, at me now with, your belief in the COVID and that you've seen this, that, and the other, and all the rest of it, I'd fully respect everything you've got to say, as I think anyway.
I know that.
But I'm genuinely interested to hear.
Look, obviously, I can speak about it, but I can't speak patient-wise, if that makes sense.
Of course,
so if I'm talking about a patient, it'll be patient X, or because if someone does hear this or get wind of this,
of course,
then it's issues that I could face myself because of obviously patient confidentiality and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
But obviously, I wasn't a paramedic. I'll just state that straight away. I worked for the non-emergency transport. Now, not many people probably know what that is, but it's obviously, it reduces the ambulances being able to, we were transferring, within the first pandemic, we were transferring 80% of COVID positive patients.
Okay.
Now, at the start of the pandemic, we were transferring confirmed COVID patients without any PPE.
Right.
Now, this has been in the news. I know this has been in the news that they were struggling with aprons, masks, gloves, but we didn't have the essentials. We didn't have sanitizer. We literally had to go out and buy sanitizer. If you wanted to use sanitizer at work, you would have to go out and buy sanitizer yourself, because all the PPE that was able to be given was given to frontline crews, which the paramedics, the doctors, the nurses, them lot.
Yeah.
Because we were a department within the ambulance service that would fund, believe it or not, fund the frontline crews. So all our work would fund the frontline crews.
Right.
So I wasn't driving on blue lights. I wasn't,
So
but we were in.
So is yours like yours is the patient transport in that
Patient
respect,
transport
is it? Yeah.
service, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so these are like some of them, the ones that I've seen are like mini buses with
That's
all the
it. So
windows
it's a
down the
wide-
sides, but they're
That's it.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, within the, obviously, as you can tell from the name, I'm from the West Midlands. From the West Midlands, it was the white ambulances. It says ambulances down the side. It's got West Midlands ambulance across the top. It shows an ambulance. We were taking stretcher patients. We were taking patients in wheelchairs. We were taking, normal day-to-day running would normally have been dialysis and cancer patients.
Right.
But obviously, then during the pandemic, the dialysis and the cancer patients was very, very far and few between. If they wanted dialysis, then sometimes they would try and have to find their own way because we were busy conveying COVID patients either to hospital, hospital to home, home to hospital, and we were doing that. But the crazy thing, and this is what I get, like I've been in ICUs, I've been in them sort of environments.
Okay.
And the doctors and nurses was in the full space gear, what I call the bomb disposal suit. So it's the full, shebang with all the oxygen tanks.
Yeah, I saw some of them on the news the other day, actually.
Yeah, so
first time I've seen them on there as well, by the way.
Yeah. So the frontline paramedics will have that. They'll have the full body suits with the oxygen tanks. We were going into now what the hospitals were calling red zones. So they were the hottest of the hottest COVID.
Okay.
I was going in with my uniform that I would normally wear for work and a pair of gloves if I was lucky. I would then have to try and fight with one of the senior nurses to get an actual mask and some aprons to protect themselves. Now, during the time of working there, yeah, it's what's it called, a professional hazard, but I caught COVID.
Okay.
Now, I caught it, and I do believe, this virus is real. It is, but it's not as well because it's like the flu, and if you haven't got any respiratory problems, so you haven't got any underlying medical conditions, if you're fit enough and healthy enough to fight off the flu,
yeah,
then majority of time you're going to be able to fight off COVID. Now, if you look at the numbers within hospital as well, like I've still got mates that work in the ambulance, and they are telling me that yes, they're taking COVID patients, but they're not taking them from hospital to hospital. They're taking COVID patients from hospital to home.
Yeah.
Now, when we took a COVID patient home, it was the case of, right, everyone's got to isolate. The patient has definitely got to isolate. And the amount of times I had patients and families turn around to me and go, I ain't isolating. So it's like you're trying to tell them to isolate, but they're not gonna, you know. And this was the biggest issue in the first wave. Now the second wave's come along, and I no longer work for the ambulance service. I got struck off because of mental health, which I will tell you that story another time. But obviously, I'm not doing it to badmouth the NHS. I'm not doing it to, but I'm just trying to make people aware of, what your people, and we were on minimum. I was just under minimum wage, right, and I was taking COVID-19 patients, which it didn't bother me because I chose that job.
Yeah,
no one forced me to do that job. I chose to do it. and that was my choice. And I knew at some point I would have to deal with an incident like this, or I would have to deal with. I dealt with patients with HIV. I've dealt with them all. But the difference between the actual NHS and St John's Ambulance, which I also volunteer for,
Okay.
I had to do 3 online courses with St John's, and I had to do face-to-face, not exam as such, but a face-to-face talk, so I knew, to the silly things of how to remove your mask properly, how to remove your gloves properly, how to remove your apron, because normally people will just rip the mask off, and then if you've got any saliva or any bacteria or anything in the mouth, if you just rip it off, it's going on you anyway, and it's going on services around you. So there were certain ways that we were shown, but with the ambulance service, we weren't shown nothing. It was a case of, there's your computer for the day, there's your patients you've got to pick up. If we get any, not urgent calls, but what we would call quick responses, so we had to be within there a certain time to get that patient out of our hospital, either home or to another hospital. Well, then it was a case of that there was no additional training, no one was taught, how to deal with the COVID patients. Now, I can't talk for the frontline crews, obviously. I can only talk about what I experienced. But like I say, and I still now suffer. Like, when I wake up in the morning, I'm really out of breath, I could run up the stairs, I could be absolutely fine.
Yeah.
Now I'm running up the stairs and I'm gasping for air at the top, so...
Well,
some...
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, there is some sort of, obviously, lasting effect that it's had on me, because I've never had to deal with that. It's like, I would call it it's a sign of asthma, because you struggle for breath, you struggle, but no one will do anything, because you've had, you've had COVID, and you've now got long-lasting COVID, which...
Well, I've had bloody hell, what's it called? Oh my God, why can't I think what it's called? Oh my goodness, why can't I bloody think of the name? Pneumonia. There we go.
Pneumonia.
I've had pneumonia. Now, since I had pneumonia, I've since suffered with what's called dyspnea. I think it's called dyspnea, which is where suddenly you can just feel out of breath for no reason at all.
Yeah.
You'd be sitting there, just doing normal stuff, and then all of a sudden it's almost as if you've not breathed for about 60 seconds, and all of a sudden you have to start taking deep breaths just for no reason at all. And it is a shortness of breath, but it's a sudden shortness of breath for no reason. I don't have to be walking up a stairs or after I've just jogged down the road. It could be when I get into bed. I could be sitting here, for example, and all of a sudden I need to breathe deeply to get some more air inside me, and apparently that is one of the effects of having the pneumonia that I had, to do with scarring on the lungs and things like that. Which, yes,
and that's what COVID does now. It scars your lungs, don't it? And like I said, if you haven't got respiratory problems, or you haven't got any underlying medical conditions, like your last caller said, if you feel ill anyway, if you're that ill, you ain't going to leave the house. So you don't need to be told not to leave the house. If you're feeling that bad, you ain't going to leave the house.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
That's the simple fact. It's like, I'm going to sound very contradicted now, but I don't wear a mask. I won't wear a mask when I go out shopping. I suffer with anxiety, suffer with, that sort of stuff. So I won't wear a mask, but then I get the looks. And I seen a bloke in Morrison's, because I went to Morrison's the other day, and he was having a go at me saying, "Why aren't you wearing a mask?" And I said to him, can we have a civil conversation? I says, I suffer with anxiety, I'm not going to wear it. I said, but you do realise that the masks have been scientifically proven they're not doing anything. Yeah. Because after the first 10 minutes of you wearing the mask, you've already, opened the mask to the virus anyway, because and you're also then breathing in the same crappy air. So you're gonna cause yourself more problems. And
excuse me.
In the long run, I say 5-6 years, the NHS is going to be overrun again, but due to respiratory problems because of people wearing. Now, I'm not telling anyone not to wear a mask; it's their choice to wear it. But it is scientifically proven that the masks don't help. The only mask that actually helps is the FP3. Now, that's the mask that you would normally see CSI wearing, the big, white, clunky thing. And that's called an FP3. That would protect you. But your basic surgical masks, they're not doing anything because you've got gaps on either side. You've also got, when you take it off, like I said, you're not taking it off, both loops at the time. You just rip it off one side. And there you go. If you did have any of the bacteria, any of the virus in, you've just airborne, you've just airborne it, you've put it on your sides, or because obviously people will wear the masks again and again and again. So after 10 minutes of wearing a surgical mask, you're supposed to remove it anyway. You're supposed to change it.
Well, I've got this, for some reason, I've got this thing in my head that plays out, right? And that is that the government are actually waiting, because you were saying about COVID patients or people that had been verified as having COVID being taken home. Now, I've just got this thing in my head playing out that the government actually want somebody to die at home of COVID rather than in hospitals, because then they're going to turn around and say, they're going to turn around and say, look, it's so much more serious now. People start,
but
people
they're not
going
to say the fact that patient was in hospital and that patient has been taken home. It's just going to be all patient dies at home all of a sudden and has a positive test. Like the other thing we had to deal with was DNAR, which is a do not attempt to resuscitate.
Mm-hmm.
Now, every COVID patient, whether that patient was, for argument's sake, he was 18 or he was 82, if they had a COVID test positive while in hospital, a DNAR was signed and it was put on them.
Yeah.
So we would take patients home, and obviously then I had to tell family members that this patient now has a DNAR, and they're like, what's a DNAR? And I said, well, it's a do not attempt resuscitation.
Right.
So if anything happened while they were being transported or they were in hospital, they would not do resuscitation.
Got to let them go,
and they would just let them as peaceful as they possibly can, let them just pass away. But family members wasn't informed about this, and the amount of family members I had to explain what was going on, because I was that kind of person that I actually cared. I actually, give a damn about the job that I was doing. I explained to them, and they're like, well, no one's said anything. And then the patients have even turned around to us as well and says, no one's said, I've got this. You know, so doctors and the consultants were just signing on just to say, yeah, there you go. And the amount of people I said, well, just get in touch with the hospital and get it removed, because if they've got it in place, there's nothing we can do at the end of the day as medical professionals. If they've got a DNR in place, we can't, you know, resuscitate. There's no power that we can do to do that, even if they turn around and say, well, we never asked for it. But
No,
it's been signed.
and you'd actually get into trouble as well if you did resuscitate them, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
It's a bit like my sister, or one of my sisters runs, or she used to run a care home back down south. Now, she'd worked in care homes for a long time, and she said to me many times about the fact that if there was a fire, the bedridden residents had to be left behind. They were not allowed to try and save the lives of bedridden patients because it would put their life at risk. Okay. Now, anybody with any ounce of anything about them would never just walk out of a care home and leave bedridden patients to burn to death.
And if you do, you're in the wrong job.
Yeah, totally agree with you.
That, you know, that is the icing on the cake. At the end of the day, if you do that to a resident that you're looking after, then go and find, in my eyes, go and find another job. You know, you've got to have some sort of care. You've got to have some sort of compassion doing, you know, care work and doing that sort of, you know.
It's sickening, as I say. I mean, so I get where you're coming from with the do not resuscitates. You can be in a lot of trouble if you do. As I say, it's the same thing with regards to the care homes, although it's, you know, and I suppose it is just as bad having to watch somebody die as it is walking out on somebody knowing they're going to die, you know, and I couldn't imagine anybody, you know, in their right mind really just doing that without attempting, because you have it's a natural instinct to save somebody, isn't it? So you've genuinely got to have something missing like a heart if you're happy to just let somebody die. You know, so
I had to go to coroner court because I wasn't at work at the time. I was out shopping and someone collapsed in front of me. They had a cardiac arrest in front of me. So with my training that I've been given, I've started jumping on the chest, you know, and doing CPR. And the granddaughter who was with her was shouting at me. She's got a DNAR in place. Now, I can't say that as face value. If they haven't got it with them and I can see a hard copy of it, I'm going to do what I can do to try and save that person. Well, because she was shouting, but because she was shouting at me that she's got a DNAR, they took me to coroner's court to say that we were telling him, and I said to the judge, I said, I'm not being disrespectful here, but I don't know if that young girl's got power of attorney, and if this lady dies of natural causes, she's going to be a multi-millionaire. Yeah. And the judge looked at me and went, you know what, sir, I've wasted enough of your time, and frankly, they've wasted enough of mine, and just threw it out because I did everything and the lady survived, which, you know, I couldn't, you know, ask for anything better. Yeah. But then when I get the letter to say, oh, we're suing you because we told you she's got a DNA in place, then, you know, it's like, if you've got that in place, then keep it with you at all times. If you have got a DNAR in place, keep it on your person at all times, because then if someone does do anything and does resuscitate, take them to court, you know. But if you haven't got it, medical professionals are just going to carry on doing what they're doing. They'll try and save the life because that's what we're trained to do at the end of the day.
All right. Well, no. The caller's already said that they worked for the ambulance service on the patient transport, not as a paramedic and not as a response doctor. So if you'd like to listen to what's being said rather than bitching in the comments, then maybe you'll understand and hear that.
I don't bother with the comments. I talk to you and that's it. The comments are the comments. At the end of the day, if people do want to try and rip apart my story, then fair enough. I've not come on here and said I'm a consultant at
I know
a big
that.
hospital, and I'm the one that's in charge of the COVID-19 response. I'm not. I've turned around and says I work for the non-patient transport, and this is what I did. And people can take that as they like. If they want to come on and speak about what I've said, happy days. Come on.
All right. Well, I know I've got some more callers trying to get through, Brummy. As always, it's a pleasure speaking with you. Thank you very much for.
And you. And can I just say, well done on your milestone, because you deserve it.
Thank you.
And you deserve 100,000 more, because you're a top guy.
Much appreciated. Thank you.
All right, and you look after yourself.
You too. Speak again soon.
Take care, Dan. Bye-bye. Bye.
Bye. Hello, good evening and welcome.
Yellow.
Hello, who's this?
Hello, it's Ian, mate.
Who?
Ian.
Ian, how you doing, Ian?
Yeah, not too bad, buddy, not too bad.
Good
not
stuff.
Too bad. Yeah, I just wanted to say, right, you know that other caller that was, don't know whether he had too much to drink or what have you, that was going on about, do you believe in God, and you've got white stuff on your skin. You know the one?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know he said about, do you believe in aliens?
Yeah.
Right, well, a lot of them, the things you see, most of them are birds.
Okay.
Right, because, which is actually, if you think about it, is right. The reptile vulture, right, flies at an altitude of 37,000 feet.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think they do, I read it somewhere, they have, like, because they're so high, they have like a natural, it's like a reflective stuff on their feathers. If not, they'll just burn to a crisp, right? And that's why a lot of them reflect the sun. Yeah, and look like, this looks like a flying object. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So
I suppose that makes sense. It
does actually. Yeah, I mean,
I've got to say it's not something I've heard of myself. I don't generally get into the whole alien thing. Do you know what I mean? I don't really sort of look into it all. But I mean, I suppose that, as I say, it kind of makes sense if there's some kind of a bird that's. I mean, even if it's got white feathers, it could look reflective in the right light, couldn't it? But
yeah, well, yeah, that's true. Yeah, but hey, who's going to know?
Well, this is it, isn't it? So we're only going to find out when they show themselves and say, you fucked up this planet we gave you. We want it back.
Well, that's it. I mean, come on. If something's out there and they've been visiting us, they ain't going to come, God knows how many thousand light years, and not turn around and say, "All right, mate, how you doing? Fancy a Barbie?" Are they really?
Yeah, see it, innit?
But no. Anyway, I was going to say, right, old Bill.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is it me, or are they just getting so damn vindictive nowadays?
Well, of course they're vindictive. They believe everybody owes them something for them putting their lives on the line, as they call it. Nobody's forced them into the job. They took the job knowing exactly what it was all about, but yet they expect to have some kind of like we owe them something for them being there.
Yeah, I don't get it. I mean, it's just, no one else turns around and says, "Oh, because I'm doing this job, you have to then bow down at my feet."
Yeah.
I don't think of any other damn job apart from Parliament. Well, a lot of people in Parliament think that, don't they?
Well, I'd say if I saw a copper and a fireman, shouldn't say fireman because it's not PC, but fuck it, fireman.
I'm going for the fireman. I'll leave the copper to burn.
I would go and shake a fireman's hand
So would I.
And I would spend my time with them, because they, as I've said before, they, and ambulance people, but fireman's a bit more of a dangerous job as far as in my opinion, and as far as I'm concerned. They don't go to a job and go, oh, it's an Asian family, let's not bother. Do you know what I mean? For example, and I'm not saying that to be racist before anybody starts on me, but they won't do that. Whereas the police will go, oh, don't like the look of them, or actually that's a Muslim, we better go and help them, and let's get rid of the English white people because that's how it seems to be in some situations. But but as I say,
they done the job. They wanted to do it, and they've all got MPD anyway, narcissistic personality disorder, which I think is actually probably on the damn application form. Okay, tick this box if you've got this. If you ain't got this, you ain't gonna get in anyway.
Yeah.
But
please give an example of when your MPD helped you in a situation, or when you got yourself out of trouble using NPD.
I don't know, but there you go. But I mean, they're arresting you for. I mean, since I've been living in Dorset here, and I moved here in 2010 because I was becoming on their radar, because a lot of the ONS have actually got data on it that people with mental health seem to be on their radar for whatever reason. Okay, well, a lot of people do. Okay, they seem to be sort of like wanting to keep checks on or whatever. So I came up here because I thought I don't want to get into that sort of situation with them. But no, it seems to follow you. It's like a bloody magnet.
Yeah.
And if you're different, like me, I don't go out socialising. So I fill my time up with all sorts of hobbies and all this lot. And because people think, because they're different from anyone else, oh no, that's the wrong thing to do. Yeah. And if old Bill can find the slightest thing, they'll have you for it.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, I've been 2011. I was arrested for, they tried to pin on terrorism, arrested me under Terrorism Act, because I mean I've even got a lot of tutorials on the YouTube for firework tutorials, because I've been doing that for years. And at the time, everything was legal. I mean, I had all the chemicals, I had everything fused and everything. At the time, it's legal, but now it isn't. So they tried to do me on that. Right, the idiots, because I live on Portland in Ireland, the idiots even tried to put bail conditions that I can't go within so many 100 yards of Portland Sailing Academy, because that's where they're having sailing events. And like my sister says, yeah, how the fuck's he going to get home?
So you live in Ireland? Did you say?
Portland. Portland in Dorset.
Oh, sorry, my apologies. Sorry, I thought you said you lived in Ireland.
Oh no, the island. No, I call it. We call it the island because it is still poxy bloody island. It's a massive big hole in the ground.
I got you.
And so, of course, they done all that. They done. Took them literally about 3 months. They done a no further action because bugger all. They gave me all my stuff back, which they really got pissed off for that. They really didn't like it.
Yeah.
And then they decided, September, try and go down the same route. But this time it was make, manufacture explosives to commit an offence.
Okay.
Right? Because somebody took one comment I'd done out of context. Because I was talking about a YouTube documentary I've seen. This was to actually a mental health crisis line, and a documentary I saw on YouTube about how military weaponry has changed from the First World War and what it's going to be in 30 years. So you're going to be talking about a lot of weaponry and bombs and all this, aren't you? Because that's what the military used. They took one thing out. So, of course, they arrested me and all this. They took me down there and spent 36 hours down Weymouth Nick, arseholes. And again, no further action. So this will get you, right? When it was all done, because they took loads of stuff and what have you, and I goes down there on the 4th, December, picks up my stuff, and of course, as you know, the foyer of a police station during opening hours is classed as public space.
Yeah.
So I'd advise everybody, if you're going into a cop station, record, because you can't trust them. And by God, did they hate that.
Yeah, they won't have it. They'll come up with all sorts. Oh, you can't film in here. There's people coming in, even when it's empty. You might capture somebody in here talking about something personal. Well, when they come in, I'll turn it off. Do you know what I mean? There's no one here. Just shut up.
So that's what I was doing. I said, no, sorry, I'm not. Of course, they wanted me to tell them what it was taken, why it was taken. And of course, there's other people. It's quite a small one. I said, no, I'm not going to tell you. Is there any private? Oh no, COVID. Well, what's that got to do with not treating people with respect, like, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And so, of course, I respected people. I wouldn't stop filming. So I said, no, I'll go and step outside. I was doing that quite a while while they were sorting stuff out. And, in the end, I got a dispersal notice dinner for picking this shit up. Only because I was going in and out, because your arms are only big enough to fit so much crap in there anyway, innit?
Yeah.
So I've got a dispersal notice, and since then, because I wanted them to phone me back, because I wanted to speak to the sergeant of the cop shop, right, about I've got it all on my camera, about all the crap they gave me, treat you like you are nothing, right? Don't know why they expect us to respect them when they don't respect us. Goes both ways, doesn't it?
Well, as I say, it's as though they feel that we owe them something for them doing the job that they chose to do. I mean, it'd be different if they was forced into it. You know, I might have some respect for somebody who was forced into a job that they didn't like or didn't want to do, but had to do it, but they did it properly. But for people who choose to go into a career that people know they join simply for the pension and simply for the protection that it offers them, and that's why they join.
The protection, yeah.
So why would you respect somebody that's not joining the job for the right reasons?
To protect the people and to treat them with respect. Yeah, they don't.
Yeah.
No. So no, what I was going to say, of course, because they don't phone you back, do they? So I phone them every 4 days with exactly the same message, right? That I'm waiting for my phone call from Weymouth Sergeant to call me back. Can you pass a message on? Right, and of course they say that, and I keep saying to them, well, okay, what, 4 days is a reasonable length of time, and I'll phone back? Yeah. So of course I've been phoning back every 4 days since December. Right, and twice now they came and arrested me and took me down the neck, and they've held me for 4 hours, bastards.
For what?
Because I've been phoning them up, right? They've been trying to pin on me Communications Act 2003, Section 127,
which is malicious communications. But but you'd have to say something that falls under that umbrella, and just phoning up just to speak to somebody wouldn't fall under that umbrella anyway.
But in there it's got their a person is also found guilty of an offence under the Communications Act if they intend or cause annoyance, inconvenience, or needless anxiety to another. That's what they're trying to pin me on, because I'm phoning up every 4 days saying I haven't received my phone call. Can you pass it on to them?
Right. Let me just interject there for a second. There's a test that the police are supposed to carry out with every incident practically. Okay, and that is a test on basically whether a normal member of the public would feel a certain way about the offence that's been committed. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, if a normal member of the public was asked, if I said to a normal member of the public, right, look, this is a score, you're supposed to phone somebody back, okay, and you haven't done for X amount of time, and then that person tries to call through every 4 days, not every day, not 3 times a day, but every 4 days, and you still refuse to take their call, would you find that harassing or an annoyance? And I think most people would probably turn around and say, well, no, because I should have phoned them back. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, the other thing to remember as well is that the police's levels of everything are meant to be that much higher than the normal member of the public, which is why the swearing at the police situation that people talk about a lot is, it's not that the police can't be a complainant. for a public order offence against them, okay, feeling alarm, harassment and distress. The point is that their level of alarm, harassment and distress must be higher than a normal member of the public, and that goes the same for what you've just said. The law is written out based on the perception of a reasonable, normal member of the public.
That's it, yeah.
So therefore, them arresting you for that, which is probably why they've not charged you with it, but even them arresting you for that, I would suggest is an unlawful arrest.
Oh, I'm keeping notes. I'm keeping tallies on this one because I'm not letting it go. Because I mean, at the end of the day, all right, I expect them to call me back, so I can discuss it with them. And there's no point in me putting in anything and what have you and getting their bloody camera footage because our bloody do you know how long it takes our flaming thing to complete a subject access request? It should take a month.
Yeah, 20 business days.
20 damn weeks.
Okay, which is obviously grounds for a case against them. In fact, it's probably grounds. It's not a criminal case, but it's probably grounds for a civil case against them for breaching the GDPR.
Yeah, the ICO have already given them a good old pasting for it.
Yeah.
Right, because it's just ridiculous, and they're just blaming it on they're blaming it on coronavirus. I thought, oh wow, that seems to be a common excuse nowadays, doesn't it? Blame it on the damn virus, you know. Oh, I'll treat you like a total arsehole. Oh, sorry, mate, it's coronavirus, you know. But so there's no point. So I'm just keeping tallies of it, and yet at the end of the day, I think I know why they're doing it.
Yeah.
Because they're deliberate. If they don't put the phone down on me, they just don't bother. And I think what they're trying to do, and this probably is right, they're trying to goad me so much that I will probably say something on the phone that will incriminate myself, so they can come around and arrest because I've said something on the phone or I threatened someone or what have you.
Yeah.
And I thought, fuck it, I'm not going to give them that bloody satisfaction. I'm going to make them bloody work for it. You know, and if they want to come around here and they're going to arrest me for it, fine. It's their bloody petrol money, isn't it?
This is it.
Yeah.
Madness. But you're right though. I mean, they are vindictive. Again, they hide behind a protection that they've been given, because let's face it, like, there is a protection there when you wear the old blue uniform. And they what's the word I'm looking for? They relish in it. They love it. They love the fact that you can't do, or that it's very difficult for people to do anything about their actions, and they can just abuse that against anybody they like. And
you can't trust them. I mean, I think out of all the emergency services, I think the police are the only ones that will. They're like, well, I know quite a few Jehovah's Witnesses, right? Just where I live, and there's a saying that Jehovah's Witnesses, they'll talk to you but about you when your back's turned. And really and truly, don't know whether that's true or not, I don't, but that's what. But anyway, but the police, they will be your friend, but as soon as they get anything on you, they will seriously breach your confidence, no matter what, as long as they get their damn numbers up.
That's because they're not. That's because they're not there anymore to help you. They're not. No. They come across in that way that they're there to help you, and they're not. All they're there for is to make an arrest. That is it. End of. Whether they arrest the perpetrator or a victim doesn't matter to them, as long as they take somebody back to the station and they can add another tally to the statistics.
Yeah, it's just. But at the end of the day, never make it easy for them. I mean, the first arrest, right? I legged it, right? Because I knew it was a load of bollocks. I legged it because I've got a big decking with a ramp, right? They sent two of them round. This was over all the chemicals and whatever. They sent two of them round, right? And I'm only 5'8", really big bone, larger. You know, I could do with losing about 2-3 stone. But hey, couldn't we all do with losing a few?
You're not wrong.
At the moment. And of course, when your adrenaline's up, you know. So I was giving them a run around. And in the end, I saw my opportunity. I've got me, for some reason, on the old gate, it's padlocked on the outside. So while I fucking, they ended up on the floor, legged it, locked the bastards in. All right, my house was on, locked the bastards in. Right, and of course it's all it's all like a huge big quarry where I am. Yeah, I thought, fuck it, I'm gonna fucking play cat and mouse with them. Because for 40 minutes, right, hiding in the quarry until I heard the chopper, and I thought, bollocks that. I'm fucking there. So I legged it back down. Yeah, I could hear them. Both of them out there flaming tasers, wouldn't they? Right? And I thought, no, it's fine. You know, yeah. And then this second time, they must have thought we're gonna take precautions on this, right? So 4 of the buggers came up, 4 of them, right? As soon as I saw them on the cuff, like, because the first time when the first car, I told him piss off. He didn't have a warrant. He wanted to come and look to see if I had chemicals and that. And I said, you got a warrant? He said, well, no. And I said, well, piss off then. You ain't coming in here, mate.
Yeah.
So, of course, second lot came down. 4 of them came down. Same thing happened. We were dancing around the damn decking, so we've got wrap-around decking, dancing all around there, and then again, I think one of them must have smacked me in the leg with their flaming baton or whatever it is, like, oh, fucking pain, nightmare. So I got down. I ended up going down. The buggers eased up a bit, so I thought, fuck it. Right, got up. Then I tried to leg it. No, they press their we're a snowflake, we can't defend ourselves button on their radio.
Oh yeah,
you know the one,
the
big snowflake one. Yeah, and literally within literally about 4 seconds, 2 cars come up, right, and another 4 come out. And I thought, fuck it, I'm not going to be able to take on these assholes. And it turned out that because I legged this last time, because it's a little cul-de-sac where I am, there was 2 cars waiting on either side of the road at the end. Right? That's how the bastards got here so fucking quick, didn't they? So I thought, yeah, I'm not going to make their lives easy. But, hey, what can we do? They're the ones, at the end of the day, I soon realised now, rather than fighting them, end of the day, they're the ones that have got a bigger stick, haven't they?
Yeah.
So they're always going to win at the end of the day. So, but hey, bit of a bummer. I didn't win that camcorder, man.
My apologies. I don't.
I was hoping for that one.
Earlier on in the life of this channel, we had more to give away, but unfortunately, it's we have to wait until we hit milestones now, and that was the next one. But you know, stay a subscriber, and
I was first to comment and all. I was first to get over there and comment. I was like, "Wait, I'm being first to comment." I thought, "What's up with everyone?" I mean, I haven't even turned a smartphone on, my friend. So I thought, bloody hell, I'm first to comment. But hey, I suppose you're going to be doing a load more giveaways, aren't you?
We will do as time goes on, definitely.
Brilliant.
Yeah, definitely.
I might win something, buddy.
Fingers
anyway,
crossed.
Man. Yeah, well, I'll let you go, and I'll carry on. What do you think? Actually, I do actually look forward to your phone-ins.
I'm glad. Thank you.
The change from the normal mundane week, so to speak.
Well, it's one of the reasons why I started doing it. I mean, I started doing it because I just thought it was a good idea to start doing a live stream and get people to let people get to know me a little bit. But it's the live streams have kind of evolved into this, you know, chat about anything kind of thing, which is great. I love it because, you know, there are people that simply just want to speak to somebody because they've not spoken to anybody for days, you know, and which is why I have this share your story, whistle blow, talk crap, or call me names. You know, it just gives people the opportunity to phone up, talk about anything they like,
to talk to another person,
and just talk to somebody who's going to listen. So
loneliness is fucking horrible. I mean, since the other half went, it was bad. But when my mother went 2 years ago, because I was her main carer, she had dementia. Right. It's been a nightmare because, you know, got no family.
Yeah.
You know, they've all gone years ago. And of course, when you've got Asperger's, you're sort of like, society is, you see it in a totally different way. And you think, and when you don't see anyone no one's been in my house for like 2 years.
Right.
I just don't want people in here. And to be honest, I like my own company, but then again, I do miss hearing someone else talking, you know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I totally get it. Absolutely get it. I've been like that myself for the last few years.
Yeah. I mean, I just like my own. I mean, well, I'm busy. I mean, I clean the house 4 times a day. It's only a bloody 1-bedroom bungalow.
Right.
But it keeps me busy, keeps me doing something, keeps my mind off of me problems.
That's
It's
it.
always good. I mean,
Well,
most people might think it's weird.
It's
but
good.
It works for me.
It's good in a way,
Yeah.
but you should never ignore your problems completely. You should, always always make some time to try and deal with what's going on. But just don't have it there constantly at the forefront of your mind. If you can find something to take your mind off it when you don't need to be thinking about it, then it's all good.
Oh no, sometimes it pops up, and that's when sort of things go to shit, and I overthink things and what have you, but not very often. I realise, because trying to get help, to be honest, where I am trying to get mental health help, although there's community mental health and what have you, I find that because Asperger's, they don't see it as a mental health issue.
Right.
Asperger's, it's not a mental health; it's a personality disorder. So Asperger's, so they don't. So you're not really don't qualify for community mental health.
But yet, personality disorders are mental health disorders. I've got a personality disorder. Mine's EUPD, emotionally unstable personality disorder, and that's classed as a mental health issue. So I find it quite shocking that Asperger's is not treated as in a similar way.
No, over here it ain't. I mean, I've been trying for ever since I moved down here, and because I got the late diagnosis, because I've always, from when I was a child, different, didn't like groups, didn't like people, and all this lot, and it's like the diagnosis isn't an excuse, but it's you can stop beating yourself up about it, because you're beating yourself up thinking it's all my fault.
Yeah.
But when you've got this thing, it's sort of like, well, I don't have to beat myself up about it anymore, because it isn't my fault, because I can't help it, so to speak. Which is good. I mean, diagnosis always helps in that way, but since then, they just don't want to know. And I've just been getting to the point that I'm finding trying to get the help is making it worse. So I find what is causing the problem, and I avoid it.
Yeah.
And it seems to work for me. Not everyone.
Well, it would obviously help you avoid any triggers. I don't like using that word, by the way. I don't mean getting triggered, but it would help you avoid anything that would trigger you. That would trigger your condition. But again, as I say, trying to do that all the time is never a good idea, and you do need to find some time at some point to try and concentrate on the situation or on the condition, and try to.
You can't ignore it. You can't bury it in the background, because it'll blow up. And of course, and talking about quickly PC, it's political correctness.
Yeah.
Right. They're trying to get rid of the word Asperger's, don't you?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, because Asperger's was first diagnosed by a Nazi doctor.
Right. Okay.
Back in the early 40s. Back in the 40s, and of course, what with all this thing, this BLM and all this stuff, they're turning around and say, well, don't want that to be associated with any German doctor.
Yeah.
So they're not calling it Asperger's now. They're calling it, for God's sake, something else. And I thought, well, okay, call it what it is. It's what it is. Call it what it is. I'm not ashamed of it. But hey, if that's what the society wants, then there you go.
Crazy.
Anyway, buddy, well, I'll let some other callers get on. And,
no worries.
You have a good evening, yeah?
You too. Thanks for the call.
Yeah, and you see you later, Dan. Bye.
Take care, mate. Take care.
Bye, mate. Bye.
Hello, good evening and welcome.
Hello?
Hello.
Hold on. Hello. That's better. How's it going, Dan?
Oh, fucking hell, it's Crinkle.
Yeah, you alright, man?
I'm okay, Crinkle Sack. How you doing?
Not too bad. Let me just say my thoughts go out to Frank. My thoughts and prayers to Frank and we love you here, you know. So just ring up anytime you feel lonely or whatever and down, and yeah, people do care, you know. So yeah, big up Frank, man.
So come on
A
in,
lot of people,
let me have it.
People were talking about World War II and about how information is suppressed and or could be suppressed, so we forget about the past.
Yeah.
Does Dresden mean much to you?
Does what?
Dresden.
Dresden?
Yeah.
I've heard the word. I can't remember where I've heard it, though.
I've heard the word. Right. You see, that's a prime example of how information about our war crimes is suppressed. If you'd know anything about World War II, you'd know that Dresden was one of the worst war crimes committed in World War II by our side, by Winston Churchill.
Right.
He bombed. The Allies bombed Dresden, bombed all the city. The whole city basically was leveled to the ground, and it's estimated that about 100,000 civilians died in that one night. Most of them died in fires. A lot of them died blown to pieces, and we're talking men, women, and children.
Okay.
So that's just a prime example. And also people keep going on about Churchill and how he's a patriot and all this. Another fact that's not mentioned much on this side is Rudolf Hess in 1943 got on a single seater plane and flew over to Scotland in order to make a truce with this government, with Winston Churchill. But instead of the truce going ahead, he was put into prison until the end of the war when he was tried at the Nuremberg trials. Now, to me, that just tells me that Winston Churchill let the war go on and ultimately bankrupt this country when he could have ended it in 1943.
Okay.
Right. That's my World War II stuff.
Okay, well, do you know what do you know something, Kringle? That's exactly what I've been saying, right? There is things that are left out of history, and they shouldn't be. We should be taught the good and the bad about history, about people in history, and we should not be trying to hide. We should not be trying to forget. We need to learn from the mistakes of the past, and the only way to do that is to learn the good and bad about the people who are historical figures, and that's what I've always said.
Yeah, I really agree. And you know what's funny is a lot of it's suppressed about people who came from this country, so we don't even know. You know what I mean? Those people who brought down that statue and whatever, at least they're trying to let you know, because at the bottom of that statue only said the positive stuff about the guy.
Yeah.
But it didn't. There was not much about, there was not much balance basically in the plaque beneath. Do you know what I mean? And everyone on this channel, I'm sure they've got a picture of Winston Churchill somewhere holding up the V sign. You know what I mean? But they don't know about the atrocities he committed. You know what I mean? It's not talked about much. You know what I mean?
I think the reason, and again, this is just an opinion, I think the reason that people have hidden it is because they realised it was a stupid thing to do. Stupid may be not as harsh a word as should be used, but they realised it was a stupid thing to do. And over time, they have just literally tried to skirt around different things that have happened. I genuinely believe that and this is, I don't hide, this is only me, right? And I'm a nobody, right? But I don't hide anything about my past because I think it's important because it's made me the way that I am today. Okay. So whatever I've done in my past, whatever's happened to me in my past is important because it's molded me and shaped me to the person that I am now. History is exactly the same when it comes to a country. Okay, or it comes to a society of people. Everything that's happened in the past, good or bad, has moulded and shaped the way that things are now. Some countries are terrible because they're just not learnt a thing. I think that our country hasn't done too bad. Although I'm not a historian, so I don't really look into all of that kind of stuff. But I don't think things have gone too badly for this country. Could have gone better, but I don't think they've gone too bad.
What do you mean? Could have gone better? In what kind of way?
Well, if we'd have learnt more from mistakes, like we've just been saying, things have been hidden over the years. You know, you've just brought up two incidents there in your first couple of minutes there that have been almost forgotten about, that don't get spoken about.
Exactly, yeah.
You know, if people and governments and everybody else was just open about stuff, okay, and honest, okay,
Yeah.
Put your hands up and own your mistakes is what you've got to do. And if people had done that in the past, the government and everybody else had done that, then we'd have learnt from other things that have been hidden away and people have now forgotten about. And we could potentially have, a slightly different way of life because we've learnt from other mistakes that people have made that have just been hidden.
Well, that's just two minor examples in the grand scheme of things that are hidden away from us, and so the finger of blame is always pointed towards somebody else who commits the atrocities, and divides us basically.
Yeah,
and
it's always somebody.
Points the finger. It's always someone else.
Absolutely
you know
right.
What I mean?
Always somebody else's fault. 100%. I could not agree with you more there.
Just like with people's views on benefit scroungers, they're all coming from over here. What the government really don't want to let you know is that they're taking the money. They don't want citizens to have that money. They want to funnel that money into private corporations that they're all got interests in. So what they do to turn everyone away from the idea that benefits are actually a good thing and a safety net is to blame all the immigrants. They're all coming here, nicking all our benefits. Therefore, we should stop benefits. Like there's no one should have benefits. Like it's a bad idea. You see, that's the tactic they use. You know what I mean? It's brainwashing in a way. And people are blinded by, the headlines in the Sun and the Daily Mail that say, "Oh, this guy was on benefits and he's got a plasma TV. Like it's a bad idea. Benefits. We should cut them all." That's how they operate. These people, man.
Of course it is.
And it's to funnel it into welfare for the rich, which is another phrase that's not often used, which somebody I follow on YouTube uses quite often, Noam Chomsky. Basically, this government and lots of Tory governments in the past are in favour of welfare for the rich. So all the public monies that's spared that may go to people who's lost their job, people who can't work due to illness, they want to funnel that money into the arms industry, into rich corporations, into giving what are they called, the prison van people. I've forgotten the name.
G4S.
J4S. Yeah, they want to give it to these rich corporations. They want all the money to go to them because that's their mates. They're the ones who fund their election campaigns. Do you know what I mean?
You're absolutely right. This is not something that I disagree with you on, and that's not something I ever thought I'd say, to be fair. But you're absolutely right. It's a diversion tactic, and it's the same way that some organisations will plant somebody to start a rumour.
Yeah.
And that rumour then spreads around, and before you know it, everybody is saying, "Oh, we know this is true," or "This is what's happening," because they heard it from somebody who heard it from somebody who heard it from somebody.
That's
and eventually nobody knows where it came from in the first place, but everybody believes it.
And it's designed to whip up either hate for the thing like benefits, or hate for another race, another creed, another religion. It's all to get us arguing amongst ourselves rather than looking upwards to what the government are actually doing. They'd rather us squabble amongst ourselves and believe in conspiracy theories and the rest of it, then ask them the real questions that they don't want to be asked. Where's all our money going? Where is that? Where is all our tax money going?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Right,
Well,
okay.
Come on, let's get on to the COVID stuff because I know you're
Right,
itching.
that's that. There's just a couple of things about previous callers. The ambulance guy who claims masks are scientifically proven not to do anything. I'd like him to provide that evidence, and I would like to direct him towards some scientific evidence, and the URL is https://justpaste.me//3v3y. That's 3 Victor, 3 Yankee.
What's that for?
I've put together some evidence, and I'll keep updating it. But the URL will change that proves masks work with scientific evidence. Yeah, and there's a lot of other evidence as well that kind of backs up what I say. That it just keeps getting deleted, and it's the reason why I keep ringing in. Like, Jamie keeps dismissing me and won't let me post it, so I keep ringing in, and then he keeps dismissing it. He just won't let. If he let me post it in the first place, I wouldn't keep ringing in as much as I do.
Well, it's what I said. What you need to do is when the stream finishes, it takes a few minutes or maybe 10, 15 minutes for YouTube to process it, and then it's available and you're able to comment underneath. So if you then
I've tried every account I've tried it on.
Well,
it just keeps getting deleted. I've seen one other person who's actually managed to post the link. I can't remember who it was. I think it was Elysium, and they've actually managed to post it, but there's no reference to what it is. It doesn't actually say it's evidence that masks work in the way that is put across on the news, like to protect other people rather than you. Anyway, people can go and look at that, and there's plenty more where that came from. I've got a competition for anybody, including, this goes mainly out to Fluke Dog. If he can provide, he keeps spouting off about, I've claimed I've got a PhD. If he can provide audio evidence from any of the streams that have gone out, from you and Jamie's streams, that I've said that, I will donate 500 quid to your channel, right? To go into wherever it goes. If he can't do that, and he can only provide what I really said, I'll donate 5 quid. All right? That goes out to him. One other thing, Jamie keeps going on about, oh, there's no one in hospital. There's COVID can't be this bad. No one's in hospital. Well, how does he know? Because when you visit a hospital, there's no one milling around like in the at the bottom where the reception is and whatever, because of COVID. But how does he know? Because they won't let you up to the wards. The security will be on you straight away. I'd like to ask him that. And he comes out with another thing Jamie keeps bringing up, which is, it's laughable, really. He brings up this photo that's supposedly of a packet on the back of a packet on a PCR test.
Right.
Right? And I've got it here, and I've looked into this, and basically it says at the very top, it should be noted that this information, and it comes from Department of Health in Australia, okay? It should be noted that PCR tests cannot distinguish between live virus and non-infective RNA. Right. Now, that statement is true, right? But now, I've been to the source of that information, okay? And what's been posted below it is obviously photoshopped in, because there's a glaring grammatical error, right? And it's all misinformation below that. And I can explain what the first sentence means. And if anyone puts that sentence into Google, you'll find it's been debunked. It goes on to say, okay, now point out the grammatical error in this. Right. It goes on to say, this means the test cannot distinguishing COVID from a cold or measles or Ebola. Now, did you notice any grammatical error there?
So, yeah, distinguishing between.
Yes, exactly. Well, that's a big fucking red flag, okay? And then it goes on to say, notable human diseases caused by RNA viruses include Ebola virus disease, SARS, COVID-19. Now, this has been floating around on Facebook. I've researched this. This has been photoshopped. I've found the original source for that first sentence, which is true, and it's taken way out of context, and I can explain what that first sentence means.
Can I just say something? Are you telling me the email I got from the General's daughter in Africa, where she says that her uncle, sorry, not daughter, his niece, where she says that her uncle were a general, because of that grammatical error, I'm not going to receive that $15 million. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Her uncle what?
Well, I received an email the other day from somebody telling me that her uncle were a general in the army, but she's not said he was a general in the army, and the $15 million that is left her that she needs me to put through my bank.
Well, that's probably a Nigerian scammer, you know.
Does that mean that I'm not going to get the money?
Well, obviously, to me it does. It sounds like a scam to me.
Should I not have given her my bank details then?
No, I wouldn't recommend it. No.
I was a bit fucking late for that.
It sounds like the type of English that a Nigerian 419 scammer would come out with. You know what I mean? Like, and it just looks like it doesn't even look straight in the square. And I can point people. What I'm going to do is update that link that I just gave you with the link to the actual page where the first bit of information comes from. There's no way the Australian government would post something like that to clinicians with such a glaring... It's obviously done by somebody who doesn't know English, basically. And what the first bit says, it should be noted that PCR tests cannot distinguish between live virus and non-infective RNA. All that means is that the PCR test is so sensitive to RNA that it can't tell between if you've got a high viral load and when it's going to detect the RNA of the virus, and when the virus has gone away and there's remnants of its RNA still in your cells and maybe in your saliva or whatever they test. So it's going to detect it both ways, and they won't let you out of isolation until you get 2 negative tests. So it just shows you how sensitive that PCR test is, and it's very specific as well. I don't know if you know anything about PCR tests, but every virus has something in its genome that is unique, specifically unique to that virus. And what you do is search for that thing that's unique to that virus. You're not going to pick up anything else. But if the virus is there or remnants of its RNA are there, you will pick it up.
But let me just say something though. See, coronaviruses, okay, that's a group of viruses, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, so they all must have, at least, I would assume, one thing in common. At the very least, one thing in common.
Yes, they do. They have a lot in common.
So what if what they're searching for is not the one thing that's specific to one particular strain of coronavirus, but it's actually something that is now or has always been part of multiple coronaviruses.
No, because what they do is, I mean, we can sequence the genome of any virus quite easily and very quickly these days. And what you can do is put all coronaviruses on a big database, look at the genomes and determine what's common to all of them. And you don't look for that bit. You look for the bit that's not common to all of them. That's the whole point, you know. You look for the bit that makes that virus different to all the others.
But that's what we're told. That doesn't necessarily mean.
No, but that's how it goes. I've actually performed PCR tests.
No, and
I know how they work.
I'm not doubting that at all. But the thing is, okay, money and power goes a long way to corrupt people. Okay, now, don't take this as an offence. Okay, but if the government went to you, if you was the leading person in a particular field, and the government came to you and said, right, if you don't say what we want you to say, we're going to ruin your career. You'll never work again. We're going to ridicule you, right? We're going to take everything from you. You'll have nothing. But if you say what we say, we'll make you one of the richest people in your field, and we'll make sure that you've got everything you ever need, blah, 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 right? 99.9% of people on this planet are going to go, okay. Okay, so
well,
there is...
that's an assumption you're making, you see. You're
not
making
an
a real big
assumption.
assumption. No, because... Let me tell you, this goes back to a point I made that Fluke Dog was trying to knock me down on with his straw man arguments. Any scientist, right? I only base my opinions on what the science says, yeah? Not governments, not anything, right? And I gave an example about somebody who went against the government, David Nutt, the guy about the drugs, yeah, saying he actually did a paper saying that horse riding, equestrianism, is more dangerous than taking ease, and he was sacked because he told the truth. Any scientist, right, who can be called out by another scientist will instantly lose all credibility and basically lose their whole career.
Okay, right, I'm glad you said that.
So they can't publish results that are, like, just in favour of a government, like by fiddling the results, because most all scientific papers are designed so that somebody else can repeat the experiments and replicate the results.
Okay,
and if they can't repeat the results, then it's questioned whether your scientific paper is valid.
Okay, right now.
And if you repeatedly do that, you'll lose your job. You know, you'll be sacked.
Right. So why is it then that there is over 2,500 other scientists that disagree with the scientists at Sage and the information that they've put out? Why is that?
What they disagreeing on? That's what I'd like to ask you about. I understand what they disagree on, but they're not Tell me what you think they're disagreeing on.
Right, well, they disagree that it's as bad as it's being made out, for a start. They disagree that it's as deadly as Sage scientists are making out and the government are making out. And they think that lockdown is a waste of time and we should all get back to doing what we do. Yes, protect the elderly. Yes, protect the vulnerable. But there is no reason for everybody to be stuck in this in home isolation, in prison, ultimately, on 23-hour lockdown is what we're on, with only 1 hour's exercise a day, apparently. None of that is agreed with by more than 2,500 scientists, experts in their field, I might add, not just random, not just people that work, at the bottom rung of the on a chemistry set. Do you know what I mean? We're talking about people, experts in epidemiology, virology, public health experts. So why do these people disagree so much? But yet we're not allowed to question the science that's coming out from the government when other scientists are.
I agree that there's scientists. Let's get this straight first. They don't disagree that COVID is a serious disease. What they're disagreeing about is how we tackle it, how we kind of go about getting back to normal, and so on, right? And
that's part of it. As I say, the other part.
Barrington Declaration. What they're trying to say is herd immunity exists, and what they're pushing for is for us to protect the vulnerable and let people who are less vulnerable go about their daily business.
Yeah.
Now, this has been criticised by the other thousands of scientists for many reasons. One of them is that herd immunity, it's uncertain whether herd immunity actually exists for this virus. And an example to give you where herd immunity just doesn't work is the common cold. It keeps coming round every year. We're not immune to it. It will keep coming. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's not killing people either.
But yes,
the common cold doesn't kill
can
people.
Kill. That's the thing, right?
Yeah, but the common cold,
and it should be.
The common cold
and it should
could
be treated
kill
more
people.
seriously.
The common cold could kill people because the common cold could, what's the word I'm thinking of? Transform, I suppose, from the common cold into something more serious. Somebody could start off with a cold, they could then get the flu, or they could get, some. I mean, I'm not a doctor, I don't know all the fucking special words that they use and whatnot, but somebody could get a cold, the same as somebody could get the flu, and then go on for that to trigger something else in them and cause them another reason to potentially die. The same as COVID could. But yet you're saying that you said initially cause complications. There you go, or mutate. Thank you, Jake. You said initially that when some scientist calls out another scientist, that can then ruin that other scientist's career because they're being called out for what they've said. Well, this is exactly what we've just said about the Barrington Declaration has said about SAGE. But now you're saying, but you just turned around and said, yeah, but other people are calling out the Barrington Declaration scientists. So we're going round in circles.
No, it's not as black and white as that. No,
but we're going round. But we do. We go round in circles.
There's also the fact about long COVID, right? And Jamie keeps banging on about, I ain't going to take the vaccine because I don't know the long-term effects of it. We don't know the long-term effects of getting COVID, right? People are fucking reporting all sorts of neurological problems, heart problems, muscle problems, due to having COVID and then got over it. But all these problems are kind of persisting.
Yeah, but we don't know.
If you just let people go about their business, the young ones, and they get COVID, and then they appear to recover, you don't know what it's going to do in the long term to them. That's one thing this Barrington Declaration doesn't take into account, and it doesn't also take into account how quickly the decay of your immune system goes away. With respect to the virus, like you'll be immune for a while, but how long does that last? We don't know.
But we could say the same about
you could let everyone back out.
Number.
It's going to be a massive experiment where you let all the young people out, and then everyone who's had it or who's had the vaccine, their immunity has diminished. You let all the young people out, and then it just runs rampant again around everyone as a new strain and kills. How many more people? Fuck knows,
we could say
hundreds of thousands, millions, who knows?
We could say this about a number of diseases or viruses. We could say that we still don't know what the long-term effects are. A long-term effect could be 3 years down the line. It could be 60 years down the line. Okay, but does that mean that but based on what you're saying, does that mean that does that mean that you agree that we should literally be locked down and have all of these restrictions in place for however long it takes for them to decide that they've cracked it, which could be 20 years' time, 30 years' time?
Well, no. In the short term, I do, because, we've got a vaccine. For the short term, yes, because we've seen that it's worked in other countries, and until everyone's had the vaccine, we won't know, all right? And herd immunity usually is in reference to how many people have had a vaccine, not if you just let people go and get the virus naturally. And Jamie was going on about, oh yeah, I remember parties where we used to have chicken pox parties where everyone would get it, blah, blah, blah. That ain't going to kill you though, is it? Chicken pox ain't going to kill you. Fair enough, herd immunity might exist for chicken pox, but that's something different, you know what I mean?
With regards to the vaccine, the
Yeah.
fact that they've already said that the vaccine won't stop people catching it or spreading it.
No. That's slightly wrong there. Let me correct you. They said the vaccine, it's not clear whether you can not spread it, but it will stop you getting severely ill by 95%. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, vaccines, obviously, we know what vaccines do. They don't cure something, but they will limit the amount of symptoms that you have, the severity of the symptoms.
This particular one, but other vaccines can cure things, or stop you getting it and stop you getting ill. But this one doesn't stop you getting it, doesn't stop you passing it on to someone.
That's what I just said.
Yeah, but
you said no.
If you're passing it on to someone who's got the vaccine, it doesn't matter, does it, really? If everyone's had the vaccine, who cares if you get it and pass it on to someone else with the vaccine?
Because the majority, well,
this is the whole point. Someone who doesn't have the vaccine.
This is the whole point. The majority of people that catch coronavirus, COVID-19, my apologies, the majority of people that catch it will be fine. Okay.
Yeah, I know.
You can't deny that the
of course, I agree,
absolute
man.
majority of people will be fine. They may experience a bit more severe than normal flu. Okay.
I agree.
I can't say that they won't because I don't know. So they may experience slightly worse symptoms than the normal flu. However, the vast majority of people are going to recover without any real issues. The people that need to be protected, okay, are the elderly and are the people with compromised immune systems or underlying comorbidities.
Okay,
So-
can I just interject there, as you said earlier?
Go on.
Anyone listening, I tried to post this video earlier, but earlier in the week, and it was just deleted, right? Have you heard of the traveller Paddy Doherty?
No, I haven't.
He's like a celebrity, went on what do you call it, in the jungle or whatever.
Oh God, I don't watch that shit.
He's like a traveller. He's a fighting man. He's a fair play man between gypsies that fight each other. He's like as strong as an ox. I posted a video of Paddy Doherty in hospital with COVID, telling you all. He was like Jamie, he's like you, he's like a lot of people. And then when he got it, and he was in hospital, and you can see he can't hardly breathe, go and watch the video, search it out on YouTube, just to make a point that anyone is vulnerable. This geezer would bite your ears off, he was saying, in a fight. You know what I mean? He's known as a fighting man.
Right, Robert Lawrence has just said that he had that this guy you've spoken about had cancer or something. No, I don't know because I don't know who he is.
Doherty. No.
Right,
He was fit. He was probably more than 50 years old.
Josie Wales says he had cancer as well. Somebody said that the guy's 65 to 70 years old.
I don't know, but he warns you in that video, yeah? The guy is strong as an ox, man. He's the kind of guy that would shrug anything off.
Yeah, but
you know what I mean? Unless he's completely fucking on the floor, he won't visit the hospital.
Just because you're big and you've got muscles and you may have been active all your life, it doesn't mean that your insides are going to be able to cope. Do you know what I mean? So what you're saying is this guy's, he's a fucking big hard bastard or whatever it is that he's saying, and he'd be able to shrug it off. Well, that's not necessarily the case, because just because we
I agree
are a certain way on the outside doesn't necessarily
agree
mean
with
our
you.
insides aren't as soft as shit and can't handle it. Do you know what I mean?
I agree, but
So-
you know, if you think about all the people that are below 50 with no underlying health issues, a lot of them frontline NHS staff that have died. How do you explain that? You know, it's because of COVID.
So sorry,
And
I missed,
there's
I
so
missed what
many
you were saying.
stories.
I missed what you
So
said
many
because I was reading a
stories.
comment.
Huh?
I missed what you said about NH frontline staff. What was that again?
Like that we're just talking about one case, right? A guy might be older than 50 or maybe 60, whatever. But what about all the people, the frontline NHS staff, right, who have died from COVID, who are under 50 years old with no underlying health conditions, have died of COVID, and there are children as well with no underlying conditions who have got Kawasaki disease, which is caused by COVID.
Kawasaki disease.
Kawasaki disease. Yeah, you look it up. That's how COVID can affect children.
Kawasaki disease.
And you get like a strawberry tongue, where it looks like the surface of a strawberry. There's all these kind of red dimples on the tongue, and they get like rashes all over their body. And in some cases, it can be life-threatening.
Okay. Now let me just answer let me just speak about what you said about the nurses, about frontline staff. Okay.
Yeah.
Now frontline NHS staff are around people with all sorts of viruses and diseases and shit like that. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Now they could, over a prolonged period of time, have a compromised immune system from being exposed to all of these different things. Just because they might not show signs on the outside of being ill in the past, it doesn't mean that it might not be attacking their immune system.
Compromised? Wouldn't you think if you're exposed to all these things, your immune system would be not compromised, but augmented? It would be actually stronger because you're exposed.
Get yourself an egg.
To that point
Crinkle,
about
crinkle.
playing in the dirt and all that when you're young.
Crinkle,
if you're exposed to all these things, you've got an immune response ready for these things.
Yeah, but get yourself an egg, okay, and then get a pen and just keep tapping the egg in the same place. Eventually, it's going to go through, right? Yeah?
Go on.
Does that make sense, yeah?
Well, that's an analogy, but yeah, go on.
Now, if somebody is constantly being exposed to different viruses in a hospital setting, okay, they don't get tested every week to see if they're okay or not. They just get left to it, right? So let's just say that they are exposed to all of these different viruses that they come into contact with. We don't know if one virus and a different virus are going to have some kind of adverse effect on the body before they get COVID, which then finishes them off. There's no evidence to say that doesn't happen. Is there?
Well,
there's no evidence to say it does.
Are you on about?
Well, anything.
I mean,
I'm not a
anyone who
virologist,
dies
so I don't know.
From anything can be tested, like with PCR and all these. You know, I'll start going into Jamie mode here. All these fucking idiots, all these muppets who believe PCR tests are 95% false positive. That's absolute fucking nonsense. It is the gold standard for testing lengths of DNA and to test for paternity tests, maternity tests, testing for diseases, testing crime scenes to match DNA, and it is 99.99%, approaching 100% accurate.
Nothing's 100% accurate.
It is not. It is, and
it's not. Nothing's 100%
accurate. It approaches
accurate.
100%. It's so sensitive, right? And there's some very rare cases where if you're trying to match some DNA to somebody, and they happen to be something very rare called a chimera, where they have two sets of DNA, then it is accurate to 100%. You can look up the site. I'll put that in my link. Yeah.
Listen, I've seen Jeremy Carl's DNA
I'll
tests,
put
right?
peer-reviewed papers where that is proved.
Listen,
I've done PCR tests.
I've watched 1,000 episodes of Jeremy Carl with DNA tests and shit, and I'm telling you, right, that ain't nothing's 100%. Trust me.
PCR is the closest thing you'll get. Imagine someone murdered a family member of yours, right?
Yeah.
Just imagine, right? And they left DNA at the scene, and they said, "Okay, we've done a PCR test, and we've identified the suspect." Are you going to say, "Nah, let him off, it's bollocks"? Or are you going to say, are you going to believe the scientists?
I'd say I'd let it get to the point where I find out who it is, then I'd say let him off.
And based on previous convictions, you know, where people have been caught and then just admitted it straight off, yeah? And it's like 1 billion to 1. Who's going to think like Joe Bloggs from fucking Birmingham committed this rape 35 years ago, and then all the other circumstantial evidence all fits back into place, all the other evidence, and then they admit it. Come on, man.
But still, that
it's as good as a fingerprint.
That analogy doesn't require 100%. That analogy just requires, okay, reasonable proof, reasonable evidence, a reasonable belief that person.
Well, let me tell you though, like how the PCR test works.
Reasonable belief.
All you need is a fragment, right, of somebody's DNA.
Yeah.
That's all you need. One fragment is so tiny, but when you take a cell sample of someone, you'll get multiple fragments, and then you sequence that DNA, and then you specifically look for, in the case of paternity tests, let's say, right? Paternity tests look for short tandem repeats in someone's DNA. That's like binary repeats, where it's like the nuclear bases A and G just keep repeating at different lengths, and those short tandem repeats are they're subject to mutations as you go down the generations, but from one generation to the next, they're highly conserved, right? So if you sequence the genome of, say, a dad, and then you get the DNA from a child, and you search for the short tandem repeats on the child's DNA, what they look for is 16 different short tandem repeats of different lengths. Now, the chances of that coming up like as a match is about 1 billion or more than 1 billion to 1, that they're going to have the same short tandem repeats at the same lengths from father to son. Like, if I was to match me and you, mine and yours DNA, the chances of it matching up is going to be 0, right? Chances of me and my dad's short tandem repeats matching up are going to be literally 100%. There's no way.
Literally 100%.
You'll get the wrong person.
You said literally 100%, not 100%.
No, literally
as
means
I said,
100%.
No, literally doesn't mean 100%.
Unless I'm a chimera, unless I've got 2 sets of DNA, which is an extremely rare condition. Like, I mean, that's like 1 million to 1. And if they would check you for that anyway.
Is it as rare?
It's so rare you can just ignore it, basically.
So is it 1 million to 1? Is it as rare as the amount of people dying from coronavirus out of the amount of people in the world?
I don't know. I've not compared those figures.
Well, there's 7 billion.
It looks for something.
Well, hang on. There's 7 billion people on the planet. Okay, now this is a virus that's spread around the world. Apparently, how many people have died in the world compared to the 7 billion people that are living on it? And what
I think
kind of
it's about
percentage
2
is
million, isn't it?
that? Okay, so what kind of percentage is that?
It's quite low, but
Right, there you go then. Hang on a sec. Oh, what's happened here? We've got somebody else on the line.
Hello.
Come on, Fluke Dog.
No, it's not Fluke Dog.
Is that you, son? I'll have a fucking straightener with you. That's Jamie, you muppet.
Hey, wrong person,
Get your fucking boxing gloves on, man. I know you're a lump and I'm a little guy, but I'll fucking stand toe to toe with you any day, mate.
All right, what's your address?
Oh.
What?
Oh, you make the offer, you cunt. Where do you live?
Where do I live?
Where
I live
you make
in.
the offer?
I live in Gospel Oak, mate. Gospel Oak.
Where the fuck's that?
That's near. Let me see, Camden Town.
Oh, that's not far. Listen, I'll come for a trip to Camden Town. No sweat. I'll come round there and break all your teeth and then go to the market for a day out.
You see, that's what you like to do, man. You like to physically intimidate people. In your video, I remember you saying to the old Bill, yeah, tell that to me in private. I'll knock you from here to the other side of the room. And you like to resort to insults. I'll still stand toe to toe with you. I weigh fucking 65 kilograms, but I'll still stand toe to toe with someone like you.
Someone's just fucking left me here.
Because I can move quicker than you, man. I'm a Floyd Mayweather compared to your fucking Francis Botha. You know what I mean?
Have you been drinking on an empty head again?
No, I've had a couple of cans of beer, you know what I mean? Like, it gives me a bit of Dutch courage to actually ring up.
It gives you a bit of Dutch courage to talk to.
No, I mean, I started off on 0 cans, so, yeah, I made my first call.
Good maths there, Creek. Well done. You started off on 0 cans.
So, Jamie, let me ask you one question, yeah?
Go on.
Where did you get that fucking photoshopped picture, what I described earlier? Was that from Facebook or not?
I can't remember where else. I've still got it on my computer. I'll tell you then. Listen, I'll tell you something someone told me earlier, Crinkle, which I really did think of you when they said it as well. There's someone I know, their other half works in a school, and they've been given a load of tests so they can test the students every week.
Right.
Well, just because they're of the same mindset as I am, they tested a yogurt, and that yogurt come back positive for coronavirus.
Oh,
so
somebody else tested a cactus.
Well, okay, Jamie, I know how low your threshold for evidence is. Show me the evidence. Where's the evidence for that?
Hang on.
I know your threshold for evidence stopped at Facebook, probably. The shit you've posted to me is evidence. Doesn't constitute evidence to me. I want peer-reviewed tape, peer-reviewed science.
Hang on, both of you. Hang on a minute.
Just to add, Crinkle PhD. There is
no. I've never said PhD, and I'll give it to you as well. The challenge goes out to you and Fluke Dog, and if both of you can, for each one of you, if you can pull up the audio where I said I've got a PhD, I will donate £500 to this channel and your channel. Right? I'll do that twice over, and if you can only produce evidence that I said I've got a bachelor's degree, then I'll donate £5.
All right, I'll look that up.
Right, boys, back to your corners. 1 minute, back to your corners. Now, let me ask you a question, Crinkle.
Go on, mate.
You talk about evidence. You say this can be evidence, that can be evidence, evidence this, evidence that, evidence the other. Okay?
Yeah.
Evidence isn't proof. Evidence evidence that something exists. It means that they've got evidence of information that something may exist. They haven't got proof.
You're right.
That it exists.
No, you're right. Go on.
So
also, the gold standard you was talking about. If you look it up, there
Can
is
I
no
reply?
gold standard for that test. that
Can I
exists,
reply to that
and
then?
it's only 95%.
There is
No,
nobody.
no.
There is nobody. There is nobody that I've heard of in government. Okay, from Sage, from the government, that have said we have proof of
No.
this, that, or the other.
Well, let me just enlighten you there, right?
Can't wait.
The only place you can get proof, right, 100% proof, is in mathematics, right? When it comes to science, you get evidence, right, which
That would eventually prove something.
Speak. Right, when you get scientific evidence, what it does is reduces.
Guys, am I back? Am I back? Am I back? Am I back? Can you see me? Can you hear me? Cool.
It's evidence that evidence the other.
Hello.
Yeah, yeah. Evidence.
Hello, Dan.
Hello, who's that?
It's Gerard again. But you still on with Crinkle, aren't you?
Oh no, I was on with Crinkle, but for some reason my connection died, and it cut everything off. So Jamie and Crinkle, I'll answer your call back in a minute.
Jamie and Crinkle are having a go, are they? They're bashing it about, are they?
They are indeed.
And you know something, he's on about the PCR test, right? It's only a guide. It's a guide to a molecular structure, right, within your body, whether you are related to any kind of perception of disease, right? It's not a positive fact, right? That's why they come out, right, actually, that's why they're getting so many false positives.
Right. Well, I mean, to be fair, the whole PCR thing is not something that I've bothered looking into, because I've got so much going on with the other stuff that I talk about normally. But I do have my own beliefs on everything, which I make quite clear on the channel.
It is really funny because Crinkle he's insisting that it's not a definitive proof, right? You can walk in, and you are right. They have had false positives of food.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, so I believe somebody took it out of the packet, put it back in the packet, and sent it off without swabbing anything. And it came back as a positive, from what I've heard.
So, I don't know where he gets his information from, but I tell you what, it's disgraceful. I get more sense out of you and Jamie. I don't get nothing out of him. Honest to God, now, I listen to him crap on, right, about every... Like, look, I put several comments. He's a sheep, man. He's listening to everything someone's telling him.
I mean, at the end of the day, we all take our information from different places, and we all have our own belief systems, don't we? And this is why I don't mind.
Oh, I'd love to hear the conversation now.
This is why I don't mind him speaking, because it's interesting for me to hear other people's side of things.
Don't get me wrong. I don't even think the guy is not intellectual, right? I honestly don't, right? But when he's talking some of that scientifically is not viable, he loses my mind, because he's like. But I'd love to have a conversation between. I'd love to hear a conversation between him and Jamie. God.
Well, Jamie's trying to call back through now, so I'm going to get Jamie back on, and we'll see if we can get Crinkle back on to finish this off in a minute.
Yeah. Well, try and go back. Well, you have a chat with Jamie, and I'll listen to what Jamie says.
No worries.
Hey, but Dan, I'll tell you something now. There's no way it's like as if he's spoon-fed cow and gate, like. You know what I mean? And he never had cow and gate in his life, but he thinks it's lovely.
Oh dear. Right,
But,
Jamie.
oh my God, it is just disgraceful. People in this world, they can't make up their own opinion. I say, hang on, I got to mind my own. Why don't I listen? Like,
Oh well, as I say, we've got to. We've got to let people have their opinions, and I know you're not knocking opinions. I know that, so I'm just, I've got to let people.
I
have
would
their
never knock
opinions.
him. No, you can have his opinion. You can have everything you want.
No, I know. I'm not suggesting you're knocking his
But the
opinion.
only
at all.
trouble is, he's trying to explain it, and he doesn't really know the science. The PCR test it's not effective. It's never effective. It never has been effective. Right? You can have PCR test today and come out positive. You can go tomorrow and it'll come out you negative. It's a simple thing that has never been proven. It's never been in there as a proven fact that, right? All it's looking for is key features in your antibodies.
Yeah.
Right? Key features your antibodies because you could carry a cold, not even know you had it.
Yeah, it's true.
And you be tested positive.
Well,
Common cold.
Well, like I say, I mean, this is the whole PCR test thing, and that it's beyond me, and I'm not going to pretend otherwise. I don't look into that kind of stuff because it's not the normal stuff.
You're an intelligent man, right?
No,
you're really intelligent.
I've got my opinions on it. It's just that I've not looked into it to garner my own evidence of it. Do you know what I'm saying?
No, I think you're old enough and smart enough to make the opinions yourself, right?
I don't know about that.
I don't
Old enough,
blame him
yeah.
on his opinions. And I don't mean you're going to go to Jamie now?
Well, we're going to try and get Jamie back on. We're going to finish this conversation with
try
Jamie.
and get him back on, because I tell you what, he be livid. I'm going to leave it, but I'll listen to this one. Because, he doesn't like Crinkle anyway. Anyway, I tell you what, it's amazing. He really doesn't know what he's talking about, because there's people in this world that they're suffering. But they're only suffering because people are looking, right? They've taken it from God that all these tests are right, and they're not.
Right.
You know what I mean? And they're not God, and they're not definitive. They're not a definitive proof that you ever got it. You ever existed with it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And the government knows this. And I got an 82-year-old father. He's going for his job tomorrow. I don't want to drive it.
Okay.
Right? Because I think like this. I either kill him or kill him. Like they've had how many 23 deaths in Norway?
With the what, sorry?
They've had 23 deaths in Norway or something. I think they've had 23 deaths in Norway from the Pfizer vaccine.
Yeah, I've read that, yeah.
And they've had more allergic reactions from people having convulsions and everything. That's why they are now investigating it.
Yeah. Well, they had a few at the beginning, didn't they? And even during the supposed trials of it, they had to stop, but they only stopped for a very, very short amount of time before they carried on.
Yeah, but why did they have the rollout, Dan? Why did they have the rollout? Because they felt it was in the public interest. I can understand that as well. Right?
Well, I
It's in the
suppose
public interest.
I suppose they think that less people will die from the vaccine than will die from the virus, and I think that's probably the road that they're taking.
But do you think? Do you honestly? Right? I'll say to you one thing, man to man. Do you honestly think the figures are true?
No, of course I don't. No, absolutely not.
Nah, absolutely not. I don't trust any figures that the government are putting forward.
Well, they've already said that the numbers are inflated. It's been said multiple times from even Italy was the first person or the first place to come out and say this.
If you die within what is it, 20 days of a COVID test,
yeah,
you put down as COVID. You could die with anything else by then.
Yeah, absolutely.
You could die with cancer. You could have died because you fell over. You could have died because you run over a bus, or run over by a bus, or anything.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'll leave you. I tell you what, you're a good man.
Thank you.
You always stick up for everything, and Jamie's a star. But anyway, see if you can get him back on, because I'll watch you then. All right?
He is. Well, he's literally just tried phoning and it's just gone off. So I'm hoping he's going to ring back again, and I'll get him straight on.
Tell him to get back on.
I will do.
Tell him to get back on, right? And he'll be the first caller, right?
No worries.
You take care. Have a good evening.
You too. Jamie, where are you? Neither are you, Jamie. Hello.
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 Hello?
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
All right, I'm mainly calling about Crinkle.
Yes.
Why do you give 40 minutes of talk?
I'll tell you what it is, right? Is when you get into a conversation with somebody that you don't realise what the time is or how long you're actually speaking to someone on the phone. It's exactly the same as if I know one of your family phoned up and you sit down and you talk to them, and all of a sudden you've been on the phone for an hour. You genuinely don't realise how long you've spent talking to somebody. So my apologies if it bores you, and that's not having a dig at you it's not having a dig at you, by the way. But I apologise if it gets to the point where you get a bit fed up of hearing it. But I have to give people the opportunity, same as you. If you phoned up and you wanted to talk about something, I'd let you talk. So.
Yeah, but after about 5 minutes, I'll just switch you off. So,
Okay.
once you're talking to that guy, same with Jamie. I'll just switch you off and don't listen to you for the next half an hour.
Right. Well,
so you're wasting people's. Other people could call up and make very good points when you listen to that person.
And I do try and get through as many calls as I can in a live stream. So my apologies, as I say, my apologies if it pisses you off a bit. As I say, I have to, I cutting people off is not my thing unless they really start taking a piss. And when people call up and we have a discussion going, you genuinely lose track of time. I can't say any more than that, I'm afraid. So
yes, by now you know who it is, so it's not going to be productive conversation, is it?
Well, sometimes, I mean, as I say, sometimes it's quite interesting, and it certainly gets the comments going as well. Once we get a few certain people on. So, but yeah. Well, listen, I want to try and get some more calls answered anyway this evening. But I can't, I can't vet the calls before I answer them. So if somebody calls in and I answer the call, then unfortunately I have to give them the respect of letting them speak for a bit at least. So,
But if he was so interested, wouldn't he have his own platform?
yeah, maybe he would. Maybe he would. Maybe he just likes hiding on the other end of a phone rather than putting himself out there like I do. I don't know. Can't answer that, I'm afraid. But as I say, you know,
Anyway.
I am the way that I am, and if that occasionally means that some people get a bit pissed off with me for giving people the time to talk, then you know, I can't do any more than say sorry about that.
No worries. I appreciate what you're doing, and I've been watching you for a long time. It is amazing what you're doing, and Jamie and all the other crime watch, and I watch them all, so I understand what you're trying to do.
Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Anyway, let's go on to the next call. See you later.
All
Bye.
right, ta-ra, bye-bye. Hello, good evening and welcome. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, who's this?
Hello, Dan. Sorry, mate. It's Ian again. Sorry,
Hello,
I'm not
Ian.
going to be long.
No worries.
Yeah, hello. Your last caller, not the one previous, but the other one. The one
Crinkle.
that went on for a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Some things got me a bit. Yeah. Okay. I'd like to put the record straight on that one.
We should get him
if I
on. We
may.
should get him on to talk to you.
Yeah. Is that all right?
Crinkle, give us a ring. Give us a ring on your WhatsApp. Not WhatsApp. Sorry, not WhatsApp. On your Skype, because it comes up with your name that way, so I know it's you. It's all right. Just call and Crinkle.
What are you saying? Saying about the World War II could have been ended quite a few years earlier.
Right. Oh, Crinkle's here now. Shall we let him in?
Yeah, go on.
Oh, bugger.
Hey, yo!
Hang on, I've just pressed the wrong button and I've just booted the other guy off. Sorry, call back. Shit. Right, stay there, Crinkle. I pressed the wrong button. I'm getting flustered. Call us back, Ian.
Dan,
Hello.
I hope you ain't getting no feedback, man, or because on Skype.
Hold on.
I'll give you my the last few digits.
Hold on, Crinkle. Hold on.
Hello.
Hello?
Hello, Danny.
Oh, God, I've got the wrong one now. So I'm getting in a kerfuffle here. Crinkle, give us a moment, mate. Give us a moment, Crinkle.
Okay, hold on, Crinkle. Well, look, my name is Glenn. I'm just calling. I wonder if common sense prevails here in England.
Generally,
it's
it
an educated
doesn't.
place, but they seem to be lack common sense.
Yeah, generally, common sense is lacking generally here in the UK, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's a shame, you know, for a place that's supposed to be so educated that the people can't seem to see what's in front of them.
Yeah, people only see.
I find it shocking.
People see what they want to see, unfortunately, including myself. I'm not immune to that. I see what I want to see, but I try and I try and widen my vision as much as I can.
Right.
But other people don't, unfortunately.
Well, you see, because in life, we all live in a cup, and too many people walk around with a full cup. You got to empty your cup and fill it up with something that's useful to you in life. You don't seem to be doing so. You're laughing at me?
I'm not laughing.
But I just find it really confusing. I've been living in this. I've always had an English passport. I come from Bermuda originally, but this is. I'm really shocked. Really shocked that people can be so like it is, and I don't want to be disrespectful to nobody here. You know, I'll sacrifice my freedom for my children and the rest of society. But it seems like society is just laying back and waiting for something to happen. And if we ain't careful, we're going to be in a lot of trouble. A lot of trouble, you know, I mean, as far as our rights being taken from us.
Yeah, well, we are slowly being stripped, aren't we?
Slowly, no, we'll be quickly being snake in the grass. That's what's going on. They're doing things, and we don't even know it's happening until it's happened.
Well,
And I can't see how. Why don't people march on Parliament? You know, I really don't understand.
There are
And
people.
I go, whoa.
There are people ready to go. It's just that.
Well, I wish they'll give me a call because I'm ready. You know, because it needs to be done. We have children.
Yeah, you're right. We do. Yeah, you're right. And
You know, our children's futures are shut. I just got one just in uni. What is she going to do?
yeah, absolutely. Couldn't
You
agree
know, I
more
got
with
another
you.
one in uni. You know, what are they, what I mean, what are we paying that money for, first of all?
You've got 2 kids in
An
uni.
all-old computer.
Did you
Beg
say you've
pardon?
got 2 kids in uni?
Well, one just finished and one's in her second year.
Okay, well, fair play. Fair play for that. I hope mine end up going, but fair play.
Well, you see, I am, like I said, I originally come from Bermuda.
Right.
And I came here, we was pretty set up before I got a divorce. But my children are taken care of. That means the most to me, and I think about my kids. I wonder, you know, what are they going to do in the future if we allow this to go on? Just because a lot of people don't even realize what's going on. All the things they're implementing, that's what they do in China, North Korea. Putting these masks on are really affecting people's mental state. What are they going to do about all the mental illnesses that's going to come out of this?
It's sickening. I mean, I've suffered myself throughout this lockdown. There are people that are suffering way more than I am, and I wouldn't take that away from them. But there are more and more people that are succumbing to mental health situations and mental health issues, and it's only going to get worse.
I could be one. I am one of them people. The first lockdown, and I live in Wales. It drove me nuts. So this one, I could not stay home by myself. I had to come to my daughter's house, which she ordered me to. So, Daddy, you come to my house. You know, but it's not. It's really spooky the way things are. People are just seem so laxy. They're like, oh, it's going to work out. It's not going to work out if we leave it to them. We need to change. The whole system needs to be changed. You know, then people need to start fighting for it.
Yeah.
In a real way. You know, get it, and not just Saturdays. Every day. We're on lockdown. We have the ability to go out every day. Every day.
Do you know what? And that's something I've got to say I agree with there, is when and I've got to be careful what I say because I could have my channel taken down, but if and when people decide the time is now, they need to, it can't just be it's Saturday, let's go out and do what we need to do, and then on Monday give up and carry on doing, getting locked down. It needs to be let's do this, and it needs to be a continued thing, day after day after day after day.
And a concerted thing is not a right, left, center, nothing like that. Has nothing to do with the situation.
Mm-hmm.
Left lean, right lean. I've never heard so much of that until I moved to England. It's silly.
Yeah.
Separate, keep people so separated. So there's never going to be no harmony in society because people separate themselves because they think this way or the other one thinks that way. When it comes to situations like this, we all got to think alike.
Yeah.
You know? My sensei always told me, if you're going to step, you make sure you make the right step. But you don't step in there and think after it. It's really spooky, and I worry about some of the children, you know, in this country. What is going to happen with them? And some of them are living some hard lives, really, really hard lives.
Well, I think
no one seems to be.
I think people need to, the people that are on the fence about what they should do, I think they're the ones that need to think about the future. By that I mean, as you've just said, about the children, about where are our kids going to be if this carries on? Where are they going to be in 5 years' time? If this is something that's never going to go away, and they're all panicking over it now, and yet we've got this vaccine that may or may not work.
Nah,
You know,
that vaccine, that's to me, as far as I'm concerned, it was developed too quick.
well, I've got
How
my
long
own.
it take to get?
I've got
No,
my
no,
own
no, no.
views on that, and the fact that there was some deaths during the trials, but yet it was still pushed out very, very quickly after those deaths or those illnesses, says something to me personally. So I do have an opinion on that.
It's been planned. It's been planned for years. They've been planning this. What is the world? Oh, I can't remember the name of that. There's people. Some wicked stuff going on.
Yeah,
And you see, and it's and it speaks to these things in Revelations. Now I'm not a Christian. I'm Rasta. Okay?
right.
But in Revelations, it speaks of these things, and it's only one way it's going to be conquered.
Yeah,
It's going to be some violence, and that's the sad part about it. It's really sad that people are being divided like that, and those that are being divided and conquered, they're the dangerous ones.
yeah,
That turn the police against society. So then the politicians are finished with what they want to do. Where the police going to be? Nowhere.
Well,
Have you seen the thing called Fifth Lockdown?
66 million of us, 120,000 of them, or whatever it is. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But when the time comes, I know which side I'd rather be on.
well, you know, I'm ex-military and all that. I don't even think I'm not a violent person. I got licensed hands and all that, but I don't think about those things. I think about the harmony of society.
Yeah.
Like I said, I live in South Wales. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm scared to go back home. 'Cause before I left, I was told in November, be careful, but as you get closer to Brexit. You know, just a conversation I was having, I thought it was a joke.
Yeah.
Early in December, I'm driving home and I'm getting several shouts. Watch out the end of the month because you ain't going to be around here. You know what? I left. And I ain't been back to Paris since.
Right.
And I don't want to go. I don't want to call the police because I don't trust them. So what am I to do? Leave my property? They're in that house? You know what I'm saying? It's a bad situation that's going on here, and it's just the stealing of the American election that make matters even worse.
Yeah.
People of my descent.
All of these things are being used to distract us as well. Do you know what I mean? So
Well,
you know the whole election thing, the Brexit thing. It's all been a distraction from what's happening at the moment with regards to this.
Well, I made a comment on one of your things you put on YouTube. A snake will always be a snake. If it smells like a snake, smells like a snake, sneaky like a snake, it's a bloody snake.
Yeah.
And the snake has been whirling around this beautiful country, island for many, many years. They're still living like they were in colonial days. They have no one else to steal from.
Yeah.
So now they're putting the own people in harm's way, closing people's businesses down. What are they doing? They don't know. And I think all of them are on drugs. All them politicians, you look at the eyes, something is wrong. They are spooked. Why we can't follow Brazil? They know better. That's why they got rid of Trump, because he knows better.
Yeah.
And I can go on all night, man, because it winds me up a bit, and I just don't hear people talking about the right things. They keep on using the left wing, the right wing, and screw that stuff, man.
I agree.
We're one people.
We're
one people. You understand what I'm saying?
Totally agree with you. Absolutely.
We can't separate ourselves in society, because that's where a lot of the problems are come from. You know, middle class, lower class, poor. That's the only place in the world I know people actually live like that, think like that. I don't know. I really don't understand it. You know, and my girls, they say, I'm glad we were brought up in Bermuda, because we're all three of them were. And I'm the oldest one. She's finished uni. She's an accountant. They're all doing good for themselves. But I think about the rest of them. All these little young children. You see the violence that's going on?
Yeah.
That is the mental state that this system is putting these little children in. And it's blacks killing blacks. And that's excuse my language.
That's fine.
Sad. That's sad, man. You know, even where I come from, it's blacks killing blacks.
Yeah, well, this is the problem, though. Everybody's been set against each other to the point where we're
exactly what I was about to say.
Where, as you've just said, we're finding people killing their own, and I don't mean to use this word in a derogatory way, but they're fighting against their own kind. Now, whether that be left against left, right against right, black against black, white against white, whatever it might be, it's got so bad that we're all fighting against ourselves.
Yep.
And we
I
shouldn't
think
be.
our own spirits. Look, our spirit. Most people's spirits are ruffled by maybe whatever they've been through in life. But this is the time. The first lockdown should have cleared enough people's minds and souls to see, okay, well, something's not right, and we need to get it right for our kids.
Yeah.
Now, the first lockdown in March, like I said, I live in Wales. Now, I don't want to go too deep in it, but I sense things, right? So I call the radio show, BBC, and I said, look, we're going through an experience, and people are going to suffer from this. I was followed for 4 days in Wales. Don't know who they were, followed me. It's a lot of nasty stuff going on, and Wales is not the place to be. I just want to go get my stuff, but I'm scared. Because if I go down there, the police might arrest me. You understand what I mean?
Yeah.
It's a lot of nasty stuff going on, and all I want to do, all I ever wanted to do, live a peaceful, humble life like I do. But this is starting to rough my feathers down there.
Yeah.
And
Well,
people, it's something like this thing in the park. Where are the people going? Where are they? They're blocking people's YouTube. This is some serious stuff going on here. And people are taking it too lightly. People really need to start opening their eyes and see what's in front of them. And I don't want to say nothing bad about government. I don't want you to lose your sight of nothing. I ain't got nothing bad to say, but some people need to they need to leave, they need to get out, and they need to be forced out sooner than later. And as far as I'm concerned, that what would you call it? Nursery of the comments. Get rid of the little cargoes. It's not working.
Yeah.
It's not working for this society. Society has changed, but the politicians, the views and the ways will never change because they're spoiled brats. They're used to having their own way. And the one way we can show them that they can't have their own way anymore, stand up. Put it right up our children. It's not for ourselves, our children.
Yeah.
You know?
And as I say,
I'm ready.
As I
and
say,
I'm coming with peace. No love, no violence. I don't have that in my soul. There needs to be some people to stand up. I mean, really stand up and not be pushed about.
Yeah, but that time is coming. That time is coming. Unfortunately, it's taking longer than most of us would like.
Well, you see, I guess sometimes it takes for some people a little bit. The sponges is already wet. You know what I mean? So it takes time to absorb a little bit more. So people need to wring out the sponges. There's a lot to absorb that's going on. And it's detrimental to all of us. All of us. I'm 61. I'm lived a good life. Still got more to live, but for the younger one, it's important that this needs to come to a stop.
It is.
You know, look what they're doing in Brazil. Today they were partying in Brazil. You know.
I've not seen that. I've not seen any of the news today. To be fair.
Well, Brazil are partying. They're not worrying. Look at China. They're partying.
Well, they were partying on New Year's Eve, weren't they?
They're living their lives. The western side of the world is the only ones that screwed up. Won't tell you why. Because the dragon has thrown his fire and everyone's took a little pickety fire. Now all of us are burning. All of us are burning. Same in rules as you try to imply. The same rules where it comes from the dragon's land. See? So if you wanna buy from it, you wanna let the dragon in your life, he's gonna burn you.
Yeah.
And this is what's happening. They're laughing at us. So England is the laughing stock of the world. I talk to my friends in Bermuda, United States. Everybody say, what's going on in England? And not England, the English people. And I go, I don't know. Don't understand it. I mean, I came here when I was 18. Came with the army. Spent time with Royal Jackets for a while. And then came back. And it's disgusting. And it's good that the pubs are closed. Should give people a chance to open their minds.
Yeah.
Sorry, you know what I mean? But just, you know, I've been wanting to chat with you. But one day I'm going to call you and have a chat with you offline.
Yeah, that's good. Well, listen, my email address is policeabusingpowers@gmail.com. If you drop us an email.
Hold on. I got learning disabilities.
Okay, my apologies.
Because I've been trying to join your thing, but I have issues with all of that.
No worries. Well, listen, I'll type it into the chat.
Yeah.
And then,
but like I said, I'll call you one day, and because I really would like to get some advice from you. To be honest.
Okay, if I can give you any advice or help you in any way, then I'm happy to.
I know you can. I know you can. I'm listening to you now. I know you can.
Well, listen,
I've just
put my email address in the comments. So if you can copy that and paste it into a pad, or if you just want to send me an email now.
I'll do that. Yeah.
And then I'll give you a ring at some point if you want to drop us your number.
Right. I definitely want to drop you my number, bro. You know,
No worries.
I like you. I like what you do.
Thank you.
And I like how you present it. You know, there's a lot of people out here, but you and it's another one here, Euro or something like that. Euro, you guys, I like the way you guys do your stuff.
Thank you.
You're real, and you say it as it is, and you use their language. And I go, what the hell? When I first heard you, I go, what? These customers, you know, I wouldn't do that. But look, man, you keep up the good work, see, brother.
Will do. I'll do my best.
And I will call you through the week. My name is Glenn, okay?
No worries. As I say, drop us an email with your number, and I'll give you a call at some point.
Yes, I'll definitely do that. And you
Brilliant.
take care. You keep up the good work, see, mate.
I'll do my best.
Hang in there, mate. Ta-da.
Take care. Thanks for the call.
All right. Ta-da. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye now. Right. Right. Fucking hell. Crinkle and Jamie. Hello.
You all right, mate?
Hello. Who's that?
It's Ricky.
How you doing, mate? All right.
You all right? Not
Not
too
so bad.
Listen, fella, I think that was Kringle. That that was you were speaking to there.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Well, to be fair, actually, Crinkle was still trying to call through.
Was he? Yeah.
Yeah.
I seen one of the. Sorry.
That's all right.
I seen one of the comments coming up there saying that's Kringle, and I was thinking, no way, that's Kringle, because he used it on Jamie's channel.
Oh, right. Okay. No, he had. Crinkle was coming up on the Skype there, was trying to call through.
Yeah.
While I was on that call.
Oh, Kringle was, yeah.
Yeah.
He's most probably got two phones in, mate.
He might have. Hey, listen, what part of Liverpool are you in?
I'm in Bootle. I've been in Bootle since the second lockdown.
Right. Okay.
I've spoke to you before on the live chat with Jamie.
Right. Well, my apologies if I can't remember. It gets a bit confusing sometimes. I'm trying to remember who people are. So my apologies.
Yeah, no problem. It's Ricky. Did I tell you my name? Yeah.
Yes, Ricky. Yeah.
Yes. Sorry. Yeah, I was talking to you the other week with Jamie and that. I've got some good videos here for you, mate. Believe me, some proper good video for you, footage.
What from? What was it of?
It's all about police abusing powers.
Okay, cool. Well, you can grab my email address if you haven't got it already in the description of this video. My email address is in there. You can always send stuff over for me to have a look at that way.
Yeah, no. To be honest, mate, I am computer illiterate.
Right.
I've had my daughter tonight, like as I've been going through your chat.
Right.
And the people commenting and that. Do you know what I mean? So I've had my daughter, she's only 15, and I've had her typing everything for me because I am literally bad with computers and things like that. You know.
Are you the one? Are you the guy that said to meet up and have a chat?
Yeah, I'm the same.
Right.
I'm the same fella, mate.
Right. Okay.
I actually live over the water.
Oh, you're a woolly back.
No. Yeah. No, listen. I'm a born and bred Scouser.
Yeah.
Born and bred, honestly. But like, I've lived over the water for over 20 years.
Right.
Right. I've got 7 kids.
7? Do you not have a
Yeah,
fucking
man.
television in your house?
The kids have, I didn't. I didn't need one. But I've got some good footage there for you.
Right.
You know, honestly, I've sent it to a few people just in case it goes missing off my phone. I'm paranoid with the police.
Right. Gotcha.
You know, they've literally been, since I've had a bit of trouble with them, they've literally been hacking my phone.
Listen, Ricky, just bear with me 1 second. I've just because I don't want to lose him again, I've just pulled civil disobedience onto this call, but I'm going to ask him to be
Listen,
quiet.
mate, listen, I want to listen to what I want to listen to what he's got to say, so I'll hang up the call, mate.
Well,
All right,
it's
I'll
only
speak to you
'cause-
in a little bit.
Oh, all right, Ricky.
How you doing, Pat?
Hello, mate.
Fucking hell. Right, let's start just by saying, just quickly, Crinkle's a fucking melt. A man that claims to be, with an education that he claims, a bachelor's, a PhD, whatever he claims to have, for him to act the way he does tells me that he's a fucking lying piece of shit. The fucking thought of him standing in front of me makes me wet myself with laughter. He is a fucking melt.
Well, he did say he's going to stand toe to toe with you, didn't he?
Yeah, because he's been drinking on an empty fucking head. I mean, literally, it amazes me that he's that fucking stupid. I can tell you categorically, I don't need a test and no scientific models will be needed to be made.
Oh, yes.
Categorically, what the outcome of that situation will be.
But you can tell him yourself now.
Go on, Jamie.
It's going to be 99.9% chance that you're going to get a ride in a fucking Nino.
Well,
Definitely going to happen.
let me just point something out, Jamie.
Go on.
Okay. First of all, you were coming out with your 99.7% recovery rate from COVID.
Yeah,
and then in your last live phone in, you said, oh, it's 97%.
It's 99.7%.
Ah,
If I
so
misspoke,
there's a bit of a
I
discrepancy
apologise.
there, is there?
No, if I misspoke, I apologise because it goes down
Ah,
to age.
you like
So-
to pick me up when I misspeak, yeah, but
I misspoke, but I admit it, Crinkle. You haven't got that ability. I'm saying
Okay.
if I misspoke, then I apologise.
Okay. Well, everything you say, right, I would like you to back it up with some scientific evidence, which so far you haven't been able to do, which I have been able to do. So I challenge you to do that. And also, I challenge you to bring up the audio where I said I had a PhD. And if I do have a PhD according to your audio, I will donate £500 to this channel and to your channel. If you can pull up audio where I've said that.
Well, I'm sure there'll be a few of us going back and checking the lives now. Cause
That goes out to Fluke Dog as well. That goes out to anybody on this whole stream, the whole channel and both channels, yeah?
We're on it.
Go for it.
Just a quick cursory glance on Google told me that there is no gold standard for the PCR test. It doesn't exist. They consider it 95% accurate. However, tests that are being done within 8 days of people catching corona 20% of those tests are coming back with a false negative.
Can I just interject there?
That's nearly a quarter of them that are fucking wrong. That's the
Can I
government's own numbers.
Can I just interject there? Yeah.
Oh,
How did you start that sentence off?
I literally just Googled it, Pringle.
Yeah, go on. What did you say?
I said that the numbers that you're quoting, I said there is no gold standard currently for the PCR test. And you
Right,
said
stop there. Stop there. Stop there.
Said a minute ago,
Stop there.
It was gold standard, 99.9% accurate, which is fucking wrong.
Stop there. You said there's no gold standard for the PCR test.
No,
Now-
that's what it says.
Right. So that, to me, means you don't understand what you're talking about, because that doesn't even make sense. The PCR test is the gold standard for checking sequences of DNA against other sequences of DNA. It is the gold standard. And to put Fluke down the other day when he kind of come up with some bullshit about genealogy websites have been doing this and that for so long. The gold standard, right, for checking sequences of DNA, which is what we use for identifying species, identifying paternity tests, like for identifying parents of children, for identifying everything to do with DNA, right, which will be unique to the individual of that DNA. The PCR test is the gold standard.
Do you know what? When I listen to you, right? Literally, there's several thoughts that come to mind. One is you didn't get enough love from your mother.
Now you see, now you're resorting to personal attack.
No.
Answer. No. Try and argue the opposite. Don't resort to like personal attacks. This is what Fluke Dog does. He calls me a pillock. He calls me this. He calls me that. Try and argue against my argument, Jamie. You cannot do that.
Now, see, you are a typical leftist fucking moron. You will shout anyone's opinion down that you disagree with. You've no scientific proof to back nothing up. You're about as much of a scientist as I was as a child with my fucking chemistry set my mum bought me for Christmas. You haven't got a fucking first clue about what you're talking about.
Okay, well, Jamie. Okay, Jamie.
And the education you claim to have
Okay.
the way you act.
Let me stop you there, right? Can you explain to me how a PCR test works?
Show me your education. Show me your paperwork.
Jamie, can you explain to me how a PCR test works?
I'm not a scientist and not ever claimed to be.
No,
I can tell
exactly.
you from the research and the things that have been said, the PCR test...
Yeah, by who? By who? By who? By who?
The government
Tell me who by.
20% inaccurate. Do you not think that's enough?
Jamie, I think wherever you get your information from is slightly skewed or biased or completely wrong. Just like the photograph you showed me the other day of the supposed on the back of a packet of a PCR test, telling us, with grammatical errors, that it's not distinguishing this and that. Like, have you read that shit? That's why you didn't want to bring it up the other day. Like, I phoned you up and you had to put the phone down on me because if you would have pulled that fucking...
Because you're not impartial, because you don't shut up like you're not now. Because you're not impartial. You claim to be a scientist, but you're the least impartial person I've ever fucking spoken to in my life. You've got filters on, and you only see what you want to see.
No, you go for it.
I've read this on a website. Look, it's called, if you want to go and look at it, ITN, Imagining Technology News, which is itnonline.com. And it says on there, COVID-19 genetic PCR test gives false negative results if used too early. A new study confirms what many suspected, that PCR testing even 8 days after infection shows 20% false negatives. So argue with their fucking science then. Are you telling me these people are not scientists now as well? Are they wrong?
Okay. Well, you know the picture you posted the other day.
You're not changing the subject.
No.
Discredit these people. This is what you was talking about. Discredit what I've just told you. I've given
Right.
you the facts.
Who
I've
said
told
that?
you where
Who
I'm
said it?
from.
Who said it? Who said it?
I've just told you. ITN, which is
ITN.
technology. This is on the technology website. It's news about coronavirus.
ITN. Is that the mainstream media that you
not
keep
ITN,
putting
the
down?
TV not ITN, the TV station.
Okay. Well, I can point you right now towards peer-reviewed science that tells you that PCR tests are the gold standard for detecting certain lengths of DNA, which would be unique to anything you're trying to detect.
COVID PCR test results are not reliable for a firm diagnosis until well after a week of infection.
Yes.
Don't sound very useful to me.
Well, no. Let me tell you how they work, though. Right?
Well, like I said to you earlier,
a PCR test. No, a PCR test will only detect something when it's detectable, right? And you have to get to a certain level of infectiousness before a PCR test will detect anything, right? But that level is extremely low because the sensitivity of PCR tests is probably the most sensitive test you'll get in science, and it's not going to detect anything that's not what you're looking for. So if you've programmed in something that's unique to COVID-19 and it's there, you'll find it. If it's not there, you ain't gonna find it.
There you go, look. News exclusive. COVID-19 mass testing is inaccurate and gives false sense of security. Minister admits.
Yeah, that's mass testing. That isn't PCR testing. That's the one that's the one that's similar to a pregnancy test where it's a lateral flow test. That's not PCR. There's no way they're talking about PCR there. If you can prove that, then I'll give you a £500 donation to your channel.
The comments were made by James Bethell, one of England's health ministers, in response to a letter from an MP raising concerns about blanket polymerase chain reaction PCR testing on behalf of Constitute.
Yeah, what's he saying?
He's saying that they're fucking wrong. They're raising concerns that they're giving too many false negatives.
No, that's absolute nonsense. Well,
swabs
it depends, it all depends what you're thinking of as a false negative. Let me explain.
I'm reading it.
Right? So, if you've got a high viral count of the virus, then you're going to be tested as positive, yeah?
Yeah.
And if you've got a low viral count and you've got over it, then there's some remnants of RNA in your cells that may be detected by the PCR test as you still having the virus, but when in fact that you might not be infective, but it's just the remnants of what the virus left. So you might get like a false positive saying you're infectious, but you're not. But false negatives, that's nonsense. I don't know. How do you explain that to me?
I'm just reading what it says on here. And it says
You see, you're just reading any old nonsense.
No, this is the government stuff, man. This is what the ministers and that have come out and fucking said.
Oh, so you think the PCR test, right, is not sensitive enough to
However,
pick up...
experts have argued that it does not make sense that tests, which are than PCR tests, are considered good enough for mass asymptomatic testing, while PCR testing is being avoided because of its potential for false reassurance.
No.
It's bullshit.
Right,
Jamie.
guys.
No, Jamie. No, you don't understand. You see, this is where your misunderstanding comes in, yeah? And you believe that shit. I don't know where you read that. Was it Sky News?
That's from a company, that's a website called bmj.com.
British Medical Journal.
Right, and what do they say?
I've just told you. The lateral
So-
flow test is shittier than the PCR test, but they won't change it for the PCR test because of the false negatives it gives, so it's less reassuring. So they're still saying it's fucking useless in effect.
Right, so
They're
you
still
think-
saying it gives 20% false negatives.
So you think
That's a
that
fact.
so you think the PCR test, right, is 20% false negative?
If it's taken within 8 days of catching corona, that's exactly what they're saying, yes.
Right. Well, I'd like to add to my the URL that I've provided with evidence that the PCR test is actually 99.99% accurate, approaching
It already says-
100%.
I read it earlier, Crinkle. It already says the PCR test is only considered to be 95% accurate.
No, well, you're wrong there.
You're not even quoting the correct numbers.
Okay,
You're
well,
just making shit up.
just one thing, Jamie. Yeah.
You're
You know that.
scientific as I
do you
am
know
in
that-
memory.
Listen, Jamie. Do you know that thing you posted the other day on your channel?
Yeah, that you can't get over.
No, the thing that was from the Australian Ministry of Health.
What did I put there about that?
Do you care to read out what it says on that?
I don't know what
You put the phone. You had to cut me off because you knew.
Times.
You knew that I was.
You don't stop talking. You don't
Right,
listen
go
to
on.
anybody else.
Read it out then. Go on.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You know the Ministry of Health from the Australian government. You posted a little picture. You posted two actually. One about masks and one about PCR tests. And the one about PCR tests. Can you read out what it says on your picture that you posted?
If I could find it, yeah.
Yeah, go on then.
It's not. I haven't got it on my phone. I don't know where it's on my computer.
I'd love you to read it out.
Right, while you're looking for that, let me just jump in here because this is my
Oh,
channel
please do.
and I want to fucking say.
Yeah, go on, mate.
Okay. No diagnostic or antibody test is 100% accurate. This results in both false positive and false negative results. The extent to which either false result is likely depends on several factors. There is no gold standard reference against which to judge tests' performance. Different tests may be evaluated against different reference standards. This makes evaluating and comparing tests very challenging.
Thank you.
Would you like to know where
No,
that comes
Jamie,
from?
that's not evidence for your argument.
Not
Please,
the gold
let me.
standard.
I'll explain to you
Not
how
the
PCR
gold
test
standard.
works if you want.
No, it doesn't matter how it works. He's just read it to you. It's
No,
not
let me
the gold
explain.
standard.
No, you see, you're not doing critical thinking, as Fluke
He
Dog
just
would
fucking
say.
read it to you. You just
You don't
refuse
know
to
no-
listen to anything other than the papers that you've read.
No,
They're the ones that you believe.
I've
Because you
put-
got stuff that fits your narrative.
I have
and they're the
actually
ones that
performed
you
PCR tests, Jamie.
Fuck off. You couldn't perform a pregnancy test, let alone a fucking PCR test.
See, this is where you try and attack me rather than my argument.
Because I don't believe that you've got any fucking scientific knowledge whatsoever.
I've got a
Apart from
bachelor's
Daniel's
degree.
magic test.
I've got
Show
a
us.
bachelor's degree, right?
Fucking
Not
show
not. I've got a bachelor's degree, not a PhD, right?
Show
In molecular science and chemistry.
Brilliant.
Right, a
Show us.
bachelor's degree, and
Show
that
us,
was
and I
that
will
was
bow to
from.
your knowledge.
I'll tell you where that was from.
No, show me, and I will bow to your knowledge.
Well, you're not going to do that, though, are you?
Yeah, you show me a genuine bachelor's where you're.
I'll show you it on. I'll show you it on the next. I'll show you it when I can share my screen with you. I'll show you myself receiving my degree, right, on the stage. Yeah, a photograph of it, and I'll show you my actual degree certificate.
That's what I want to see. 'cause you
And
can
it's
show me
not.
receiving something
It's
on
not a
blind if you like, but it
PhD.
doesn't mean
Like
anything.
as Fluke Dog likes to fucking strawman me. Like, it ain't a PhD, it's a bachelor's. I got a first in molecular science and chemistry.
How have you
So-
got so much fucking time on your hands?
So I can read. How have I got so much time?
How have you, such an important man as yourself, with such a great knowledge of Corona, why are you not on the front lines?
Well,
You're
do you know
obviously
what? Do you know
man.
why? Do you know
No,
why?
tell us. Please tell us. We're dying to know.
Do you know why I come on these shows? because you and your like, who dismiss this virus as being serious, I see you as a liability to my extended family who may catch this virus from you, who pretends. No, listen, who pretends. Yeah, you might have some breathing difficulty, but I think you're using that just to make your YouTube videos. But anyone who doesn't wear a mask, who doesn't have a legitimate excuse, puts my family in danger, my extended family, my grandma, my grandmother. Yeah.
So why are you not out there with your extensive knowledge and you're such a learned man? Why are you not out there on the front line fighting for the fucking right to cure this problem and solve our lockdown issues? You claim to be so intelligent and know so much about fucking COVID.
No, I don't know.
Fix the problem.
You see, that's another misnomer of yours. I don't claim to be anything intelligent. I don't claim to be intelligent more than anyone else. But
fucking this and that.
No, listen. But I'm out here on the front line with people like you who are dismissing this virus as nothing. Yeah, I feel I'm doing my duty. Yeah, as a civilian, it's my civic duty to tell you to fucking take this shit serious.
You know what you are doing? Honestly, do you know what you've successfully done? The biggest success you've had by coming onto my channel and Pat's channel is probably bumping up my viewership by a couple of thousand.
Well, they tune in for me then, don't they?
However,
they tune in for me then. If I stop fucking frequenting your channel,
Right.
maybe they'll go down.
They call for you, Crinkle, all the time, but the problem you've got is the 2,000 or 3,000 people that it's added all disagree with you. So it's not relevant. You've done nothing.
Well, I could disappear anytime, Jamie, and I don't care about your views or your viewership.
That'd be the best magic trick you could pull. If you could disappear, I will bow to your fucking
Right, boys,
so many people agree with you,
Boys.
so it kind of it kind of like validates your argument. It doesn't matter how many people agree with you. It doesn't mean you're right.
Don't.
Oh,
Stop.
okay.
Please.
I'll go by the numbers, Crinkle. You go by what you believe in your brain.
There's people that have got a million and 2 million subscribers that would disagree with you and would put all your arguments in the dirt, yeah?
I invite them to come on and have a chat.
I've put them in that link that I put up earlier.
All right. Calm down. Let's calm down a little bit now. Right. First of all, Fluke Dog, I need you to tell me what the last 3 digits are, mate, because I'm getting numbers come through, but they're not the ones that you told me. Secondly, no one test is perfectly suited to all the purposes that they can be used for, such as diagnosing a patient, testing if someone is infectious, or as a screening tool for a large population. Then why are they using just one test in order to do just that?
Is that directed at me?
That's directed at you, yeah. No one test is perfectly suited to all the purposes that they can be used for, such as diagnosing a patient, testing if someone is infectious, or as a screening tool for a large population. But that is exactly what the government are doing. So why are they doing that? Why are they doing that if they're not suited for it?
I agree with the statement, but the PCR test, right, is the gold standard of testing sequences of DNA. Like Fluke Dog the other day, like he came out with some absolute fucking. I've got it quoted down, right? Let me just re-quote him, right?
I love the impartiality.
Here it goes. Right, here it goes. This is what he said, right? This is verbatim, right? Since when has the PCR test been used to diagnose your genome to find out who your family are? Right. Do you notice any fucking contradictions and complete misunderstandings in that whole sentence?
Go on, point them out to us.
You cannot diagnose a genome, right? Nobody's here to diagnose your genome, right? What the PCR test does is look for sequences in a genome, right, to match it with some other genome. That's basically all it does. And what it does is amplifies what you're looking for. So if you're looking for something that's unique to COVID, unique to a certain human being, unique to a certain species, it will amplify that up. So if you've got a tiny little sample and you put it into the PCR machine, it will amplify it up and tell you what's there. Like basically what species, what genome is there, what you're dealing with. That's basically what it does. It doesn't diagnose. Like this geezer's fucking off his nut. It doesn't diagnose anything. It's there just to generate. It's just to replicate certain sections of DNA. Prove me wrong.
Welcome, Mr. Fluke Dog.
Nobody could prove you wrong. You'll never agree with anything other than your mindset. So
The thing with you, Jamie, yeah, and you're like, yeah, you cannot provide any peer-reviewed papers that prove you right, whereas I can provide untold papers that kind of back me up. You haven't provided anything apart from a blurry picture of some fucking Photoshop shit from the Australian government that's been photoshopped.
I think life experience has proved you wrong, Crinkle.
No, Jamie, no, you can't.
Do not work. The fucking tests do not work. We are still in lockdown a year later.
Where's your evidence for that?
They are looking to lock us down until after the summertime.
Where's your evidence, though? Where's your evidence for everything you say?
We're all stuck in fucking doors on lockdown. How much more evidence do you
Why
want?
do you think that is, though? Why do you think that is?
Because the fucking government are full of shit.
Yeah.
The people like you are there to lick their ass and swallow it all and fucking moan at everyone else because nobody agrees with you. So you have to come on here 10 times a fucking week to have an argument with a group of people who all think you're fucking mental.
So why don't you... Right.
It's just a pointless fucking endeavour.
Okay, so Jamie, let me ask you a question, yeah?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Right. You see this virus?
Yeah.
Right. You believe it's real, yeah?
I believe there's a virus, yes.
Right, okay. So how do you think... How do you understand this virus transmits itself?
The same way the fucking common cold does and flu does.
Which is what? How?
By touch, by fucking spit and all the rest of it.
Okay.
It's airborne, isn't it?
Okay, right. Okay, that's fair. That's good. So, how do you think lockdowns, social distancing, and mask wearing would affect the transmission of that virus?
They haven't. They failed miserably.
No.
Come
on.
They haven't affected it at all. All they've done is made 70 million people in this country fucking miserable. It's done nothing.
So you think all the measures like lockdowns, mask wearing, and social distancing doesn't affect the transmission of the virus? That is an airborne virus.
Crinkle, what's the R number at the moment?
The what number?
What's the R number at the moment? What's the R rate at the moment?
I don't know. I think it's approaching below 1.
Right, it's 0.821. It's the R rate at the moment. Obviously, you'll know that the R rate is the number used to determine how many people one person will infect.
Yeah.
Right, so every time it goes below 1 is when when they keep saying, we're going to be out of lockdown, we're going to be out of lockdown. Well, at the moment, we're under 1, and they're still saying, the government have just put through law that we are going to be locked down now until fucking summertime. And that's gone through now. I think it was the 21st of June or something fucking like that. They can lock us down for lawfully and keep all these businesses shut. So that shows that the masks and all the rest of it, that the majority of the people that are following your little trend has done fuck all for anybody because we're still stuck. The government have come out themselves and already said that Patrick fucking Alistair, whatever his fucking name is, have already come out and said we must get used to living with COVID because we will never get rid of it. Now, my question, the question that I'd like you to answer is, if at the moment someone like yourself, myself, Pat, whatever, if we've got a 99.7% chance of surviving COVID...
9.7 now, is it?
99.7 is the number for someone like myself. It goes down dependent on age and things like that. So
9.7,
over the
okay.
age of 70, I think it goes down to a 95%.
Okay.
Right? That's the numbers. That's government statistics, not my numbers. I'm not making them up. If that's the case, right, why on earth would you take the chance of having a fucking COVID jab that you know nothing about? You don't know the long-term side effects of it. Or fuck all. Would you not rather catch COVID and take your chances at 99%, or would you want to stick yourself with a jab you know fuck all about?
Well, let me just answer that by saying that we do know a lot about RNA
Got your
vaccines.
message, mate. Yeah, I'll pop in when these two have kind of finished up.
Jamie?
Go on, I'm listening.
Yeah. We do know a lot about RNA vaccines already, okay? And,
We don't know anything about this one,
and,
do we?
and you don't know, just as much as you don't know the long-term effects of this vaccine, you don't know the long-term effects of COVID-19, do you?
What are the long-term effects of being exposed to crinkle? That's what I'd like to know.
COVID-19,
come on.
Once it's
No.
gone, it's gone. It's like catching the flu, crinkle. But if you take the vaccine, how is it that people have died after taking the vaccine? A woman was in there there were 16 people died after taking the vaccine.
Well,
There was a
what
woman in
evidence have you
hospital.
got of that?
It was on the fucking news. Her
Oh,
tongue
yeah, where
swelled up.
did you read that? The mainstream media.
See, again, you
Yeah, on the
because it's something
news.
that doesn't fit you.
Oh, you put that, you get that from the news, did you?
Crinkle, you're getting your info.
That's
Crinkle,
the news that Fluke
Crinkle.
Dog is putting down as
Crinkle.
mainstream media.
Crinkle,
so
you
you
get
got
your
your
info.
information from there,
Crinkle, you get your information from the mainstream.
Exactly.
No, I get my information
Can I
from
make-
the
can I just
scientific
make a point
papers.
here, Dan?
The mainstream, yes, the mainstream Crinkle.
Can I
No.
make a point?
Yeah, go on,
No.
go
Make
on,
a point.
Fluke. Go on, Fluke.
Right, okay, all I'd like to say is you can't have it both ways, Crinkle. You can't sit there and jabber on about mainstream, because that's what you sound like. You sound like you've been watching mainstream media for the last year, and as soon
Well,
as...
I haven't, though.
Hang on, as soon as Jamie, myself, or anybody else mentions what's actually being, produced in the mainstream media, you then go against it and say, "Oh, that's mainstream media."
No, I don't.
You
No, I
can't-
don't.
you
No.
can't have it-
A lot of, no,
can't
listen
have it
to
both
me.
ways, mate.
A lot of what I say, a lot of what I say, is in alignment with what the mainstream media say, because I read the science, they're going off the science, and so a lot of it aligns with me. But a lot of what the government say doesn't align with me because they divert from what the scientists are urging them to do.
The government are not coming out and saying that the test is causing people to have convulsions in hospital, are they? That's the scientists, that's the doctors, that's people in hospital that have had first-hand experience of the fucking vaccine. They've already come out and said you've had the lung people come
Who
out.
though? Who, Jamie?
You've
You
had the
say
charities,
they.
You've had the
Who is
charities for
they?
lung
Who is
cancer,
they?
etc. come out, and they've already said that they do not fucking think people with lung problems and stuff should be taking the vaccine. There was 16 people died after taking the test. There was a nurse in hospital.
Who's
last
they,
week.
Jamie?
Look it up, Crinkle
You
man.
say-
Fuck
you
it.
say
just
they.
disagree with anything
You
for the
say-
sake of disagreeing with it.
No, no,
it's
no,
all
no.
on the news.
No, no.
It's all over the news, not just one mainstream
So
media.
listen,
All
okay,
over the place.
okay, Jamie. So you're saying it's all on the news. So you're listening to the mainstream media that you claim to be telling you lies. So you're basically claiming to me the mainstream media, who you think are lying, are telling you something,
So
and you're
what
telling me
saying
to
is-
believe that
what,
shit.
What you're saying is that the mainstream media, you've just said that are in line with your opinion, are only in line when it suits you. When they say something that's
Exactly.
against your narrative, you completely disregard them and shout people down. You're a
But you-
typical leftist.
You just
will not have it to be.
quoted something off the mainstream media to put me down.
and you
But then
just said the- you
but
just
then
said
in the
2
same
seconds
breath,
ago that
in
they're
the
in line
same
with
breath,
your opinion.
in the same breath, you put down the mainstream media. It doesn't make sense, Jamie. I don't get any of my
All
information.
right, guys, come
I
on.
don't get any
let's-
information from the mainstream media. I look at the science, and
Listen,
that's it.
you're going to wake your neighbours
Well,
up
we
if you
all wanna
keep
see your
shouting.
vaccines, I'll tell you.
You're going to wake your neighbours up if you keep shouting. Let's try and keep it a little bit
And
more
Flip
calmer.
Dog, yeah, man, we can have a fucking one-to-one, man.
Oh my God, you having me first?
Listen, can I even get a word in? Would be
No
nice.
way. No chance.
You know? It's like, sorry, Dan, I'm not sure if you can mute people or unmute people or.
He's been drinking on an empty head, Fluke.
I ain't gonna fucking talk over you. Go on, go for it, man.
Some people I can mute and some that I can't, unfortunately.
I ain't gonna speak over no one, man.
have a go.
I ain't into that, man.
Okay, can I speak then? Because I don't want to overtalk anybody else either, any more than I
Go on,
would
mate.
overtalk myself.
Go for it, man.
I'm not asking you, you fucking pillar. I'm asking Dan. It's fucking.
I'm always a pillar, can I?
It's
See,
not like-
it
shut up.
It resorts to personal attacks like all the time. Yeah, go on. Yeah, go on.
Dan's live stream. I'm asking Dan, not you.
Yes, Monsieur Fluke Dog.
Right, okay. Let's go back to the beginning. You said quite clear, and let me finish before you start bumbling in, Crinkle. You said on Pap's live stream last Sunday that you had a PhD, right?
No, I never.
Oh, right, okay, hang on.
Oi,
What did I
I've
just
challenged
say?
you already. I've challenged you already. Let me stop you there. Let me just interject. Let me just interject. If you can prove it with audio, if you can prove that with audio, I'm willing to donate £500 to this channel.
Here we go. Do you want me to fucking prove it to you? Here
Yeah,
we go.
go on then.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 points you made on Pap's channel.
Stop. Hold on a minute.
Hell, let me
Hold on a minute.
finish, cunt.
If you
Let
can,
me fucking finish.
No.
You can answer.
No, stop for a minute. Right, if you can prove that I said I had a PhD, provide the audio, and I will donate £500 to this channel and Jamie's channel.
Just lost 500 quid. Because I tell you what.
Go on then. Prove it.
I've been through videos over videos over.
Prove it, man. Prove
Just
it.
let him speak with you. Fuck me.
Fuck's sake. Just go back and watch your own phone call to
Prove it.
When
Oh
it
my
clearly
Prove it with your audio, and I will willingly donate £500 to both channels.
Right, okay then. So here's my point. My point is
No, prove it, man. Prove it.
It's online. It's there. It's there on YouTube. You saying you have
Prove it, man. Why don't you just replay it, and I'll donate 500 quid right this second.
We'll look.
Right this second. Right now. Right now.
Hey,
Oh my God,
calm yourself down, Crinkle. Calm it down.
He's going to scream like a
So
baby.
anyway,
Fucking hell.
anybody in the chat can go back and watch Pap's live stream from last Sunday and fast forward towards Crinkle's interview where he phones in, and you
Was it
can
Pap's or mine, Fluke?
clearly hear him say he had a PhD. Right?
Let me
And
stop you there, please. Fluke dog.
Hang
Fluke
on,
dog.
you fucking shut up, you cunt.
Fluke dog. Let me stop you there, right? If
I
anyone,
said,
let me, Fluke dog, stop. Fluke dog, please. Fluke dog, please. No, I won't let you finish because if I challenge anybody, right?
We've heard you challenge us. I'm looking now. Shut the fuck up. Let someone else
I challenge anybody to post that fucking audio in.
Yeah, we're doing it now. I'm doing it.
And if it's there, I will donate 500 quid to your channel and Pap's channel.
Brilliant. Right, now let someone else fucking talk with you.
Right, go on.
Right, okay, so after that video, and I went back through that video, and I'll give you an example of how diligent I am when it comes to going through videos.
Just quickly,
right?
though, Fluke, was it
There
my
was-
channel or Pap's?
Diligent.
No. And
I went through a video that Subject Access sent to me, right, about a 74-year-old man that was arrested for not wearing a mask, handcuffed behind his back and dragged into the back of a police van, right? And nobody could. I'd been to the original video. I went to the person who posted it to Facebook, and I couldn't find out which police force in the UK it was, right? So I had to download the video, upload it to my computer, and then go through it frame by frame. It took me 2.5 hours to go through that video to find they had a PhD, because the first thing I put down...
Well, prove it, man. Prove it. Prove it.
The first thing I put down on my notes was PhD.
Just play it back to me and then I'll believe you.
Calm down, Crinkle. Let him finish talking.
Right. Why would I have put down on my notes that I called you a pillock high on drugs if you didn't say PhD?
Play it back to me and I'll believe you. Play it back to me and I'll donate 500 quid to this channel.
If you said you had a Bachelor's Science degree, which is a BSc, I'd have called you a bullshit commentator.
I'm sure you would have, yeah, Fluke Dog, yeah, because you're fucking full of all this fucking,
right, okay, and
you know.
PCR.
So prove it to me that I said I had a PhD, and I'll give this channel, right?
I'm looking now. God,
I'm giving you your opportunity, right, to donate to this channel 500 quid. If you can pull up the audio where I said I had a PhD, I will on my whole family's life, I will donate 500 quid to this channel.
That video's still there. Go back and watch it for yourself. Idiot.
You go and pull it up. You pull it up. If you can find it, I'll donate 500 quid. Yeah,
Not a problem.
to this channel.
Let's go back to some of the earlier chats tonight.
No. See, he's trying to avoid it now. You tell me where it came from.
Pap's got that video, right?
Right. So just get the audio from it, yeah, and just all you need to do is chop a snippet out of the audio and play it back to me where I said I've got a PhD and I'll donate on my mum's, on my family's life, 500 quid to this channel and Pap's channel.
I'm not going to do it now.
And civil disobedience.
Next week on Tuesday, I can do it next week Wednesday if you want.
Yeah, you do it. Do it, man.
Right,
That
okay.
word talk is cheap, man.
It's out there, mate. It's online. It's on the web.
Well, you get it out. You get it out. Dig it out, man. Dig it out and play it back to me and play it back to everyone. And I'll be willing to pay a lot of money.
We'll do that, but I'm not going to do it right now. But I will.
I know that I've never said that, so I know that you can never pull that up.
You fucking prick. It's on the channel. It's live. It's still there.
Okay, well, fair enough. Go on. Anyway, carry on. I'll be quiet. Go on.
Let's go on. PCR. The Kerry Mullis, the inventor of the PCR test, was approached by the American government in the 1980s asking him to how they could use PCR to detect HIV in patients. And he turned round to them and said, bollocks, you can't test for a virus using PCR. That's the inventor of the PCR test. And you can't detect HIV.
Can I stop you there?
Virus, right? Hang
Can
on.
I stop you there?
Finish, right?
Can I stop you there?
Cannot be used. It's an enlargement test. It's a way of enlarging a section of chromosomes of DNA, so you can enlarge it. And effectively, Kerry Mullis, again, the inventor of the PCR test, basically said that if you use so many cycles of PCR, you can pretty much, and this I quote him verbatim, he said you can pretty find anything in anybody.
Yep,
right?
Correct.
Now, and also, when it comes to DNA evidence, it's absolutely never been a gold standard to use PCR for DNA. In criminal offences, right, saliva has been used to identify criminals. Semen has been used to identify criminals. People in murder.
Oh, right. Okay, stop you there. Semen.
People who are murder victims that scratched their assailant, their fingernails have been scraped, and the DNA from the skin of their assailant has been used to identify them from DNA. Right? So PCR's never been used, and even parental legal cases, right? Blood tests are used to suss out parental responsibility, where, say, for argument's sake, a man says he never shagged that woman and that's not his child. A blood test is used to sort out DNA and end paternity tests in court. PCR has never been used. You're full of shit.
Right, so what tests have been used then?
DNA tests, for fuck's sake.
Hey?
You get DNA from saliva,
No,
hair,
stop
fingernails.
butting in. Let him answer. Yeah, go on. Tell me what tests have been used. Yeah, go on.
Any DNA test can be used on saliva, skin,
Which
hair.
type of test is that then?
It's a DNA test.
What kind of DNA test?
You're Mr. Bachelor of Science. What do you not know about DNA tests?
Yeah, come on. Tell me which tests. Tell me which test.
It's called a DNA test.
What kind of DNA test is it? Yeah,
Right,
come on. Explain yourself.
There's no point to your argument, Pringle.
Shut up, Jamie, for your fuck's sake, man. Let him explain. Let him explain and dig his own hole.
Well,
Tell me what DNA tests are used.
Crinkle, let him talk then.
I'll give you an example. If I break into a bank and I cut my wrist as I'm breaking into the bank and I get away with £10,000 and the police come and investigate, they take a sample of the blood off the broken window and they can use that as a DNA sample to match anybody who's got that blood sample. That's how they find DNA. You fucking... It's been
How do you think they do that?
It's been used for fucking decades and they've never used PCR.
Right. So what's the test they use to do that then, eh?
It's called a DNA
Luke Dog.
test, you fucking dick.
Yeah. What kind of DNA test is it though, Luke Dog?
Right, can I just say something?
No, Jamie, butt out. Let me just ask Luke Dog.
Whoa. No, I tell you what.
Luke Dog, why don't you explain to me what DNA test is it they use to detect you if you've committed a crime? Go on, you explain to me.
So if the police can identify, say myself, Pap, you and Jamie, all get accused of a crime, and the only evidence the police have is a blood sample, they can identify which one of us committed the crime from that blood sample. Correct
Okay, how?
Correct or not? Correct or not?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you very much. You just
by which test? By which test?
Thanks for admitting I was fucking right.
No. No. You ain't gonna get away with it that easily. By which test will they distinguish?
And you just agreed with me.
No. Oh look, you're trying to like trip me up like in a little girl's way in the playground. What test is there, right? That is gonna distinguish between three people who's committed a crime and left DNA at the crime scene. You tell me.
I tell you what. I'll reverse that question because you like that done to you.
No, don't reverse it. Just answer the question.
What test can't prove which one of us committed that crime?
What test can't? I'll tell you which test can, and that's PCR.
Bullshit.
Do you know how PCR test works?
Do you know that you can't do an electron microscopy on a fucking blood sample to test for a virus?
Look, if you're looking at like blood types, then it's a 1 in 4. Like you got a 1 in 4 chance of getting away with it because there's only 4 types of blood types.
Keep digging your hole. Keep digging your hole because as I said to you, if there was a break-in and there was only a hair left at that break-in and the police find that hair, they can decide from that DNA sample, right, from that hair, whether it was me that committed the crime, Pap, Jamie or you. They can find out which one, as long as they've got a sample of each of our DNA, they can find out which one of us committed that crime.
From what test?
You tell me, because you seem to know it.
PCR.
Bullshit.
Let me tell you how PCR tests work.
Don't bother.
No, let me tell you. Right? And tell me if I'm wrong, man.
Of the test.
Tell me if I'm wrong. Right, it's time for you to shut up, man, and time for me to speak.
You ain't stopped.
Right, a PCR test is basically, you know what you're looking for, right? You know what species you're looking for. You know what human you're looking for, right? And so you put you put some primers in to the experiment,
I'd fucking would if I were you, because it's what's going to.
which basically flank any sequence of DNA you're looking for.
You
So
can find.
if you
The inventor.
Stop interrupting. Stop interrupting.
If you can literally find anything in anybody, you can even find dead nucleotides of a common cold that I had 30 years ago. If you exercise PCR to its fullest extent, you can find any dead virus in anybody. It's
No,
not
you're absolutely full of shit, man.
The PCR.
Yeah, you know nothing about fucking science, and you know nothing about PCR tests. I'm sorry, Fluke, but you're full of fucking shit, mate. And you're absolutely full of shit.
Did you invent the PCR test?
No, I didn't, but I performed them.
The inventor of PCR.
I know how they work. If you knew how they work, you wouldn't be such a fucking dildo, would you?
Answer
the question. There's the personal attacks again from the scientist.
You wouldn't. No, if you knew how they worked, you would say, okay, well, that's a reasonable fucking.
So what you're telling me is the inventor of the PCR test.
Right. Okay. Let me just outline it to you. Right. Just quickly. Yeah. Listen to me, Fluke. Please. Right. Be quiet. 1 sec, Fluke. Let me just explain it to you. Right. Okay. Now, listen, Fluke. Listen to me. Fluke.
Right. Fucking voices on these fucking phone calls. You're a cunt, is what you do.
Right.
Prove yourself to be a cunt.
Forget the personal attacks, man.
Okay, listen.
Forget the personal attacks. Let me explain it to you, yeah?
Listen.
You're wrong. Fuck off. Go to bed. Go and find a woman to
Let me explain it, Jamie.
Wait. Let me
Do you, Jamie?
Let me explain.
Explaining it to her.
Let me explain.
Let me explain how PCR
No. Let me explain something.
Fluke, I'm sure you're interested, Fluke.
Let me explain something.
Fluke.
You said on this live stream earlier on that you've been posting videos that have been removed. Where's your fucking
It's not
channel?
working.
Exactly.
My channel's on Henry Crinkle.
You ain't there, mate. Henry Crinkle is a fucking singer in the UK. And then there's another one, which is Ellen Ripley, which is actually, strangely enough, the first-hand surname of the woman in the Alien films.
Well,
So
my channel is
You're so fucking provable and you're so fucking honest. Why are you using Mickey Mouse accounts and Mickey Mouse phone calls and Mickey Mouse voices?
That's no reason. Listen.
Because you're a
Exactly.
cunt. Prove yourself to be a cunt.
That's no reason to attack someone, is it? Because
you dug your own hole, mate, and we just filled it in for you.
Fluke, let me fill you in, yeah. Let me fill you in.
Filled in by bullshit, sir.
Like no, come on, give me my fucking space, yeah.
We've had about an hour of fucking space.
No. But you've been talking over me all the time.
Nothing.
Says the man who talks
We're
over
going to
him
learn
all
nothing
the
from
time.
you.
You're all talking over me.
Go and tuck yourself in.
You've been talking over me the whole time, man.
You haven't shut up,
Right.
Tinkle.
What does Fluke know about PCR tests?
More than you
What do you know about PCR tests?
Can I explain? I'll explain to you if you give me 2 seconds, right, to explain. I'll explain to you how they work, and then I'll give you some time to say this is not legitimate.
Right, guys.
Conclusively, you cannot detect a virus with PCR. That was the inventor of the test. Are you telling me that he was wrong?
Right, let me explain how they work.
Are you telling me he's wrong?
Let
I
me.
told him that.
Well, you prove it with. Prove it. Prove it.
He
That's
proved
his,
it.
that's
The
his
inventor
argument,
of the
Fluke.
chemist said you
Prove
can't-
it, man. Prove it.
That's his argument, Fluke. I've heard exactly the same thing as
Prove it,
said,
Fluke.
and I've told,
You ain't
and
got
I've
no
said
evidence,
before.
man. You ain't got no evidence.
Talking over people. Shut up, you fucking minge.
Right. You proved to me that Kerry Mullis, the inventor of the PCR test, was wrong. You prove it to me.
No.
He can't
What
see
I'd
the-
like to say. No, listen. What I'd like to say is that you've misinterpreted what he said. He wasn't saying that you can't distinguish one virus from another. What he was saying is that you cannot. No, listen to me. You cannot distinguish someone. You cannot distinguish the viral load of somebody, whether it's high or low, from.
Oh my God.
Yes, he
I heard
did.
Your mum had a painful
If
childbirth.
you actually look it up, oh man, you're just brainwashed fucking mugs from fucking.
Whoa, 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 whoa,
Oh
whoa.
my days, man! Alex Jones, you've been listening to too much David Icke and Alex Jones, man.
Oh, mate, you've been listening to too much left-wing politics
Alex
and
Jones
news.
is a fucking bullshit.
No, I listen to the science and Fluke. I want to pull you
Why
up on
don't
a
you
few
listen to the
things.
man who invented the fucking testing, Fluke?
Listen. I want to pull Fluke up on a.
A better scientist than you will ever be. He
Right,
invented the
well-
fucking test, and he
well,
said
okay.
that it was bullshit.
Chill. Take
so
a chill
how
pill.
is he fucking wrong and you're right?
Take a chill pill. He's not
You're
going to be.
wrong.
He's not going to be able to answer that, unfortunately.
No, Dick
and-
can't hang up on him.
No. Listen, he's not going to be able to answer that, unfortunately. And the reason that I've just ended Crinkle there on this call is because he's screaming at you to shut up and let him talk.
Yeah,
But he's shouting over other people whilst they're trying to talk. So it can't be one rule for one and another for other people.
Typical leftist behaviour.
so-
It's fucking someone says something that doesn't fit their narrative. Their immediate go-to is to shout them down and personally insult them. He's a typical leftist cunt.
I think I now have a blood clot.
Haven't he?
Fucking aneurysm or some
I think
shit
we've all
going
got a
on.
blood clot, mate.
I
So
think Mum had a painful childbirth.
So that, I'm afraid, that has to be the end of that call. That's gone on for ages. It's been very enjoyable, guys, and Crinkle. It's been very enjoyable from my point
Or
of view.
Ellen,
Anyway,
depending on what you want to call him.
and it's been.
Dan, before you sign off, can I just say a few things that I just could not get across because it was really frustrating because I couldn't get anything I wanted to say across.
Only if, when you start talking, I'm allowed to shout over you.
Yes, absolutely.
No.
Go on.
Sorry, talking to me or Jamie?
Yeah, no. Listen, I'll let anybody say their
I'm letting you
piece.
go. I'm letting you go, man. Go.
I'll let anybody
Okay.
say their piece. So go for it.
The thing with Crinkle and his ilk is the fact that they constantly quote mainstream media on a almost minute by minute basis. And then as soon as Jamie quotes the mainstream media, he goes, "Oh, you're just quoting mainstream media." Well, you can't have it both ways. You can't keep quoting the mainstream media. And then when someone quotes against you, you can say that you're using the mainstream media. That's bullshit. You can't do that, And then he says he's been posting videos that keep getting removed and posting comments that keep getting removed. And I can't find his channel. It doesn't exist, right? It doesn't exist. He doesn't have a channel.
You found. There's a music channel.
Then he said another thing was PCR when they published the fact that even the CDC, the Centers for Disease Control, actually published a paper that said that PCR, if used in the incorrect way, would pretty much find 95% false positive rates in COVID-19. Right, and that was on the CDC's own website, right? But Crinkle said that was debunked by Google fact checkers. Do me a favour. This geezer could not contradict himself anymore if he fucking tried. And that is why whenever I speak to you guys, I'm speaking like I am now. As soon as I say anything to this guy, he just fucking goes off his rocker saying, I've got to prove everything. Why don't you prove something, Crinkle? Because everything you said is not provable. Everything I've said is provable. It's there. It's online. The fact that he said he had a PhD is provable. It's on your live stream, Pat, from last Sunday.
Right. Well, I'll go through that at some point this week and see if I can find it.
I've been through it, and I've been through every argument he put on that live stream, and I literally went through it frame by frame, second by second, and I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 points that he made on your live stream last week that I went through and paused it and wrote down the note, you know, on my notes, paused every part of when he said something or asked a question or made a point. I paused it and made a note of it. And it took me at least 40 minutes to go through that whole phone call, you know, and there it is. He said PhD. It's on your live stream, mate. It's on your live stream. I think if you go to about, I think it's about a 6-hour live stream, but I think if you go to about 5.5 plus maybe hours, as soon as Crinkle comes on, go through it and he says PhD. Why did I use the term, you know, pillock high on drugs? Why would I have used pillock high on drugs if he didn't say PhD?
Like you said earlier, when you found that stuff out about the guy that invented the PCR test, and the same things you said about finding his channel on YouTube, I've done exactly the same as you, and I've heard exactly the same things you have, and I've done exactly the same research as you found, independently of what you've said, and not looking at anything you've put forward. I've managed to find exactly the same fucking things in other places. So they're obviously out there. So for him, like you said, the guy that invented, and I've had this argument with him already when we first started this bullshit. The guy that invented that PCR test said it was not to be used in diagnosing COVID. He said that before he died.
Or for diagnostic purposes. It's not to be used for diagnostic purposes.
So, and it says online, as Dan said, it's not the fucking gold standard, as he claims it to be.
No, it's not, and it's absolutely not. And the thing with PCR, go back again. If we go back to what Crinkle said earlier about PCR being used to you know, for parental reasons or for solving crimes and this, that, and the other, it's never been used for that because it cannot be used for that. It's as simple as this. If I was to commit a crime against Pap and beat him up and, you know, and he grabbed me by the hair and
good luck with that,
came in and I legged it, then basically the police would be able to look at the hair that Pap grabbed off of my head, because obviously Pap doesn't have much. Then obviously the police can identify me from the DNA from my hair sample. It's as simple as that. There is no test. It's a DNA sample.
Yeah, exactly.
They can use saliva, blood, semen. They have done in rape cases for years. They've used DNA samples from semen to convict rapists.
To you wasn't relevant.
So why does he have to tell me I've got to tell him what the test is? It's a DNA test.
It's not relevant though, is it? That wasn't relevant to the fucking argument. That's what I was trying to say. What difference does it make you telling us what test they do use? The fact is, you proved the point. It's not the PCR test. That was the argument. I don't give a fuck what test they do use. All I want to know is that it wasn't the PCR test, and that was point proven. So why he's trying to get you to fucking go into other areas of fucking science?
Because he's lost the argument is what he's lost. He's lost the argument. He can't back it up, you know. And the thing is with these people, mate, they're just like the government. When their story falls apart, they just cannot find a way out of it, you know. And that's exactly what Crinkle's proved. He's proved the point. He's proved the point that when you run out of arguments, you know, you just have to shout over people. I'm not shouting over anybody else now. I'm shouting over Pap or yourself. You know, it's like you can have a sensible discussion. If he had a sensible reason or a sensible argument, he would have let me say my piece and then come back to me and proved me wrong. But he couldn't do that.
You've just proved another point that which we love. Ellen Ripley, prove it, 500 quid. So obviously that's Crinkle. That's
Yeah,
pretty
Ellen
fucking
Ripley is
point.
Crinkle.
Yeah.
I mean, this
He
is the
might
thing.
that as well,
The thing
might
is,
not.
that's the thing. When Pap's online and when you're online, Jamie, you're civil disobedience. I'm Fluke Clog. You know, I don't ring on a dodgy number and pretend I've got a funny voice, you know, to get on a live stream. I just ring up and say, hi, it's Fluke. You know, what have I got to hide? Nothing. What have you got to hide? Nothing. Anybody else that calls into the show just says their name, whether it's their YouTube name or their real name.
Don't
You
ask
know,
me
I don't
what I've got
ring
to. Don't ask me what I've got to hide, for fuck's sake.
No, Dan, I wouldn't even go there, mate. With a t-shirt that big, you can hide a lot.
This is what I said to him, and I said the same thing to Dan the other day, and I said it to Dan earlier as well. I'm happy to have these conversations with absolutely anybody on a sensible basis.
And
if
so
somebody can put something forward to show me that my argument was wrong or something I've said was incorrect, like Crinkle did earlier when he pulled me up on that, I said the numbers were wrong. Yeah, if I misspoke, I apologise, but I can admit that I misspoke. I won't shout every fucker down and try and justify it with some bullshit and then get you to explain to me why I misspoke. I'll put my hands up. I'll say, yes, okay, you've proved me wrong. You're a better man than me, which is what I said to him. If you can show me a fucking PhD, a bachelor's, or anything you didn't get out of a chemistry set your mum bought you for Christmas, I'll fucking put my hands up to you as the more learned man. But as far as I'm concerned, someone who acts the way he does, shouts people down the way he does, if that cunt has got a bachelor's, PhD, or anything higher than a fucking GCSE in art, I would be fucking shocked to death. That cunt couldn't do more than paint by numbers. He's thick as shit. That is Rodney right up. That's Rodney up there.
And the thing with people like that as well is the fact that they can go on and on about all this shit, but why hasn't he got a YouTube channel? Why doesn't he have a...
It's a music channel, remember?
You know, because...
up as well. It's a fucking musician.
Yeah, exactly. And Ellen, what's her face? Ellen Ripley.
Yeah.
Is the lead character in the Alien films.
Yeah.
So why are you using people like that? Because if you Google search it, you'll find nothing. All you find is Henry Crinkle, which is some sort of singer in the UK. I've never heard of him. And the other person you put in is Ellen Ripley, which is the lead, person in the Alien films. Why would you use those terms? Why would you use those type of names? Also, just something else I wanted to bring to light, Dan, quickly, is also today I watched a video on BitChute, and it showed the Advertising Standards Authority made the government pull one of their adverts about COVID because it was misleading.
Yeah,
right?
I heard that.
Yeah, and what they did was they put up an advert which was suggesting that people who walk their dogs or go jogging are more likely to have COVID. What sort of bullshit is that? So if I go out for a walk without my dog, I'm not likely to have COVID. But if I go out for a walk with my dog, I'm going to be more likely to have COVID. What sort of bullshit do people believe in these days? And they
if that had been let out, there would have been people that would have believed that as well. That's the sad truth.
Now,
of it.
the only mainstream media channel to put it up on their website was the Daily Telegraph, and they put it behind a paywall, so you have to pay to get that video. Right? But somebody did put it up against the paywall and screenshotted the whole lot of this thing, and it shows that the government had to withdraw that advert because the Advertising Standards Authority proved that the government had absolutely no way of proving that was the case, that joggers and dog walkers were more likely to have COVID. And even if you believe that in the first place, there's something wrong with your brain.
Well, surely as a dog walker in the middle of a field and stuff somewhere, you're about as socially distanced as you could fucking possibly be. So
exactly, it's like closing golf courses. It's like, how far away from humanity could you be with a golf club and a ball?
I think we should follow Italy's example and just say fuck you and just open up again. Personally,
well, I looked online and I found my family's actually from Italy, so I'm quite in loop with what's going on over there. And they said that over 50,000 businesses use the same hashtag, "We are open," and And that's what it was. 50,000 businesses just decided to open. And when the police tried to come in and shut them down or give people tickets, the people in the restaurants, I think there was one restaurant, and there's a video on YouTube about it, and I think there's about 40 people in this restaurant, and they just started screaming the word 40, 40, 40, which means out, right, in Italian. And they were just screaming out, 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 out at the coppers. And eventually these 6 police officers just walked out of the restaurant and left them all alone. And that is the power that we have. And that's what people have to realise. There's more of us than there is of them.
We need to do it here quick, I think.
And we do.
We're being told we're being locked down again now. He's extended the lockdown already and had it passed through law that he can extend that lockdown. I think it was till somewhere like June.
Yeah, well, the original lockdown that came in January already had 2 automatic inclusions to say that they could extend it to the end of February and the end of March.
Yeah.
So
they'll put another 3 months on the fucking thing.
Yeah, it's just, and I said this before, I said it on your live stream the other night, I'm sure I did. It was like, it doesn't matter. If 90% of this country took the vaccine tomorrow, I guarantee you 3 things. There'll still be mask wearing, there'll still be social distancing, and there'll still be lockdowns, because the vaccine manufacturers themselves, this is another bullshit thing that Crinkle came out with earlier. On Moderna's website and on Pfizer's website, they clearly state that vaccine will not give you immunisation from COVID, and it will not stop transmission, which is convenient if you want to keep the masks and the social distancing and the lockdowns going. It's only there to lessen symptoms. That is not the purpose of a vaccine. The purpose of a vaccine is to immunise you against disease, not lessen symptoms.
We're fucked.
Basically, yes. The more people suck this bullshit up, the quicker we are going down headlong into a fucking, basically a Nazi, socialist, Marxist state. That's where we're
I can't see how many more times Boris is going to be able to get away with coming on the news and asking, "Oh, please forgive me, just one more time, just one more lockdown." I can't see, even with the fucking idiots in this country being as polite and laid back and fucking middle class and all the rest of it as these fucking idiots are that read The Guardian and that, I can't see, surely, eventually, the majority of us are going to go, fuck this. You've destroyed enough of the economy, fucked enough businesses. We're bored out of our fucking brains. You're destroying people with mental health. You basically shut the healthcare system down to the whole country because you're not allowing any cunt in any hospitals, although you're saying they're at bursting point. Yet if you do the maths, with the 30-odd thousand people you said were in hospitals spread across 1,250 hospitals, that means there are only 30 people per hospital in the UK. That is not fucking bursting point by any stretch of the imagination.
No,
so
and the thing is,
fucking nonsense.
It is, and the thing is, it's like, I think the frustrating thing is the fact that people just either go along with it because they believe it, or they go along with it because they don't want to be, and this is how they use this whole psychology side of it. Is like, if I go into a supermarket without a mask, then 20 people might have a pop at me for not having a mask, or the security guard has a pop at me, or the Tesco's manager has a pop at me, or whoever it is has a pop at me and they're literally using people against each other. I mean, talk about divide and conquer. I mean, you're literally using people to grass people up for having a barbecue, or grassing people up for having more than 6 people around their house, or, and all this stuff. And that's where it comes. It comes in the psychology of it. It's almost making like everybody that doesn't want to comply is automatically guilty.
You know what the answer is to that, don't you, boys? You know what the answer to that is, don't you?
What's that?
Just do as you're fucking told.
The supermarkets are starting to quickly realise that their policy on telling people that they can't enter with masks on won't be fucking stood for. Because what they're doing now is they're fucking... Tesco's new thing that's all over the radio at the moment, mainstream media, I'm sorry if I'm quoting something from the mainstream again, but Tesco's have put all over the radio at the moment that their new policy is, and I'll quote them, is to wear a mask. If you have an exemption, you don't have to. However, they only want one person from the household shopping at a time, unless you're a carer. So you can't go with your wife and kids. You can't go with your wife. You can't. Do you know what I mean? If you go there, you got to be either disabled or have a carer or be a carer. But they're getting rid of the bullshit about not being able to come in without a lanyard and that, because obviously so many people have fucking kicked off over it. So that's fucking gone now. So they're just trying to find something new.
So this is the
to
point.
bring in.
The point is whenever they come up with a rule that we can sort of not use, I don't want to use the word circumvent, but that we can use to defend our rights, they then circumvent that by doing what you just said about Tesco's. They just go to the corporations who are in league with the government and have been for millennia, and they just go, okay, let's try and change this in a corporate manner.
Yeah.
And then the dumb order-following police officers go and do exactly what they did to you at Morrison's. They enforced corporate policy rather than the law.
Yep, and I spoke to the company that successfully negotiated the £7,000 for the other woman who had denial of service on that basis.
Yeah.
And they've given me a legal template, which I've sent to Morrison's already. So I've already put in civil action claim against Morrison's, so I'm waiting to hear back from that. But she said to me on the phone, categorically, the laws and the acts categorically trump policies. Doesn't matter what Tesco's fucking say. Doesn't matter what Morrison's say. If it's set out in law at the moment, the law will always trump their policy. And obviously their policy went against what the law said. So they're fucked. But I think we all need to get a fucking anonymous, and I'll say it, anonymous, fucking march together and get some serious numbers up in London and have a proper fucking march on it.
Yeah, that's absolutely not what needs to happen. And
But we need big numbers, and organising it over a channel like mine or Pap's will end up with me or Pap being shut down or fucking arrested for inciting riots. But
well,
I
what
think
they'll
that's
do
needs
is
to
they'll
happen.
just use that against you. You know,
Of course they will.
you know, the first person they're going to, if me, you, and Pap organise a fucking march on London, and you know, the first thing they're going to do is arrest Pap, arrest me, arrest you. Once they, and this is how they use that type of thing. They use it by arresting the very people that organise it in the first place, and then what happened is the march then peters out because there's
no one to lead it.
To a certain degree, no leader. You know, they've taken the leaders. You know, and then they start arresting people willy nilly, and everyone else gets frightened and scared, and soon of a sudden the march breaks up and it fizzles out because people are frightened to get arrested. But the problem, like you said, with the lady that was given the £7,000 compensation, it wasn't actually dealt with in court. It was dealt outside court. Now, the reason they do it, the reason they do it like that, because if Morrison's had to cough up £7,000 to you tomorrow, then the court doesn't have to worry about court precedent.
That's right.
And that way, you know, it's just got rid of one problem, you know, and that way the court doesn't have to make a decision. It was like after the first lockdown, I think there was something like 140 conviction or 140 court cases over lockdown breaches, and all 140 of those cases were dismissed by the judges. All said that they were unlawful, right? And
yeah,
so,
well, just to let you know, a quarter of all COVID fines, this is something I'll be talking about over the next couple of days, but a quarter of all COVID fines thus far have been thrown out. A quarter.
because you have to challenge it. If people don't if this is what happens, you've got an obedient society that just goes, okay, I broke down COVID laws, I've got a £200 fine, so I'll just pay it.
Yep.
You know, and that's where you get compliance. If people comply, then you don't get any change because, you know, people are just complying. The more the government gets compliance, the more fines they'll issue, because eventually, you know, that's where you get it. You get it from compliance. What you need is a mass fucking bunch of people saying, fuck off, we've had enough, we're not complying, I'm not paying the fines, I'm not going to court, or if anything, I'm not paying the fine, take me to court. Clog up the court system with hundreds of thousands of people with fines.
Yeah, of course.
And what will happen? The fucking system will just fucking break down.
I've been saying, this is something I said months ago when the fines started getting issued. It's something that Crime Bodge said as well, and you know, and I agree with it. We need to contest every single fixed penalty notice that's issued, every single one, and that's the only way because, as you've just rightly said there as well, people who acquiesce, I believe is the right term, and just simply accept the fine and go, oh, I'll better pay it. Just, I don't want to be a troublemaker and all that rubbish. It's not about being a troublemaker. It's not about hassle. It's about your fucking rights. It's what the law is there to protect you. It's not to be used to abuse you. And at the moment, it is being used to abuse you. And the only way we're going to do anything about it is if we all turn around and say, whoa, enough is enough. It's not happening anymore.
And follow my channel name, which is fucking clear what you should be doing. So that's why it's called civil disobedience, and that's what we fucking need more of.
And it's only because police abuse powers.
Yeah, but yours doesn't mean what we should be doing, does it?
Well, no, but it's the reason.
The point of my channel name, which I tried to explain to Crinkle, means that we fight and argue unjust laws, etc. And Crinkle couldn't get that through his thick head because he doesn't understand the meaning of what civil disobedience means.
I can't use my channel name because I was named after a dog called Fluke. So I mean that doesn't really make any difference. But
not very helpful, is it? Mine was set up with the correct name in place because I like to argue with the police.
But this is I think one of the other things I just wanted to go back to briefly is the compliance issue. And from a legal perspective, the only person that can fine you is a judge after you've been convicted of an offence. So you get done for drink driving, you get 6 points on your licence or whatever it is, or a year's ban and a fine.
They report you. They report you for a fine.
Yeah, what they're doing with any sort of PNC, penalty charge notices, parking fines, and all that, it's always dealt by a private company, and therefore you can just tell them to fuck off. Because then if they then share say you don't pay the £200 COVID fine and they send it off to a debt collection agency, they then shared your details with another party without your consent, and that's a GDPR violation, and they can be sued for that. But if people don't know how that works, then the old saying is knowledge is power, isn't it? It's kind of
massive.
And I had the same thing with Tesco's over an unpaid fuel bill. I don't know if I mentioned this on your channel the other day or not. I might have been talking on Kat's channel.
Yeah.
I had a problem with Tesco's. I went to Tesco's, went to pay for my fuel, it wouldn't accept my debit card, and the lady behind the counter said to me, oh look, don't worry, it happens all the time. And I said, okay, so I left my registration, my name and address and telephone number, and they said as long as I went back and paid it within 7 days.
What's that noise? I don't know
what it is. Oh, sorry, I don't know if you heard that, but I don't know what that noise was. It sounded like someone sneezing or something. COVID.
Was that you? Was that you, Jamie?
No, I'm sitting here listening, mate.
Oh, fuck knows what that noise was.
So what I was saying was, so Tesco's then said that as long as I went back and paid the fuel bill within 7 days, then they just forget about it, sort of thing. So I went back 3 days later, paid the fuel bill, apologised, and they gave me a receipt. Now, normally I don't keep receipts for 20 quid's worth of fuel, but, I just thought, just in case something goes wrong, I kept it in the car. Anyway, about 3 months later, my brother sent me my car's registered to a different address. So my brother sent me a screenshot of a letter from a debt collection agency saying I owed 85 quid for the £20 I didn't pay Tesco's. So I phoned Tesco's and I said to the lady, I explained the situation, and she said, I'll look into it. And I said, well, look, are you aware of GDPR? Because you've shared my personal information with a third party without my consent, and that's a violation of GDPR. Are you aware of what that is? And she said, no, I haven't got a clue what it is. And I said, well, if you escalate this to your manager or whoever's above you, make sure that you ask them if they're GDPR compliant. Because if they're not, then it needs to go higher and higher until somebody is GDPR compliant. 2 days later, I got a phone call from Tesco's from a woman who was GDPR compliant. And I explained the whole situation again to her. And she turned around and said, yes, you're absolutely right. And she apologised straight off the bat and said, leave it with me. 2 days later, I get a phone call from Tesco's again. And without touching a solicitor or anybody, right, This is 3 phone calls to Tesco's. They turned round, apologised to me, and gave me £250 compensation.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. Because if people don't know their rights, they ain't going to use it. They're going to turn around and pay that debt collection 85 quid for a £20 fuel bill.
That's it. That's exactly right. Let's see what Morrison's wants to pay me.
Well, yeah, it's like you say, Jamie, at the end of the day, you know, they fucked you over. We all saw that.
Yeah.
That was fucking live on. And then what happened? The police turned up and enforced corporate policy and not the law.
Yep.
You know,
come out for a civil matter.
You know, you've got these police officers are just fucking disgraceful, mate. Honestly, they're just disgraceful. It's bad enough that they do fucking shit on a daily basis, but when it comes to this COVID stuff, it is just absolutely unbelievable.
Well, they've got a complaint running against them at the moment. I'm waiting to get a letter or something back to say that they're not going to do anything, and then I'll push it further. But there is a complaint running against those 2 twats.
And so it should be. You know, so
well, one of them, one of them for the assumption that it was all for YouTube and all the rest of it, without even the benefit of finding out what was actually going on. And the other cunt, he thought he was clever waving and laughing and fucking winding the situation up like a little clown.
That's the thing about the video. As soon as they mention, oh, you're just recording this for social media, you know, well, why are you recording it then, Mr. Officer? Are you recording it for social media or are you recording it for legal reasons? Because I'm recording it for legal reasons, you fucking dick.
Exactly.
Where I put my fucking media, my copyrighted video, is up to me. Whether I want to stick it on a website, when I want to stick it on Facebook or YouTube or Twitter or this or that or the other, it's up to me because it's my copyrighted material.
Exactly right.
Which bit of that don't you understand, Mr. Officer, you fucking dick? Where I put it is fucking up to me because it's my copyrighted material. And that, Dan, is why that they put that in that police's thing on public photography, that you can't delete images or, you know, seize cameras because it's copyright infringement. And while it is a civil matter, if you deleted 20 minutes of video at 60 frames a second, that's 72,000 counts of copyright infringement. That's why they're not allowed to do it.
No, they seize your phone instead, don't they, on the basis it's fucking under some PACE Act or some bullshit, or the Criminal Evidence Act, to say that you've captured something on there that would help prove a case of theirs. So they seize your equipment on that basis, don't they? That's what
and that's why I would always use if I'm going to run a phone, I'd run a separate camera. I'd run one camera that's going to record live, if you like, that they can seize, and then I'd use my mobile phone using Streamlabs to upload privately to YouTube using Streamlabs, because your phone can be completely locked, right? And that phone will constantly record audio and video directly to YouTube for as long as the battery lasts.
Nice.
And they can't delete that video because it goes straight to your YouTube channel as unlisted. So they can take the phone, they can't unlock the phone because it's passcode protected. So they can't do anything. That phone will constantly record until the battery runs out.
Yeah, I'll have to remember that. I like the sound of that. So you just record it straight to YouTube and set YouTube as private or unlisted.
So, like, if you did the Morrison's thing, for argument's sake, let's take an argument. Say before you went into Morrison's, say you went in with just say like a normal little camcorder or a normal little camera, and you started recording on that. If you set your Streamlabs to record directly to your YouTube channel, as soon as you start recording, you can shut your phone down, literally just turn it off, you know, and that Streamlabs will constantly record everything that's said and done, video and audio, until the battery runs out. Even if you were arrested and the police took your phone off you, say they slammed you up in a cell and the police sitting there chatting, thinking they got your fucking camera, your main camera off you, they don't realise that phone is still recording audio and video on the desk sergeant's table while he's got it there. And that all goes automatically to YouTube, and they don't even know they're being recorded.
Oh, I like the sound of that. I'll have to remember that.
Yeah, it's top draw, mate. Honestly, I've done it. I've tested it and everything.
Oh, you get some interesting shit if it's in the drawer next to the fucking desk sergeant.
Yeah, exactly. When they're sitting there going, "Oh, let's get him for this, let's get him for that, let's get him for the other," while they're making up fucking bullshit charges against you, it's all going to be recorded. And they've got no way of deleting it. They've got no way of doing anything. Even because at the end of the day, when you're released from your cell for the night and they give you a no further action, you go home, whether you've got your phone or not, it's irrelevant because you just open your YouTube channel and there's the video.
That's it.
Automatically uploaded. And there you've got all the evidence against them to prove that they bullshitted fucking charges against you. And that's the only way you can do it, because if they take your main camera off you, that's why I've always said to people, do not go out and fucking and I know this is going to auditing to a certain, don't just go out with one camera if you're auditing, because once they take that, they can delete it, and then you got to go through the bullshit hassle of all the fucking drama of, you know, proving that they've deleted something off your phone or off your main camera or this, that and the other. Because you've always got to have at least two backup cameras, because they can take your body camera off you, take the fucking SD card out and delete that shit as well. And you've still got nothing. But if you've got a fucking application running in the background on a phone that's completely turned off and that's passcode protected, they can't touch it. And even if they do, you know, or even if they try to, all of that is going to be recorded live to YouTube. Or you've got options to link it to other accounts. You can link it to what's it called? There's two other live streams that you can do it to. I can't remember off the top of my head, but like when you go into Streamlabs and start recording, it gives you the option to select YouTube, go unlisted, or whatever it is, you know, and you can record. But when the police take your phone, all they're going to do is tap it twice and it's going to come up with enter the passcode. It doesn't even. And what you can do with Streamlabs, if you go into Streamlabs, if you click on the application in your phone and just click turn off notifications, they can't even see that the phone's recording, because if you leave the notifications on, the police will just go double tap your phone and it will say Streamlabs is recording live, and it will say it in the notifications bar. But if you turn the notifications for Streamlabs off, then they won't even know it's fucking recording.
Oh, I remember that one. I like the sound of that trick. Well, I'm going to let Dan get on and you get on. We'll be back anyway on Monday. So.
I'm going to be wrapping this up in a second.
Tomorrow for another chingwag.
Before you go,
yeah,
especially you, civil disobedience, I thought I should do this. This is what I've been doing. This is why I've been looking over there while you guys have been talking. I just thought it was such a fantastic phrase that I just had to make it into some merchandise. Ready?
Go on.
Yep.
Shut up, you minge.
Oh,
If
you
can
liked
say
it,
that.
you liked it, didn't you?
It was good, mate. Yeah, shut up, you minge. I think was fucking awesome, mate. I really did. In fact, just for the sake of it, I've oh, hang on a minute. I just got to do that. I even made so that one goes on a white background or a light background, and this one goes on a dark background. But I think it looks fucking awesome.
I think in the sense of crinkle, it should be shut up, you cringe.
So
is that
shut up, you minge?
Is that a Teespring?
Is it what?
Is that Teespring?
No, that one's Spreadshirt. That one's Spreadshirt.
Is that another store, is it?
Yeah, it's one I use. So if anybody's interested in any Police Abusing Powers merchandise, links are in the description.
Oh,
quick! Get the plug in. Get the plug in.
You have to show me that one because I've got a Teespring and I wanted a decent fucking store for the channel.
Right. Well, okay. We'll go through this at some point. I might do a crinkle. Yeah. I might do a crinkle sack design.
Oh God! Don't encourage the cunt. Yeah, put crinkle PhD and then put the meaning of PhD on the back of it, which is fucking. I don't know. What did you say it was, Fluke?
Sorry.
What's PhD the abbreviation of what you said?
What was it? It was pillock high on drugs.
Yeah, there you go. So you should put that on there and then put the fucking put PhD on and then put that
And
on the
if he did, and I'm 100% sure he did say PhD, but then he changed it to BSc, which is Bachelor of Science, which is a bullshit commentator.
Yeah, I've heard him say PhD. Even I fucking said PhD.
Mate,
So
it's
I wouldn't come out with
100%.
that.
It's Dan. You know what I'm like when it comes to reviewing videos. I'm fucking meticulous as fuck.
Yeah, no,
And there's no way I would have pulled out the words, you know, pillock high on drugs if he didn't say PhD. It's as simple as that.
Well,
He definitely said it somewhere.
The live stream's still up, so anybody that wants to go and have a look through,
I'll
feel free.
go back through it and I'll do a screenshot of it or whatever it needs to be done, because if the
You
geezers,
reckon he said it
and
last
it wouldn't
week on
matter. It
Pat?
wouldn't matter even if I did pull up that fucking audio and show that he said that. He would come out with some sort of bollocks to say that it was not right and that I fucked around with the audio or some sort of bullshit to say that I was
And he
wrong.
owes, it's still be on there, and he owes me 500 quid, the little minge.
He does.
So he
He
better
does.
be copping up.
And me,
And
he said he'll give me as
to be
well.
honest with you, mate, he couldn't go toe to toe with a fucking, fucking toe to toe with anyone. The guy can't
That's
even
what I
hold
said to him.
an argument down on YouTube, let alone go toe to toe with anyone.
Crinkle couldn't box eggs. What do you think he's going to fucking do stood in front of fucking anyone who's man-sized? With that shrill, squeaky voice he's got, I reckon he's a fucking transgender anyway, the cunt.
Listen, I ain't the biggest bloke in the world, as you can probably see from my videos, but I'm more than willing to stand my ground if I think I'm right, regardless. And if I'll quite happily give Crinkle my fucking address, and if he wants to come around and try and beat me up, I'd like to video that.
Oh, look, I think we got Crinkle's dad in the fucking room. Stephen Guest. He didn't say PhD. PCR test is the gold standard and proves it. Laugh out loud. Okay.
Oh, what are you going to do with people like that?
There's always another minge, isn't there? Crinkle couldn't hit water if he fell out of a boat, so he ain't likely to fucking do nothing to neither of us, is he? He's going to cry. I bet he's sat in his front room now, absolutely having a fucking menstrual meltdown because he can't fucking speak over someone because he's not on the phone. And if he has got a YouTube channel and his comments do keep getting deleted, I would suggest the reason for that is they're all bollocks and Google can't even fucking stomach his nonsense.
Yeah,
That's probably why his shit's been deleted. It's nothing to do with us. Because I wouldn't spend the time looking for his fucking bullshit.
Well, the thing was when he actually mentioned that he'd put up videos and they've been removed, and he's put up comments and they've been removed. I mean, how melodramatic can you get? Because anybody on that side of the argument, if you were putting up positive stuff about COVID, and I've said this before, if you put up positive stuff about COVID, and you went completely along with the mainstream, and I put that video up on my YouTube channel, it would be monetized. It would be shared. It would be, it would go. But as soon as you put up a video that's contrary to the COVID story, then you're automatically deleted. So why is he putting up positive stories, apparently, on YouTube and having them removed? Bullshit. It just doesn't happen.
No. Someone on there said Crinkle will beat. He couldn't beat a dirty carpet with a rug beater.
Mate, that bloke struggles to beat a fucking egg, let alone fucking beat anyone else.
Oh, mate, he couldn't.
Right.
Honestly.
Well, gentlemen, as lovely as it's been, I've really got to wrap this up now. I've got so many videos to do tomorrow, and I've just realised it's nearly 2:30. And when you get to my age, you need so much fucking beauty sleep.
Well, just quickly for you, Pat. They did say on the new bleach balls, didn't they? They reckon kills 99.9% of germs, including coronavirus.
Yeah.
Maybe Crinkle should drink a bottle instead of having the vaccine.
Oh, careful.
Make sure you inject some bleach.
You're going to start getting fucking. Fuck me, see, it's getting that late. I can't think of the words. You're going to start getting compared to Trump next if you say things like that.
No, he's got a PhD. Remember?
Right.
Oh, sorry. An MBA or some other fucking acronym for some nonsense.
Oh, PhD was psychologically, hallucinogenically and deranged, I think was.
Yeah, I'm gonna ban the cunt from my live stream, so you won't see him on there when me and Pat are on.
Right, well, Pat, actually, Dan, I just want to say quickly, thanks for having me on again. I appreciate it.
No worries. No worries.
Cheers, Jamie. Thanks for having me on
All
your
right, man.
channel
See you
as well.
later. See you later, Dan.
Right,
Ta-ra.
take
Speak
it
to you
easy,
tomorrow.
gentlemen. Take
Ta-ra.
it easy.
Ta-ra.
Ta-ra.
Speak to you soon, guys.
Bye bye. Right, I'm sorry, incoming caller, but I'm going to have to turn my Skype off now. I do apologise if you've not been able to get through. There we go. And let's get back over to there. Right. Well, hasn't this been an exciting live stream? First of all, if you felt I let Crinkle go on a bit longer than I should have, as I've said before, that unless somebody really starts taking a piss and getting on my nerves, I have to give everybody exactly the same respect. And so it wouldn't matter if it was you that called or Crinkle or somebody else. To be fair, if he'd have started talking to me the way that he started screaming at Jamie, I'd have ended the call. But because he was talking to Jamie and Jamie was, giving back as good as he got, I let that carry on. But, yeah, free speech and all that stuff, it only comes to a head when somebody starts being abusive, and Crinkle wasn't abusive to me. So, if you didn't like it, then my apologies, but, it's my channel. Do what the fuck I want. Mark Swan, 2 against 1, not good. I'll tell you what, Mark. Crinkle actually enjoys it. Let you in on a secret there. Crinkle actually enjoys the debate, and he's told me so. So, but anyway, it's now time to get my puppies out. And don't get excited, people. Not what you might be thinking. Just got to move that down a little bit. Right. Alice. Here we go. Hello, Fatty. Oh, hello. They've only hung around so they can see you. They've only hung around so they can see you. Yes, they have. Oh, you're a good girl. Look. All the fucking hearts and eyeballs and all the rest of it. Look, that's for yous, not me. I don't get all of that kind of treatment. Oh, look, baby. Shh. No need for all that noise, is there? Hello, Dirty. Kiss a kiss. I can't even get a kiss off my own dog, look. Right, Alice will kiss me. Come here. Kiss a kiss. Look, baby, he's a good girl. He's a good girl. A good girl. Right. It's time for us to go and have a cuddle now, isn't it, before bed? Hey? Go on, fuck off. Yeah, cheeky monkeys. Anyway, folks, congratulations to... Can't remember who won the camera now, but it should be in my email. So congratulations to you on winning the camera. Thank you to everybody else for joining me this evening. Thank you to everybody who's stuck around this long. Much appreciated, as always. Excuse me, Gary, that's it, Gary. Congratulations, Gary. What else was I going to say? Yeah, don't forget tomorrow live stream with myself and civil disobedience. Tonight kind of turned into that, but tomorrow will be different. So we'll have that tomorrow, 8 o'clock on Civil Disobedience's channel. If you are a subscriber of this channel, then you will find a reminder in the community page of this channel. So I'll post that tomorrow. I'll do that early enough with a link to Civil Disobedience's channel. If you're not a subscriber, please consider subscribing. This isn't what we do all the time. This is just a once a week thing. So make sure you hit that subscribe button, and then you should see the notification when I post that community post tomorrow. So once again, thank you everybody. Thank you to all the callers as well. Always a pleasure to have a chat to you. Thank you to Mr. Gold Eagle and Mrs. Gold Eagle for your video for Frank. You could hear in his voice that he was moved by it, and you know, I think it's incredible that you actually went out of your way to do that. So you know, so you've got huge respect from me for doing that. Everybody else, again, thank you for putting up with me. And until next time, stay safe, look after each other, film the police, and of course other officials. Good night all.